Chapter 48. Su Yan, you've obtained the banner. Naturally, you're qualified to become an inner sect disciple. Although the voice was not loud, it was as deep as a bell, creating a majestic aura in the air that could not be looked at directly. Immediately after, a figure floated down. This person was wearing a purple-black robe. His face was majestic without being angry, making people feel respect for him. When he came down, the surrounding inner and outer sect disciples all cupped their fists and greeted him respectfully, Sect Master. That was right. The person who came was the Sect Master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Enlightened Master Heavensword. Enlightened Master Heavensword nodded slightly at the crowd. He looked at Su Yan again and said slowly, Su Yan, after returning to the sect, you'll stay in the Great Sword Mountain Range. Someone will receive you. Sect Master, isn't this inappropriate? Hidden Sword Elder stepped forward and said when he heard Enlightened Master Heavensword's words. However, before he could finish his words, Enlightened Master Heavensword waved his hand and said, What's inappropriate about it? This Hidden Sword Elder was speechless when he heard Enlightened Master Heavensword's words. After all, Enlightened Master Heavensword was the sect master while he was only an outer sect elder. Naturally, he did not have the right to speak. Now that Enlightened Master Heavensword said this, it was obvious that he had decided that Su Yan would become an inner sect disciple. As for the rules of the inner sect disciples, it was up to Enlightened Master Heavensword. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Yan was also the first to recover from his shock. He cupped his fists and bowed to Enlightened Master Heavensword. There was not much joy on his face. It was not that Su Yan was unhappy. It was just that Su Yan knew how to restrain his emotions. Seeing Su Yan's neither servile nor overbearing appearance, Taoist Heavenly Sword felt even more admiration for him. He nodded his head approvingly. Immediately after, he turned around and said to Elder Zhongjin, Elder Zhongjin, you will also investigate this matter. I have my own plans. Hidden Sword Elder was slightly stunned. He then cupped his fists and bowed to Enlightened Master Heavensword and replied respectfully, Yes. He naturally knew what Enlightened Master Heavensword was referring to. It was definitely the matter of the formation being tampered with. The inner sect trial was also a big event. Although he was the only one in charge today, the other powerful figures in the sect were also paying attention to this matter. Now that Taoist Heavensword had told him not to investigate, what else could it be? I'll leave the rest to you. After Immortal Heavensword finished speaking, he did not wait for anyone to react. With a flash, he disappeared from the void. Farewell, sect leader. All the disciples cupped their hands and bowed, shouting loudly. Su Yan, congratulations. After Reverend Heavenly Sword left, the sword-concealing elder congratulated Su Yan. I hope the Hidden Sword Elder can give me more pointers in the future. Su Yan immediately cupped his fists in response. The expression on his face still did not change in the slightest, as if entering the inner sect was not something to be happy about. Good. Seeing Su Yan's appearance, the sword-concealing elder was very gratified. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, if the sect had more people with such qualifications, how could the reputation of my sword-concealing tomb be limited to just this place? Of course, no one knew about the sword-concealing elder's sigh. After all, there were only outer and inner disciples here. They did not have the qualifications to know about the sect's matters. Although the casualties in this inner sect trial were the most serious in all the previous sessions, fortunately, Su Yan's appearance in the end did not result in a situation where all of them died. Other than Su Yan, the disciples who had the qualifications to enter the inner sect this time were Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Xiao Linglong. Originally, there were only 5 silk banners this time. With 4 people entering the inner sect, it could be considered a success. Of course, other than the success, the most surprising one was Su Yan. The sword-concealing tomb had a rule that those who entered the inner sect must be at the life-soul realm. However, Su Yan was only at the 9th spirit realm. It was because of his identity as a 9th spirit realm cultivator that Su Yan was once again pushed to a lofty position by the outer sect. And Su Yan also became the first disciple to enter the inner sect with the strength of a ninth spirit realm cultivator since the establishment of the sword-concealing tomb. Moreover, he was personally appointed by the sword-concealing tomb's headmaster. His position in the sect and reputation could be imagined. After the trial ended, the sword-concealing elder announced Su Yan's qualifications to enter the inner sect and drove the sect's spirit ship out of the sky-breaking cliff. The sky-breaking cliff was thousands of feet deep. If there was no spirit ship, they really did not know how to get out. Returning to the sword-concealing tomb, Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Xiao Linglong each received their domino to enter the inner sect from the sword-concealing elder and dispersed. Under the admiration of the disciples, Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Xiao Linglong stepped onto the path to the inner sect. That's right, it was the three of them. Su Yan was not in a hurry to go to the heavenly sword spiritual master's Hongjian mountain. It was not that Su Yan had any nostalgia for the outer sect, nor was it that he still had things to take. After all, when Su Yan entered the outer sect, it was only a place of transition. How could he have feelings for it? All the things he needed were placed in his storage pouch. Of course, it was not that Su Yan wanted to stay and enjoy the worship of the outer sect disciples. It was that Su Yan was waiting for someone, Lu Fei. This person usually seemed annoying, but, thinking of Lu Fei, Su Yan did not know how to describe this person. But thinking of the moment when the trial began and Lu Fei's decisiveness, Su Yan's heart was still moved. Now that he was going to the inner sect, he naturally had to say goodbye. Of course, Su Yan did not take the initiative to look for him. Instead, he waited in the emperor's room 1. After all, Su Yan was a celebrity in the outer sect. Countless girls liked him and countless disciples worshipped him. Su Yan did not want to go out and attract any attention. Moreover, Su Yan believed that Lu Fei would definitely come to look for him. Su Yan. Just as Su Yan expected, Su Yan did not wait for long in the heavens room 1 before he heard a duck's voice. Then, Lu Fei's fat body pushed the door and barged in. "Ha, the junior brother Su, you stinking brat. I knew you wouldn't let me down." Lu Fei came in and put his arm around Su Yan's shoulder without hesitation. His face was filled with joy as if he was the one who had obtained the qualifications to enter the inner sect and not Su Yan. "Of course, I won't let you down." Su Yan also smiled in return. In front of outsiders, Su Yan did not show any emotion, but Lu Fei was his friend. Su Yan naturally did not need to put on any pretense. When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, the smile on his fat face deepened as he squinted his eyes and said, "Ha, why aren't you thanking me for teaching you?" Just now, Su Yan was still a little reluctant to part with Lu Fei. Hearing this, Su Yan suddenly had the urge to turn around and leave. "It's okay if you don't thank me. Just remember my kindness." Lu Fei completely ignored Su Yan's ugly expression and said to himself, "Junior brother Su, after entering the inner sect, you won't have me to take care of you anymore. I hope you can take care of yourself in the future." The more Su Yan heard, the tighter his frown became. He wanted to turn around and leave. Sob sob, sob sob. Lu Fei, who was talking and laughing just now, suddenly burst into tears. "Su Yan, you're going to enter the inner sect now. What if I get bullied in the future?" Su Yan was stunned by Lu Fei's sudden crying. He bitterly smiled and shook his head. He turned around and comforted him. "What are you crying for? I'm entering the inner sect. It's not like I can't come to the outer sect. If you get bullied, I'll still come. Besides, isn't your father here? Who dares to bully you? *CK, that bastard Lu Hong. It's good enough that he's not the first to bully me." When Lu Fei heard Su Yan mention his father, he immediately stopped crying. The fat on his face kept twitching as he angrily said, "Su Yan, you don't know. If you leave, that bastard Lu Hong will definitely bully us Golden Seat people." Su Yan was speechless. He did not know how to respond to Lu Fei's words. How could a son talk about his father like that? Su Yan could not help but wonder if this Lu Fei was Lu Hong's biological son. Lu Fei scolded Lu Hong for a while more and stopped crying. He waved his hand and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, don't say anything unnecessary. Wait for me in the inner sect." When Lu Fei said this, his small eyes actually shone with a rare light. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this. He came back to his senses and nodded. He did not say anything unnecessary and patted his storage bag. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand. "Fatty, this pill is for you." Su Yan handed a soul-amassing pill that he obtained from the Buddha pagoda to Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's soul-amassing pill, and all the fat on his body trembled. He hurriedly shook his head and said, "Su Yan, this pill was bestowed to you by the sect master. It's too precious. I dare not accept it." Lu Fei naturally did not understand that the soul-amassing pill that the sect master bestowed to Su Yan had long been swallowed by Su Yan. And this soul-amassing pill was obtained by Su Yan in the Buddha pagoda. Of course, Su Yan did not wish to explain these things to Lu Fei either. He just smiled and said, "Fatty, although this pill is precious, compared to our friendship, what's so precious about it?" After Su Yan said this, he immediately regretted it. Just as expected, Su Yan's words had just landed when Lu Fei instantly exclaimed, "Su Yan, I love you." While talking, those fat arms opened up and directly hugged Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes instantly darkened, and he had an impulse to slap Lu Fei. After some commotion, Su Yan finally still let Lu Fei accept the soul-amassing pill. Just as Su Yan said, although the soul-amassing pill was precious, compared to the fatty's care and effort for him during this period of time, Su Yan also felt that it was worth it. Most importantly, Su Yan still swallowed one soul-amassing pill before. Taking it again would have its effect reduced by half, so it was better to gift it to Lu Fei. It was also considered a kind of encouragement for Lu Fei, hoping that he could enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Outer sect, inner sect, and at the same time, disciples of the Sword Collection Tomb were only separated by one sect. But the two were worlds apart. It could be said that only inner sect disciples could truly be counted as disciples of the Sword Collection Tomb. Outer sect disciples were merely the backup source of the Sword Collection Tomb. If they were unable to enter the inner sect for the rest of their lives, then other than killing demonic beasts from the sacred beast mountain to exchange for medicinal pills, the outer sect disciples would not enjoy any of the benefits of the Sword Collection Tomb sect. Chapter 49. Entering the inner sect was equivalent to becoming a true disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Not only would they be able to enjoy the medicinal pills and spiritual stones that were distributed by the sect every month, but they would also be able to receive guidance from a mentor. The most important step for new inner disciples was naturally to choose a mentor. The inner sect was divided into 5 ranges and 5 mentors. Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Xiao Linglong entered the hidden sword tomb at the same time as Su Yan. Pu Tiandao and Xiao Linglong were respectively arranged to stay at the Li sword range and the Zhong sword range. The moment the two entered, they respectively acknowledged their respective masters. Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yan were both at the Hongjian range. When the two entered the Hongjian range, they were arranged to stay at the Hongjian range. However, under this, they did not mention the matter of acknowledging a master. A few days had passed, and there was still no news. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be anxious about this matter. Although the path of cultivation relied more on one's own efforts, aptitude, and luck, if there was a great teacher to guide them, they would definitely take fewer crooked paths on the path of cultivation. This was also the reason why the outer sect disciples in the hidden sword tomb wanted to enter the inner sect in addition to enjoying the treatment of the inner sect. But fortunately, Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng were both patient people. Even though a few days had passed and there was still no movement, the two of them did not move. Instead, they were happy and at ease. After entering the inner sect for a few days, Su Yan also discovered that in fact, every mountain in the hidden sword tomb had a clear rule. For example, the Hongjian range that Su Yan was at now had several times denser spiritual energy than the golden seat that Su Yan stayed at in the outer sect. He discovered that Su Yan looked at the 3 peaks of the direct disciple range, and there were a few more rays of light in his eyes. It was just the boundary between the inner sect and the outer sect, but the difference in spiritual energy was so great. Then, would the 3 peaks that belonged to the direct disciple range be denser than this? Su Yan looked, and the light in his eyes suddenly shrank. At the same time, there was a surge in his heart. He wanted to become a direct disciple. It wasn't because he wanted this identity, but because he wanted to occupy the spiritual energy peak. The richness of the spiritual qi could obviously directly affect a person's cultivation speed. Just the difference in the spiritual qi of this mountain was enough to arouse Su Yan's interest in becoming a successor disciple. Of course, Su Yan naturally knew that the most important thing for him was still Swordwell. As for the matter of becoming a successor disciple, Su Yan did not want to waste too much effort on it. Every true disciple was the pride of the Hidden Sword Tomb. If one wanted to become a true disciple, the Hidden Sword Tomb did not have a clear standard. For example, the 3 successor disciples in the Hidden Sword Tomb were all personal disciples of the 3 successor peaks elders. When the 3 of them first entered the sect, they displayed their talents and caught the attention of the 3 elders of the 3 peaks, granting them the status of core disciples. As for Su Yan, although he had entered the sect, he was also shining brightly. However, he was still only in the 9th layer of spirit realm, so he was still far from being a genius. He did not have the qualifications to become a true disciple, nor had he been appointed by the sect's elders. If he wanted to become a true disciple, he could only discuss it in the future. Although Su Yan had his doubts about the inner court mentors, he still maintained a calm heart. For the next few days, Su Yan stayed in his room to absorb the spiritual energy and cultivate, hoping to break through to the life-soul stage before entering the Swordwell. However, it was clear that the life-soul stage was not something that could be broken through in a day or two. After a few days of cultivation, Su Yan felt a stagnant state, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Su Yan was not in a hurry since he had benefited from the Buddha Pagoda and Mu Zijin. Cultivation spoke of fate, fate spoke of luck. When fate arrived, the Tao would naturally arrive. Naturally, fate had not arrived yet, so there was no need to rush. In the inner court, because the rest of the disciples had mentors to guide them, they would often compete and train. They would also participate in some missions assigned by the sect. All of them were busy. Apart from Ouyang Tiancheng, Su Yan had become the most idle disciple in the entire Hidden Sword Tomb. Cultivation was useless. Su Yan had nothing to do, so he wanted to find Lu Fei and have a chat. I've been in the inner court for some time now, and I've been busy cultivating every day, so I haven't gone to look for Lu Fei. Now that I have some free time, I'll go look for him. Su Yan walked out of the room, muttered softly, and walked towards the direction of the outer court. It wasn't that Su Yan wanted to look for Lu Fei, but that Su Yan thought about it. In this Hidden Sword Tomb, the only one who could talk to him was Lu Fei. Su Yan. But before Su Yan reached the teleportation array, she heard a familiar voice of a male duck. Su Yan was extremely familiar with this voice. If it wasn't Lu Fei, then who could it be? As expected, before Su Yan could regain his senses, Lu Fei's fat body appeared in front of him. Junior brother Su. Lu Fei shouted again. Immediately, the earth shook and the mountains shook. His fat body was quick and agile as he rushed toward Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly dodged, avoiding Lu Fei's bear hug. Hee, Su Yan, you didn't expect it to be me, right? Lu Fei didn't care. His eyes narrowed into a line, and his fat kept trembling. When Su Yan saw Lu Fei's current state, the urge to look for Lu Fei had completely disappeared. In exchange, he hoped that Lu Fei could quickly leave this place. This was because Su Yan was unable to accept Lu Fei's intimacy. Lu Fei didn't care at all. He kept swaying in front of Su Yan and kept flapping his red robe as if to attract Su Yan's attention. Su Yan was also attracted by him. To be precise, he wasn't attracted by Lu Fei, but by the red robe on his body. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, there was a clear difference between the outer and inner sect uniforms. Outer sect disciples usually wore purplish-brown clothes, while inner sect disciples wore red. Now, Lu Fei was wearing a red robe, and the 3 words, Hong Jianluan, could be clearly seen on his chest. It was obviously the inner sect disciple's uniform. Thinking of Lu Fei's usual style of handling things, Su Yan suddenly frowned. Fatty, aren't you afraid of being punished by the sect for wearing inner sect clothes? Su Yan shouted at Lu Fei. Although he wasn't angry, the meaning of his words was obviously a bit of reproach. The hidden sword tomb had such a clear distribution of clothes, so naturally, there were rules and punishment systems. Su Yan had been in the hidden sword tomb for half a year, and naturally knew some of the basic rules of the hidden sword tomb. Now, Lu Fei, an outer sect disciple, was wearing inner sect disciple clothes, and still came to the inner sect territory to show off. Obviously, he had violated the rules of the hidden sword tomb. This law was not a big one, but it was not a small one either. If someone were to investigate, Lu Fei would not be able to escape punishment. What? When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's reprimand, he was stunned. He raised his eyebrows and unhappily said, "Junior brother Su, aren't you looking down on me too much? Do I, Lu Fei, look like that kind of person?" "You don't look like, but you are such a person," Su Yan said unceremoniously. What? Lu Fei was suddenly angry, but this anger only lasted for a moment, and in exchange, Lu Fei's arrogant attitude. He looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes, as if he was the only existence between heaven and earth. After a while, he put on a deep look and said, forget it. Junior brother Su, you can look down on me, but you must not insult my character." Character? Su Yan suddenly laughed. Looking at Lu Fei's appearance, he knew that if he didn't give him a bit of arrogance, this fatty would definitely continue to act arrogant. "Fatty, tell me what is going on. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Su Yan said as he slightly forced out a stream of spirit qi and rushed towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei suddenly shivered, and the act from before completely disappeared. He smiled and said, "Hey, junior brother Su, look at what you're saying. I was just thinking about how to tell you." While Lu Fei was talking, he saw that Su Yan didn't respond, so he continued, "Junior brother Su, to be honest, I am also an inner sect disciple now." "Also an inner sect disciple?" Su Yan was stunned, then he frowned and looked at Lu Fei with a gloomy gaze. "Junior brother Su, what I said is true. Why do you still not believe me?" Lu Fei saw Su Yan's expression and his voice sounded like a duck's voice was crying. Su Yan naturally didn't believe him. There was a rule for inner sect disciples that other than the Fate Soul stage, they had to pass the inner sect trial. Lu Fei not only didn't participate in the inner sect trial, more importantly, his strength was only at the 5th level of Spirit Realm. How could Su Yan believe that someone at the 5th level of Spirit Realm wanted to become an inner sect disciple? One had to know that his strength was at the 9th level of Spirit Realm, and he only became an inner sect disciple after passing the inner sect trial and being personally appointed by the headmaster. "Junior brother Su, what I said is true." Lu Fei saw that Su Yan still didn't believe him and hurriedly said, "Tell me, what is going on?" Su Yan saw that Lu Fei's expression didn't seem like he was lying. After hesitating for a while, he still couldn't figure out the deeper meaning, so he asked. Although Lu Fei didn't want to, seeing Su Yan's gloomy gaze, he didn't dare to disobey. After hesitating for a while, he finally told the whole story to Su Yan. When Su Yan heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. So all of this was because he had a good father. Seeing that Su Yan finally believed him, Lu Fei let out a sigh of relief. He wiped his tears and said, "Junior brother Su, do you think it's easy for me? Since I was born, I have been in the hidden sword tomb. Because of this, the hidden sword tomb has made a lot of contributions. Day and night, I rush to the sacred beast mountain to hunt monsters and obtain beast cores to exchange for points. Do you think it's easy for me? Is it easy? Junior brother Su, go and check the outer sect points ranking board. Your senior brother Lu is the one with the most points." Lu Fei's voice was full of emotion, and the more he spoke, the more excited he became. Points were a special rule set by the hidden sword tomb. There were many ways to earn points. Hunting monsters, participating in the various competitions set by the sect, could all earn points. These points were also an important requirement to enter the inner sect of the hidden sword tomb. At that time, Su Yan often rushed to the sacred beast mountain to hunt monsters. Naturally, points were not a problem. Chapter 50. Of course, the scoreboard was set up by the hidden sword tomb to increase the combat experience of each sect's disciples. It was impossible to enter the inner sect by accumulating points. All in all, Lu Fei was able to enter the inner sect because he had a good father. Looking at Lu Fei's agitated look, Su Yan also understood the grievances Lu Fei had suffered in the hidden sword tomb. With Lu Fei's strength, it was not easy for him to get to the top of the scoreboard. Su Yan looked at Lu Fei and consoled him with his words. However, the following words caused Su Yan's eyes to widen in shock. Junior brother Su, you don't know. If that damn old man didn't get lucky and become your and Ouyang's mentor, I wouldn't have entered the inner sect. What? Su Yan suddenly trembled. He naturally knew who the damn old man Lu Fei was talking about was. After a few days, although Su Yan was not anxious about the matter of the sect arranging a mentor for him, he had thought of many possibilities. But after all, he had thought of all kinds of different arrangements. Who would have thought that it would be Lu Hong who would be his mentor? Fatty, is what you said true? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei in surprise. He still did not believe it. It was not that he was disgusted with Lu Hong becoming his mentor, nor was it that Su Yan questioned Lu Hong's strength. On the contrary, Su Yan had a conversation with Lu Hong in the outer sect's hidden sword pavilion that day. He knew that Lu Hong's identity was definitely not ordinary, and his strength was also unfathomable. However, Su Yan thought of Lu Hong's unpredictable personality, which was even a little similar to Lu Fei's. If he became his mentor, Su Yan felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. Of course it's true, Lu Fei said with a serious face. At the same time, a bit of disdain floated on his face. He was unhappy. That damn old man, I don't know what kind of luck he had. This time, it was the sect master who personally talked to him to be your mentor. In the beginning, that damned old man of mine actually didn't agree. In the end, I don't know what kind of conditions the headmaster offered, but he finally agreed. The sect master is personally looking for your father? Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air, becoming more and more suspicious of Lu Hong's identity. Lu Hong's current position in the hidden sword tomb was only the general manager of the outer sect's hidden sword pavilion. Compared to when Su Yan had first entered the hidden sword tomb, his current status was much higher. That Deng Jianhong, who was his guide, was even weaker than Director Deng. Why would the hierarch lower himself to look for him? Ha! Just as Su Yan was making all sorts of guesses, a hearty laughter was heard. Following the laughter, a figure that resembled Lu Fei appeared before the two of them. Damn fatty, you're actually one step ahead of me. Lu Hong stepped forward and scolded Lu Fei the moment he saw him. Damned old man, don't think that just because your status has changed, I'm afraid of you. Do you believe that I will? Lu Fei looked at Lu Hong without a trace of fear. His face revealed a trace of disdain. Don't believe what? Hearing Lu Fei's words, Lu Hong was instantly displeased. Damn fatty, I'm warning you. You're just a registered inner sect disciple now. I can make you scram with one word. How dare you? See if I dare or not. Lu Fei and Lu Hong looked at each other and immediately started arguing. Su Yan watched from the side and could only laugh dryly. Su Yan really couldn't find the words to describe this father and son pair. Fortunately, the two of them didn't argue for long. Lu Fei didn't know what Lu Hong said, but he shrugged. Lu Fei shrugged and in return, Lu Hong was pleased with himself. Su Yan, we meet again. Lu Hong stepped forward and spoke to Su Yan. The fat on his face piled up, revealing a smile. Compared to the other inner sect mentors, Lu Hong didn't have a trace of pressure or the demeanor of an expert. Su Yan didn't pay much attention to it. He cupped his fist and bowed slightly to Lu Hong. No matter what, Lu Hong was an elder and now his mentor. Good, you can be taught. Lu Hong nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned to Lu Fei and his expression changed. He coldly shouted, Damn fatty, call Ouyang Tianqing over here. No need. Without waiting for Lu Fei to act, a figure walked over. That stunning face seemed to have been carved by a knife and an axe, and a cold expression hung on it. His faintly trembling eyes emitted a bright light. His red robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair fluttered elegantly. Otherwise, this person was still young. Most likely, there would be people who would think that this person was the mentor this time. This person was Ouyang Tianqing, who was with Su Yan and had never been assigned a mentor. Ouyang Tiancheng was obviously no stranger to Lu Hong. He walked over and didn't give much expression. He slightly cupped his hands and considered it a done deal. Lu Hong laughed loudly and didn't care. He waved his hand and said, "All right, since everyone is here, I'll start telling you some of my rules. Actually, it's very simple. Since you recognize me as your mentor, then each of you should pay 100 spirit stones first. Consider it my fee for teaching you." Damn, old man, you're courting death. How can we have such a rule in the Zhang family tomb? As soon as Lu Hong's voice fell, Lu Fei angrily scolded. The hidden sword tomb doesn't have such a rule, but I do. Lu Hong wasn't angry at Lu Fei's words. He squinted his eyes and smiled, looking like a profiteer. If the three of you don't pay enough spirit stones, then don't blame me for not teaching you. I will also report this to the sect and say that you are disrespectful to your mentor. At that time, Lu Hong said and let out a sinister laugh. Lu Fei cursed again. Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yan also frowned. Unfortunately, no matter how Lu Fei scolded, Lu Hong's expression didn't change at all. He only waved his hand at the three of them. Ouyang Tiancheng watched for a while. He didn't know if he couldn't stand Lu Fei's endless cursing or if he couldn't stand Lu Hong anymore. He patted the storage bag and took out the spirit stones and handed them to Lu Hong. Is that right? Lu Hong unceremoniously accepted the spirit stones given by Ouyang Tiancheng and put them into the storage bag with a smile. Damn it. Lu Fei was probably tired of scolding, or seeing that Ouyang Tiancheng had admitted defeat, he scolded, took out the spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to Lu Hong. Seeing Lu Hong smilingly accept the spirit stones, the fat on his face jiggled. Lu Hong, however, remained unmoved. He put the spirit stones into his bag of holding, then turned his gaze to Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Lu Hong's sharp gaze and his face was embarrassed. I don't have spirit stones. Su Yan didn't have spirit stones. At that moment in the Su family, because of Su Yan's status, it was impossible to get spirit stones from the Su family. And after entering the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan had no way to get spirit stones. Even if beast cores could be exchanged for spirit stones, Su Yan still exchanged them for pills. Now in Su Yan's storage bag, besides some pills, there was not a single spirit stone. What? No spirit stones? When Lu Hong heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly stared at Su Yan as if he was looking at an ancient beast. Su Yan, no matter what, you are the number one in the outer sect. How can you not have spirit stones? Spirit stones were a currency in the cultivation world of the Gone realm. This spirit stone could not only be used to buy and sell goods, but could also be refined and absorbed. This was also one of the reasons why spirit stones became a currency. Su Yan smiled awkwardly. He didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't use spirit stones at that time, so he didn't think about it. Hey, damn old man, what's with your expression? Isn't it just 100 spirit stones? I'll pay for him. Lu Fei saw Su Yan deflated and immediately jumped out and shouted. Unfortunately, when he touched his chest, his expression quickly condensed together. Lu Fei was only at the 5th layer of spirit realm. How could he have so many spirit stones? Lu Hong saw Lu Fei's sluggish expression and couldn't help but laugh. Damn fatty, you think I don't know how much you have? You still want to pretend in front of me. I'll pay for him. At this moment, Ouyang Tiancheng, who had been standing on the side without saying anything, suddenly said. Then he patted his storage bag and 100 spirit stones appeared in his hand. Ouyang Tiancheng is sensible. Damn fatty, you don't have spirit stones and you're still pretending. Lu Hong saw the spirit stones in Ouyang Tiancheng's hand and his eyes lit up. He smiled and accepted the spirit stones. He no longer bothered with Lu Fei. On the other hand, Su Yan looked at Ouyang Tiancheng with a complicated gaze. Last time, Ouyang Tiancheng had given him a storage pouch, which was already a favor. Now, there was another 100 spirit stones. Although it was not much, it was still a favor. It seems like I'll have to get more spirit stones in the future. Su Yan secretly said in his heart. This was the first time he realized the importance of spirit stones. Ouyang Tiancheng's expression still didn't change. He didn't move at all and was constantly emitting the demeanor of an expert. Lu Hong accepted the spirit stones and nodded with a smile. Then he said, "The three of you have already paid your spirit stones. You can be considered as my disciples now. Of course, you don't have to be polite and respectful to me. As long as you pay enough spirit stones every month, you can just call me Lu Hong. Also, I don't have any rules here. There are only spirit stones. Like if you want to participate in a mission, you can just participate in a competition and pay me some spirit stones. I'll naturally take you there." Lu Hong kept talking, but every 3 sentences were related to spirit stones. He didn't look like a businessman at all, but more like a businessman. While he was talking, other than Lu Fei cursing from time to time, Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yan were both frowning. It was their misfortune to have such a mentor. After half an hour, Lu Hong finally finished his explanation. Ouyang Tiancheng and Su Yan were both confused as they listened to him. Anyway, it was only spirit stones. However, these words made Su Yan understand the importance of spirit stones. "All right, I've said everything I need to say. Now, I'll take you guys around the inner sect." After Lu Hong finished speaking, he waved at the 3 of them and took the lead to walk in the direction of the transmission array. However, the moment he walked out, Lu Hong saw that the 3 of them didn't follow. He turned his head back without a trace of anger. The fat on his face piled up as he said with a smile, "The 3 of you have the right to not follow me, but those who don't go, pay 30 spirit stones." Chapter 51. Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng, although they had just entered the sect, they were already famous in the outer sect. In addition, he was accompanied by Lu Fei and Lu Hong. Along the way, the few of them were quite eye-catching. However, most of the people in the hidden sword tomb were sword cultivators. Everyone had a few arrogant auras. When they met a few people, no one paid attention to each other. Along the way, it went smoothly. Moreover, Su Yan, Ouyang Tiancheng, and Lu Fei all benefited a lot. After all, the 3 of them used to stay in the outer sect. They still didn't know much about the inner sect. After walking around for a while, the 3 of them also discovered the difference between the inner sect and the outer sect. If the outer sect was a big trial ground, then in the outer sect, every disciple was trying to break through to the inner sect. The inner sect was a big dye vat. In the inner sect, some people knew that cultivation was hopeless, so they didn't focus on the path of cultivation. They focused on the path of business, earning spirit stones in exchange for material life. There were also people who wholeheartedly pursued the Tao and didn't care about worldly affairs. There were also people who indulged in wine and women. In any case, there was everything in the inner sect. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to have spirit stones. With spirit stones in the inner sect, even if your strength was not good, you could still mix with the wind and water. Immediately, Su Yan's value to the spirit stones was further established. Especially when he saw that Lu Hong bought some delicacies and pills from time to time, Su Yan was even more envious. However, when he thought of the empty storage bag, he also felt a little embarrassed. Although the hidden sword tomb was connected to the teleportation array, the inner sect was so big that after walking around for a day, they only walked around for a while. When they returned to the Hongjian mountain range, it was already starry night. "Today, I'll take you to see it. The 3 of you go rest early. Tomorrow, I still have important things to arrange for you." When they returned to the Hongjian mountain range, Lu Hong said to the 3 of them and left first. Although Su Yan and the other 2 were all cultivators, they were tired after a day of disturbance. They didn't say much and returned to their rooms. Spirit stones? How do I get spirit stones? After returning to his room, Su Yan's eyes immediately shone with a thirst for spirit stones, not to mention their uses. Even if he were to become Lu Hong's disciple in the future, with his personality, he would not be able to accomplish anything without spirit stones. Thinking of Lu Hong's character, Su Yan felt a wave of helplessness. After a day of strolling, he was indeed tired. Su Yan helplessly shook his head and went to sleep. Although there was no distinction between the sun and the moon for cultivators, everything in the world was still divided into day and night. Under the starry night, it was difficult to see one's fingers in front of one's face. Thousands of beasts were also resting. Cultivators who had nothing important to do also chose to go into seclusion and cultivate. The sacred beast mountain was even more so. Under the stars and the moon, all living things were at peace. Other than the rustling of the grass and trees when the breeze blew, there were no other sounds. Right at this moment, whoosh, suddenly, a figure flashed, breaking the silence of the sacred beast mountain. Under the faint starlight, one could see that this person was dressed in a long black robe. Under the black robe, his fat body was still very bloated. In the entire hidden sword tomb, other than Lu Fei, it was difficult to find Lu Hong and his son. At this time, Lu Fei had already fallen asleep on the bed. Other than Lu Hong, who else could it be? Lu Hong's figure flashed. On his fat face, there was no longer the smile that he had during the day. In exchange, there was a trace of sternness. The space between his brows trembled slightly, and a trace of domineering aura floated. As his figure moved rapidly, whistling sounds could be heard from his surroundings. After a few breaths, his fat body landed on a flat ground in the sacred beast mountain. At the place where he landed, it was obvious that there were several figures waiting for him. They were all wearing long robes, but the color was different. When Lu Hong landed, the oldest of the few touched his long white beard that was particularly eye-catching in the dark night and smiled. Lu Hong, for Su Yan and Ouyang Tiancheng, you have put in a lot of effort. When Lu Hong heard this person's words, he smiled and said, Elder Departing Sword, since I, Lu Hong, have received the favor of the sect master, I naturally have to do things for the sect. When the old man called Elder Departing Sword heard Lu Hong's words, his old face slightly moved and a trace of worry slid across it. Sai, our hidden sword tomb has been standing in the Jing state for hundreds of years. Although our position has been stable in the past few years. But in the past few years, the other sects in the Jing state have also risen day by day. Just listen to the Purple Cloud sect in our Jing state city. There are a few monsters among the inner disciples. That's right. When Lu Hong heard Elder Departing Sword's words, he also sighed softly. His eyes suddenly blurred, as if he had thought of something. However, he quickly disappeared into the night. In exchange, he said firmly, All right, let's not talk about this now. Let's set up the formation first. This formation is of great importance, so there can't be any mistakes. When the people standing heard Lu Hong's words, they nodded seriously one after another. Without wasting any more words, they moved at the same time, and a light screen appeared. In an instant, it pierced through the night. Rays of light broke through the sky, and the spiritual energy was dazzling. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have awakened at this moment, and suddenly, a loud sound was heard. Just as the loud sound was heard, Lu Hong suddenly waved his hand, and spiritual energy suddenly erupted, directly blocking the sound. In the next moment, the spiritual energy moved again. It directly tilted towards where the few people were standing. At this moment, where the spiritual energy condensed, a few wooden stakes suddenly appeared. Go! Lu Hong shouted, and at the same time, the few people quickly went up. There was a total of 5 people standing on 5 wooden stakes. When the 5 people stood on the stakes, the wooden stakes that looked like withered wood suddenly emitted a light screen. Following the spiritual energy fluctuations of the few people, the wooden stakes suddenly floated out. The 5 people moved along with the wooden stakes. The wooden stakes constantly moved on the ground, seemingly without any pattern. However, if one looked closely, they would see that the 5 wooden stakes instantly formed the shape of the 8 trigrams as they moved. The eyes of the wooden stakes that Lu Hong and the Departing Sword Elder were standing on just happened to be the second level of the 8 trigrams yin-yang. As for the other 3 people who were standing, they quickly moved outside, forming a layer of circular shape, enveloping the second level of the 8 trigrams yin-yang formed by Lu Hong and the Departing Sword Elder. Lu Hong and the Departing Sword Elder did not move, but the other 3 people's circle became bigger and bigger. In a few breaths, the circle was actually hundreds of feet wide. Unknowingly, Lu Hong and the Departing Sword Elder were standing hundreds of meters away from each other. Open! At this moment, Lu Hong shouted again, and the few people who were still scattered out, waved their hands at the same time, and started to form hand seals. But a loud sound was heard. Streams of rich spiritual energy were released from their hands. At the same time, as if they had a tacit understanding, they pointed to the sky at the same time. Immediately, spiritual energy flew out, and the spiritual energy cut through the air, emitting light screens of different colors. Bang! The 5 streams of spiritual energy gathered together in midair, and suddenly condensed, forming a round ball. When the round ball was condensed, the people standing on the wooden stakes all leaped up at the same time and spread out. After they spread out, they didn't stop moving. Instead, they all waved their hands at the same time. A huge amount of energy gushed out, like an invisible hand of darkness, directly covering the light curtain emitted by the sphere in the area where the few of them were standing. Standing at the side, no one could see clearly what the sphere was doing. Of course, if they could see clearly, they would see that the sphere was constantly emitting light screens. The light screen continued to shine on the wooden stakes that the 5 of them were standing on. After a while, it formed a huge light screen. If one looked at it again, they would see a huge 8 trigrams array. Lu Hong, can this golden 8 trigrams formation really help Su Yan and the others? After a while, the departing Sword Elder and the others gathered together again. The departing Sword Elder looked at the slightly tired Lu Hong and said, "Maybe." Lu Hong looked at the spirit array in front of him, which he had yet to see. He frowned and did not dare to give a definite answer. After a long time, he slowly said, "Although the golden 8 trigrams array is not as powerful as the pagoda formation of the Stupa sect, it is still the spirit array of our hidden sword tomb." At this point, Lu Hong paused and said, "Although the sect master could not confirm whether the spirit array was the pagoda formation, from the sudden appearance of Su Yan, I believe that Su Yan should have already removed the pagoda formation. After all, the Buddha Venerable is too strong. Even if he left behind his divine sense, it is not something that we can pry into." The departing Sword Elder heard Lu Hong's words and sighed softly. Then he said with a slightly helpless face, "It's a pity that the sword well can only be entered by those below the celestial stage. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the thing left behind by the Buddha Venerable would be tempting even us old men." Yes. When Lu Hong heard the departing Sword Elder's words, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. He looked at the golden 8 trigrams array in front of him that was covered by their auras. He secretly said in his heart, "Su Yan, this is your good fortune. I hope you don't follow Mu Zijian's path." Just as they were about to leave, the departing Sword Elder suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said to Lu Hong, "By the way, I heard that 3 successor disciples will also be entering the sword well this time." Successor disciples. When Lu Hong heard the departing Sword Elder's words, his eyebrows instantly knitted together and a wave of pressure was emitted. The departing Sword Elder's heart could not help but tremble. However, he was after all an elder of the hidden sword tomb. His spirit energy quickly moved and he calmed down. However, the moment he looked at Lu Hong, his eyes became more and more complicated. "After so many years, I still can't see through this person," the departing Sword Elder muttered in his heart. However, he did not ask much and instead returned to the previous topic. This time, it seems to be the Sword Elder's suggestion to let 3 successor disciples enter. I think the Sword Elder must have received some news. The departing Sword Elder said as he glanced at Lu Hong. Seeing that he did not move, he continued, "The Xiang Tianba under the Sword Elder seems to have some enmity with Su Yan." Chapter 52. I will definitely wreak havoc on the immortal Sword Peak. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if the entire sacred beast mountain was trembling. One had to know that the immortal Sword Peak was the #1 sword peak in the hidden sword tomb. Not to mention the hidden sword tomb, even the entire Jingzhou city wouldn't have more than 3 people who dared to say such words. However, Lu Hong dared to say such big words. If ordinary people saw it, they would definitely not believe it. However, the departing Sword Elder understood that Lu Hong was indeed qualified to say such words. Looking at Lu Hong's departing figure, even though the departing Sword Elder had the closest relationship with Lu Hong in the sect, at this moment, his slightly aged face slightly froze as he let out a sigh. "I really don't understand this person more and more." With that, the departing Sword Elder looked at the golden 8 trigrams formation and licked his lips. Although he had participated in the arrangement, his eyes were still filled with shock. The Golden 8 Trigrams Formation was also known as the 9 Profound Heavenly Evolution Formation. It was an extremely special formation in the Hidden Sword Tomb. It was only after Lu Hong improved it that it became a rustic Golden 8 Trigrams Formation. His figure flashed and disappeared from the sacred Beast Mountain. The rest of the people followed closely behind. Now that the Golden 8 Trigrams Formation had been set up and Lu Hong had left, there was naturally no need for them to stay any longer. When the few of them left, the sacred Beast Mountain once again regained its tranquility. The formation that they had set up earlier was also submerged in the darkness. Right at this moment, a figure slowly approached from afar. Looking at the restored tranquility in front of him, his eyes were filled with melancholy. This person was none other than Su Yan, who they were talking about just now. If it was any other day, Su Yan would have already gone to rest. However, after being provoked by Lu Hong and not knowing if Lu Hong would still ask for spirit stones tomorrow, Su Yan tossed and turned, unable to sleep no matter how hard he tried. His mind was filled with the image of spirit stones. After thinking about it, Su Yan felt that the fastest way to obtain spirit stones was to go back to the sacred Beast Mountain, hunt demonic beasts, and then use beast cores to obtain spirit stones. Who knew that he would encounter such a thing? Just now, when Su Yan appeared in the sacred Beast Mountain, it could be said that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Su Yan could not see through Lu Hong's cultivation, but the departing Sword Elder and the few people from before were all elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb, and their strengths were all in the Sky Realm. With this level of cultivation, the divine sense could detect him. Therefore, Su Yan had been hiding, not daring to move or approach. Under such circumstances, Su Yan did not clearly hear the conversation between the few of them. However, Su Yan heard Lu Hong's last sentence clearly. "I will definitely cause chaos in the immortal Sword Peak." This domineering aura and pressure was nothing like the profiteer he had seen during the day. Who exactly is Lu Hong? Su Yan frowned, his interest in Lu Hong's identity growing. His eyes narrowed, and his desire to hunt demonic beasts disappeared. What he desired even more was to know what these people were doing here just now. Although Su Yan did not hear their conversation, from their formation and the spiritual energy fluctuations, Su Yan knew that it was not a simple matter. It was very likely that they were setting up some great formation. If Su Yan knew that this formation was prepared for him, Su Yan would not be so curious. Even if he did not know, he would not be able to find any clues after coming here. This caused Su Yan's interest to grow even stronger. Relying on what he had seen and remembered, he stepped on the 8 trigrams and carefully walked step by step. After dozens of steps, Su Yan did not discover anything and immediately wanted to give up. However, just as Su Yan was about to leave, the spirit energy in the formation suddenly exploded. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a light curtain surged up. In an instant, golden light shone, illuminating the entire sacred Beast Mountain. "This is..." Su Yan panicked and instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In an instant, countless light curtains surged up around him. The light curtains were like copper walls. When they appeared, they were connected and there was no way to escape. At the same time, this light curtain instantly alarmed the entire Hidden Sword Tomb. Whether it was those who closed their eyes to rest, those who were absorbing spirit energy, or those who were not asleep, they were all shocked at this moment. Lu Hong, who had just stepped into the Hidden Sword Tomb, saw the movement of the sacred Beast Mountain and was also shocked. His fat face suddenly surged with anger. "Who touched my formation?" With a shout, Lu Hong's body rushed out. His body was like a graceful swan. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hong's figure had already appeared on the sacred Beast Mountain. At the same time, the elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb also landed one after another. 9 Profound Sky Formation. Among the elders, a red-haired old man with a white beard said as he looked at the formation in front of him with interest. The 9 Profound Sky Formation was a legendary formation of the Hidden Sword Tomb. The people who appeared this time were all elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb, so they were naturally familiar with this formation. They were not unfamiliar with formations, but they were interested in the person who set up the formation. The elders looked at each other, trying to find the person who set up the formation. I set it up. Lu Hong walked out of the crowd and said indifferently. Following that, the few elders who had set up the formation also stood out. Lu Hong. When the elders saw Lu Hong, their expressions changed slightly. They were not Elder Departing Sword and had no friendship with Lu Hong. Naturally, they did not know Lu Hong's identity behind the scenes. They only knew that Lu Hong was the general manager of the Hidden Sword Tomb's outer sect. How could they believe that an outer sect general manager of the Sword Tomb could set up the 9 Profound Sky formation? Lu Hong, if this formation was set up by Elder Departing Sword, then we believe it. Are you involved as well? The one who spoke was the red-haired old man again. The elder's face was filled with arrogance as he stared at the other elders around him. His eyes were still filled with disdain. The Hidden Sword Tomb was filled with sword cultivators who boasted of their high status. This world was also the world of the strong. In addition, this old man was the teaching elder of the first peak of the inner sect, Jian Mountain. He was known as Elder Tianyuan, so he naturally had the right to be arrogant. Lu Hong smiled indifferently. He ignored Elder Tianyuan's words and walked to the side of the formation. A stream of spiritual qi surged out in an instant, and his consciousness entered the formation. Su Yan. The person in the formation immediately appeared in front of Lu Hong. Seeing that it was Su Yan, Lu Hong could not help but be stunned. He looked at the person in the formation in astonishment. Su Yan, how did he activate the formation? The 9 Profound Sky formation. Since it was one of the few great formations in the Hidden Sword Tomb, it naturally had its mysteries. In addition, when Lu Hong set it up earlier, he was afraid that it would be used by others, so he deliberately added some mysterious methods to make it more difficult to activate the formation. Lu Hong was confident that even the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb might not be able to activate the formation that he had set up without spending some time. However, how did Su Yan activate the formation this time? Lu Hong, how dare you ignore a mere sect master of the outer sect's sword pavilion when I asked you? Elder Tianyuan was furious when he saw that Lu Hong was minding his own business and ignoring him. He stepped forward and pointed at Lu Hong as he shouted, "Has this person already joined the pagoda sect?" Lu Hong still ignored Elder Tianyuan and looked at Su Yan, who was in the formation. He suddenly thought of something and frowned. Immediately, a gratified smile appeared on his face. In contrast to Lu Hong's gratification, Elder Tianyuan was furious. He was the teaching elder of the first peak of the inner sect, Jian Mountain. One could imagine his status. Now that he was ignored by Lu Hong, how could he not be angry? Lu Hong! Elder Tianyuan bellowed. Suddenly, spiritual qi rippled out, forming an invisible wave that slanted outwards. Elder Departing Sword was shocked. Just as he was about to help, Lu Hong laughed and turned around to salute Elder Tianyuan. Elder Tianyuan, there is no need to be angry. I was concerned about the changes in the formation, so I did not reply to you in time. As Lu Hong spoke, his fat was piled up in a flattering manner. When Elder Tianyuan saw Lu Hong's behavior, his expression softened a little. However, his face was still cold and arrogant. He said to Lu Hong in disdain, "Lu Hong, you said that you set up this formation. Why don't I believe you?" "Ha, Elder Tianyuan, this formation was naturally not set up by me. It was set up by Elder Departing Sword." Lu Hong smiled. There was no longer any dignity left as he directly threw the matter to Elder Departing Sword. When Elder Departing Sword heard Lu Hong's words, he frowned. He did not know what Lu Hong was planning. However, when he saw Elder Tianyuan looking at him, he did not give in. Elder Departing Sword did not back down. He took a step forward and looked at Elder Tianyuan with arrogance. "Tianyuan, this formation was set up by me. Why can't I?" Elder Departing Sword naturally knew that Elder Tianyuan was the teaching elder of the Departing Sword Mountain. With Elder Tianyuan's identity, he naturally did not fear Elder Tianyuan. When Elder Tianyuan saw that it was Elder Departing Sword, his attitude became better. However, he was still cold and arrogant as he said, "Departing Sword, you set up this formation in the middle of the night. What are your intentions? When Elder Departing Sword heard Elder Tianyuan's words, he did not know how to answer. Naturally, he looked in the direction where Lu Hong was. However, Lu Hong was nowhere to be seen. Elder Departing Sword was stunned. He looked around but did not see Lu Hong. He did not know where Lu Hong went. Departing Sword, why don't you know how to answer? When Elder Tianyuan saw that Elder Departing Sword was slow to respond, he immediately shouted, Departing Sword, are you planning to give special treatment to your disciples and set up a formation without permission? So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Elder Departing Sword did not know how to answer. When he saw Elder Tianyuan's aggressive attitude, he became anxious and did not say anything. He looked at Elder Tianyuan arrogantly. His meaning was obvious. I am giving special treatment to my disciples. What are you unhappy about? If it was not for their disciples, they would definitely be unqualified teachers. And a qualified teacher would naturally want their disciples to be stronger than others. It was not normal for them to set up formations for their disciples to cultivate. Of course, formations were only small formations. However, the 9 mysterious heavens divination formation could not be used. It was not that the 9 mysterious heavens divination formation was mysterious. It was that the 9 mysterious heavens divination formation was an 8 trigrams formation and yin-yang formation. Under this formation, it would continuously absorb the surrounding spiritual qi. Absorbing spiritual qi would cause damage to the surroundings. There was a rule in the hidden sword tomb for such a formation. If someone were to set up such a formation, they would have to report it and let all the disciples and geniuses in the sect participate. Elder Departing Sword's words had obviously broken the rule. Elder Tianyuan was speechless. He did not expect Elder Departing Sword to break the sect's rule and even dare to talk back to him. But looking at Elder Departing Sword's expression, there was nothing he could do. After all, it was not normal for elders to fight against each other. P.S. If you like, you can add me to the authors group, 455212786. Chapter 53. Although the hidden sword tomb did not stop disciples from fighting, there was a rule that deacons, managers, elders and above were not allowed to fight. Even if one had a high status, they could only follow the rules of the sect and be punished according to the sect's rules. Although Elder Tianyuan's cultivation was higher than Elder Li Jian's, he was still an elder in the hidden sword tomb. Elder Tianyuan could not do anything to Elder Li Jian. Hearing Elder Li Jian's words, Elder Tianyuan was so angry that his eyes widened. However, there was nothing he could do. After a long time, he shouted, Li Jian, you have guts. Using the sect's formation for private use, you still dare to be so arrogant. I will immediately report this matter to the headmaster. Let's see how he will deal with you. Do as you wish. Elder Li Jian raised his eyebrows and said coldly. Seeing Elder Tianyuan leave, he ignored him. Not to mention that he was not the one who set up the formation. Even if he did, Elder Li Jian would not be afraid. He believed that he still had some status in the sect. At this moment, he was more concerned about where Lu Hong had suddenly gone to. The formation was set up by them. Elder Li Jian believed that he knew the mysteries of the formation. Only the few of them could activate it. However, seeing that the formation was shining brightly and there was a barrier around it, it was obvious that the formation had been activated. Seeing that the few people who set up the formation were all here, who had the ability to activate the formation, Elder Li Jian wanted to investigate the person in the formation. However, this was the 9 profound heavenly evolution formation. It gathered the mysteries of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The formation had been activated for a long time. Even if he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. Without the strength to investigate, Elder Li Jian did not dare to leave. He found a spacious place and sat down. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, guarding the formation so that Lu Hong could make a decision when the time came. As for the other elders who came to investigate, those who were acquainted with Elder Li Jian also stayed at the side. The rest followed Elder Tianyuan. At this moment, some of the disciples in the sect also rushed forward. They were shouting, "Strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. There must be a treasure in the sacred beast mountain. Let's go. Brothers, let's go." Their voices resonated throughout the entire Holy Beast Mountain. When the crowd arrived, they saw the departing Sword Elder and the others sitting around the formation. They hurriedly closed their mouths and cupped their hands towards the elders, Greetings, elders." The departing Sword Elder nodded slightly and didn't say anything to the disciples. It wasn't that he was pretending to be an elder, but that he didn't know what to say. When the disciples saw that the elders did not respond, although they were suspicious of the light screen in front of them, it was not good for them to investigate. One by one, they lined up and sat behind the elders, waiting for them to solve the mystery. The departing Sword Elder did not chase them away. This 9 Profundity Heavens derivation formation was specially designed by Lu Hong and a few others for Su Yan. Now that the formation was activated, the light screen shone in all directions and shot straight up into the sky. Everyone inside and outside the hidden sword tomb knew about it, so it was obviously impossible to have a private meal. But now, the departing Sword Elder also recognized that these people were all inner sect disciples. In that case, all of them had the qualifications to enter the formation. Rather than chasing them away, it was better to have them wait here, so as to avoid having to summon them when a decision was made, wasting time. The most mysterious thing about the 9 Profundity Heavens derivation formation was that when the formation was activated, it would automatically devour the surrounding spiritual energy and pour it into the formation to build a body for the person in the formation. And because of this, when the 9 Profundity Heavens derivation formation was set up, the surrounding spiritual energy would be wantonly destroyed, harming the harmony of heaven and earth. This was why the hidden sword tomb had a rule that the 9 Profundity Heavens derivation formation could not be set up arbitrarily to give preferential treatment to the disciples of a peak. When Elder Tian Yuan thought of the departing Sword Elder's words, anger surged in his heart. He leaped down and flew at lightning speed, arriving at the sect master's place in a few breaths. Sect master's senior brother? When Elder Tian Yuan entered the hall and saw Reverend Heavensword, he wanted to report this matter, but before he could finish, Reverend Heavensword waved his hand and said, "Tian Yuan, I already know about this matter. You don't have to say anything more." Sect master senior brother? When Elder Tian Yuan heard Reverend Heavensword's words, he was stunned, not understanding the meaning behind it. Before he could ask, Reverend Heavensword slowly said, "Tian Yuan, you don't have to worry about this matter. Go to the sacred beast mountain and wait. I will make a decision." "Yes, sect master senior brother." When Elder Tian Yuan heard Reverend Heavensword's words, he felt that it would be inappropriate for him to ask. Thus, he clasped his hands at Reverend Heavensword and left. Elder Tian Yuan withdrew. The other elders who had come with him all withdrew as well. When the crowd left, a plump figure immediately walked out from the rear hall. That person was none other than the person who had left the sacred beast mountain earlier, Lu Hong. When Lu Hong came out, Reverend Heavensword immediately withdrew his headmaster's might. He walked down from the large chair in the center and looked at Lu Hong with a wry smile. "Senior brother, this matter has already happened so many years ago. Why are you still unable to let it go?" "Tian Jian, I naturally have my reasons for doing this. You don't have to say anything." Lu Hong stood before Reverend Heavensword. His plump face was trembling slightly. Although he did not appear to be imposing, his words were as firm as a boulder. An irresistible might was emitted from his words. A self-mocking smile flashed across Reverend Sky Sword's aged face when he saw Lu Hong's reaction. As the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, he naturally knew more about the matters of the Hidden Sword Tomb compared to others. Even so, he was still unable to see through Lu Hong. He felt helpless about his character. However, since he was able to address Lu Hong as senior brother, he naturally had some understanding of him. He knew that if Lu Hong did not want to talk about something, he would definitely not talk about it. Hence, there was no point in asking. He changed the topic and returned to the sacred beast mountain. He asked, "Senior brother, why don't you talk about the 9 profound heavens derivation great formation? What do you want me to do?" "Build the sword well passage within the 9 profound heavens derivation great formation," Lu Hong said faintly. Clearly, he had already thought about this matter before he came. "What?" Compared to Lu Hong's calm expression, Reverend Heavensword was shocked. He looked at Lu Hong in astonishment and said, "Senior brother, you said to build the sword well passage within the 9 profound heavens derivation great formation. How is this possible?" "Why not?" Lu Hong smiled faintly and said, "Over the past few years, countless people from other sects have been eyeing our sword well. This time, the people from the Pagoda sect have appeared. If we enter as usual, what happened back then will definitely happen." What happened back then? When Reverend Heavensword heard Lu Hong mention this matter, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A gloomy aura shot out from his eyes and condensed into a ray of light. As the ray of light swept across, the tables and chairs in the surroundings trembled slightly. However, Lu Hong's expression remained unchanged. He said faintly, "Heavensword, you are the sect master of the sword collection tomb. Naturally, you know as much as I do. Now that the people from the Pagoda sect have appeared, you should know what this means." As he spoke, Lu Hong's face suddenly darkened. "If our sect does not take precautions this time, I believe you know better than me the losses our sect will suffer." When Reverend Heavensword saw Lu Hong's gloomy expression, his heart suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, "Senior brother is right. I naturally know. However, building the sword well passage on the 9 profound heavens derivation great formation is not something that can be completed in a short period of time." As Taoist Heavensword spoke, he glanced at Lu Hong. When he saw that Lu Hong had no reaction, he continued, "Moreover, the 9 profound heavenly derivation formation you set up this time is on Sacred Beast Mountain. If you set up the Sword Wells passageway on it, it will definitely trigger the restriction on Sacred Beast Mountain. Those sealed demonic beasts will also enter the Sword Well through this passageway. When that time comes..." Reverend Heavensword did not finish his words. However, from the shock on his face, one could tell how dangerous the sealed demonic beasts were. However, Lu Hong laughed out loud and said, "Heavensword, I heard that other than the inner disciples, that old man Tong Jian is also preparing to let his disciples enter." "It is true." Reverend Heavensword nodded. He did not dare to hide anything from Lu Hong. Perhaps no one in the sword collection tomb knew. However, Reverend Heavensword knew exactly what Lu Hong meant in the sword collection tomb. When Lu Hong heard Reverend Heavensword's words, he smiled and said, "Ever since the 3 of them entered the sect, they have been nurtured by using all the great resources of our sect. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Now that the 3 of them have entered the sword collection tomb, if we don't give them some face, how can we live up to our sect's nurturing of the 3 of them over the years?" "But there are no buts." Lu Hong waved his hand and did not allow Reverend Heavensword to speak any more nonsense. He said directly, "Heavensword, do as I say." "Yes, senior brother." When Reverend Heavensword heard Lu Hong's words, he did not dare to speak any more nonsense. He cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Senior brother, I will go and make arrangements first." Lu Hong said coldly. He did not stop Reverend Heavensword from leaving. However, after he left, Lu Hong's eyes instantly narrowed. Looking at the sky outside the door, he could faintly see the dazzling light coming from the 9 mysterious sky derivation array on the Sacred Beast Mountain. However, there was a melancholy on his fat face. A few years ago, the Pagoda sword appeared and caused our sect to lose a large number of disciples. It also caused our sect's 2 sacred dragon beasts to fall under the sword well. This time, it happened again. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse. Lu Hong shook his head helplessly. He leaped and left the hall. However, he did not go to the Sacred Beast Mountain this time. Instead, he went to the first sword peak of the sword collection tomb, Fairy Sword Peak. This sword peak was thousands of feet tall and stood on top of the other peaks. Clouds and mist lingered above the peak. It was faintly discernible, as though it was a fairyland. The spiritual energy was abundant, nourishing the surrounding trees as though they had spirituality. Besides the trees, one could also hear the roars of demonic beasts from time to time. Demonic beasts were called demonic beasts because they did not have the spirituality of humans. They were bloodthirsty and would bite anyone they saw. If demonic beasts understood humans and were used by humans, they would not be demonic beasts but sacred beasts. There were countless sacred beasts on the Fairy Sword Peak. They surrounded the fairy sword peak and devoured the sun and moon, guarding the fairy sword peak. There was an old man sitting on a stone plate on the peak with his eyes closed. This old man was wearing a long green robe. Although his face was old, he had the demeanor of an immortal. This person sat there like a stone man. He did not move at all, as though he would never move. Chapter 54. When the green-clothed old man opened and closed his eyes, it was as if lightning was whistling through them, causing his left pupil to be like the blazing sun, emitting a strong light. However, his right eye was eerie, its pupil like the bright moon. His left and right eyes were completely different, making it difficult for people to forget this old man once they saw him. However, under these eyes, the green-clothed old man looked at the person in front of him without any change in expression. His expression was still calm, and there was even a trace of a smile. It was as if this person's appearance was within his expectations. The person standing in front of him was wearing a purple-gray long robe. His slightly bloated figure was still extremely conspicuous even under the long robe. Lu Hong was the only one who had such a figure in the hidden sword tomb and could reach the immortal sword peak. Lu Hong looked at the green-clothed old man. His fat face immediately twitched, but his eyes still shot out a terrifying cold light. Tong Jian, I'm afraid you have other motives for letting your disciple enter the sword well, right? Lu Hong's words were even more direct. Moreover, there was a faint sense of majesty mixed in between his words. It directly attacked the green-clothed old man. Wherever the voice passed, it seemed as if the air had frozen. However, the green-clothed old man's expression still did not change. The green-clothed old man was able to live on the first sword peak of the hidden sword tomb, so his strength was naturally extraordinary. He was also the other guest of the first sword peak, Xianxia's teacher, Elder Tong Jian. Although he was only an elder like the other elders, to be able to live on the immortal sword peak, his status was not something that ordinary elders could compare to. In the hidden sword tomb, although all the elders were elders, they were divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. Although there was no clear division, everyone knew their status. Elder Tong Jian lived on the first sword peak, so he could naturally be called the first elder of the hidden sword tomb. However, in the face of Lu Hong's majestic and domineering aura, he did not have the attitude of an elder. He only remained silent for a long time before saying, Lu Hong, you, a dignified sky region venerable, are here. Isn't it because of this matter? It's good that you know. Lu Hong sneered and said, Tong Jian, I believe you should know the importance of this matter to the hidden sword tomb. After Lu Hong finished speaking, he saw that Elder Tong Jian ignored him. He opened his mouth and said, Tong Jian, I believe that you are aware of the grudge between your disciple and Su Yan? The Sword Link elder still did not reply. However, the smile on his old face grew even brighter. He closed his eyes as if Lu Hong was not talking to him at all. Seeing that he was not angry, Lu Hong continued, Tong Jian, if that disciple of yours were to ruin my plans, I will definitely, so what? Elder Sword Master did not wait for Lu Hong to finish speaking. His eyes suddenly opened. His extremely bizarre left and right eyes moved slightly, and then a cold light burst out from them. This cold light headed straight for Lu Hong. You overestimate yourself. Lu Hong shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the oncoming cold light turned around and shot back at Elder Tong's sword. When Elder Tong's sword saw the cold light return, he was no longer as calm as before. He leapt up and dodged the cold light he shot. At the same time, he laughed. Oh, Lu Hong, it seems that you have recovered quite a bit of strength in the past few years. Enough to kill you, Lu Hong said with a dark expression, as if Elder Tong's sword was not from the hidden sword tomb at all. Is that so? Elder Tong's sword raised his eyebrows. He did not care about Lu Hong's words. He only stared at the sacred beast mountain as if he was observing something. After a long while, he turned his head and said, Lu Hong, I believe that you also know that this matter is not something we can control. Since I don't want my disciple to ruin your plans, I believe that the other disciples will not allow it either. Lu Hong, if you really don't want others to ruin your plans, the most important thing for you to do now is to go back and let your disciple cultivate more. After entering the Well of Swords, there will be more life-saving barriers. When Lu Hong heard Elder Tong Sword's words, he could not help but be stunned. Only then did he realize that he had acted too hastily. Just as Elder Tong Sword had said, once they entered the Well of Swords, who could resist the temptation of activating the divine artifact? Tong Sword, although I don't know what you are planning this time, as long as I, Lu Hong, am in the hidden sword tomb, you can forget about messing around. Seeing that there was nothing else to say to Elder Tong Jian, Lu Hong snorted and leaped into the air, disappearing into thin air. Elder Tong Sword narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where Lu Hong had disappeared. As he watched the shadows disappear, the smile on his face began to slowly sink. At this moment, a burly figure walked out from the side. This person was dressed in white. He was none other than the number 1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Xiang Tianba. Master, who is that Lu Hong? Xiang Tianba stared in the direction Lu Hong had disappeared in. He thought about the conversation between the two of them. Their words were filled with attacks at all times. Xiang Tianba had watched from afar. When the attacks were triggered, he still felt his entire body tremble. He could not even move his spiritual qi before the two of them. Xiang Tianba was not surprised by Elder Tong Sword's strength, but Xiang Tianba was not only surprised by Lu Hong's strength, but shocked. This person's identity is strange. You don't need to pay attention to him. The most important thing right now is to prepare for the Well of Swords. Elder Tong Sword stared in the direction Lu Hong had disappeared in. His eyes narrowed slightly. He was not lying to Xiang Tianba. He really did not know who Lu Hong was. There were just far too many legends about him. Yes, master. Xiang Tianba bowed slightly. His eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Elder Tong Sword. There was no trace of his usual arrogance. He did not dare to doubt Elder Tong Sword's words. However, after hearing Elder Tong Sword's words, he became even more suspicious of Lu Hong's identity. Elder Tong Sword lived on the first sword peak. From this, it could be seen that he was the number 1 person in the hidden sword tomb. His status was even higher than the sect master. However, he did not even know who Lu Hong was. Who exactly was Lu Hong? Why was it that the chief steward of the outer sect's hidden sword pavilion could make the various elders in the hidden sword tomb not dare to act impudently in front of him? Lu Hong, I hope you won't go against me. Otherwise, even if you have extraordinary abilities, I will definitely kill you. Elder Tong Sword stared in the direction Lu Hong had disappeared with a gloomy expression. A sharp, cold light shot out from his eyes. When the light drifted out, the sacred beasts on the immortal sword peak trembled and stopped roaring. Xiang Tianba, who was standing beside him, also felt his entire body tremble. He did not dare to breathe too loudly. Tianba, prepare well to enter the Well of Swords. Don't disappoint your master. Elder Tong Sword stared at the night sky for a long time. When he turned back to look at Xiang Tianba, he had already reverted to his previous appearance. Apart from the somewhat strange eyes and the gentle smile on his face, who knew what was hidden beneath that smile? Xiang Tianba hurriedly cupped his hands together when he saw this. Master, don't worry. Your disciple was already prepared for the Well of Swords. Although Su Yan had his doubts about Lu Hong's identity and knew that it was extraordinary, he only felt that Lu Hong's strength was extraordinary and did not think too much about it. If he knew what Lu Hong had done in the Hidden Sword Elder, he would definitely have been frightened. However, even if everyone in the Hidden Sword Tomb knew, Su Yan had no way of knowing that Su Yan had already been trapped when the 9 profound heavenly derivation formation was activated. Although he did not know the name of this formation, Su Yan was shocked when the formation was activated. The light screen around him flickered and connected the heavens and the earth. At this moment, strong winds blew around him. Su Yan did not know the formation or its mysteries, so he was naturally frightened. However, after observing for a long time, he realized that not only did nothing strange appear in the formation, but the surrounding spiritual energy was even denser. Su Yan was shocked. He quickly reacted. Such a dense spiritual energy was definitely not found anywhere in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Even the Great Sword Ridge in the inner sect where he lived was just a hair on an ox. What a dense spiritual energy! Su Yen felt the dense spiritual energy around him and licked his lips greedily. Without hesitation, he hurriedly found an open space and sat down, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy around him. Cultivators would enter a meditative state to cultivate. It would take at least a few breaths and at most several years. When Su Yen entered, it was a full cycle. During this cycle, Su Yen did not have any distractions and focused on absorbing the spiritual energy in the formation to break through to the life-soul realm. While Su Yen was trying his best to break through to the life-soul realm, there was a commotion outside the formation. Many elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb surrounded the formation, led by the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Dozens of elders were scattered around, commanded by Heaven Sword. Sometimes they moved, sometimes they formed hand seals, and sometimes there was spiritual energy surging. Under this, there was a roar outside the 9 profound heavenly derivation formation from time to time, and from time to time, there was a bright light. If one looked carefully, they would find that the formation was constantly expanding. The spiritual energy on the sacred beast mountain also followed and poured into the 9 profound heavenly derivation formation. Day and night, Heaven's Sword led the elders of the Hidden Sword Tomb and constantly moved their spiritual energy. The disciples of the sect had long been dismissed from the sacred beast mountain. Several days later, Reverend Heaven's Sword shouted, "Open!" Immediately, there was a roar that resounded throughout the entire sacred beast mountain. At the same time, the entire sacred beast mountain shone brightly and kept expanding, sweeping out at a fast speed. It was as if it was going to swallow the entire sacred beast mountain. It was precisely because of this that in a few breaths, the entire sacred beast mountain was enveloped in the light. When Heaven's Sword Tomb's sect master saw this, he withdrew all the spiritual energy in his body and floated in the air. He swept his gaze across and looked at the elders who were also floating in the air. He slowly said, "The formation has been completed. All inner mentors, quickly return to the sect and gather the disciples who are qualified to enter the sword well to gather at the foot of the sacred beast mountain and enter the formation to absorb the spiritual energy." "Yes, sect master." In the air, several elders cupped their fists and bowed to him before dispersing. In less than 2 hours, the elders returned, and following them were inner court disciples who wore red robes. There were at least a few hundred inner sect disciples. Chapter 55. In the past few days, the sect master had personally led the elders to operate on the sacred beast mountain, which had long aroused the suspicion of the sect. All the disciples also knew that something big was going to happen this time. However, they were ordered not to enter the sacred beast mountain in the past few days. Even though they wanted to observe, they were powerless to know. Looking at the radiant sacred beast mountain that had long been submerged in the radiant formation, the hundreds of people were all shocked. "Disciples, this is the 9 heavens evolution formation, our sect's Xianxia formation. This formation has the ability to gather spiritual energy and transform plants into spirits." Seeing that everyone was present, the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Taoist Heaven Sword, slowly opened his mouth and said. His voice was not loud, but it resounded through the entire sacred beast mountain with the help of spiritual energy. It did not sound vague to everyone's ears. In fact, there was even a faint majesty in those words, which made them feel respectful when they heard it. Those who were whispering among the crowd just now all shut their mouths when they heard those words. They did not dare to make a sound. After Taoist Heaven Sword finished speaking, he calmed down for a while before continuing, "You are all the elites of our sect. For this, the sect specially set up this formation for you to cultivate for a month." After saying that, Taoist Heaven Sword waved his hand, and a gap appeared on the light screen under him. Just from this gap alone, countless spiritual energy gushed out in an instant. When the inner disciples who were gathered felt such dense spiritual energy, they were all moved. They could not wait to rush into the formation immediately. Unfortunately, even if they had such intentions, they did not dare to act rashly in front of the sect master and the elders. Taoist Heaven Sword naturally knew what they were thinking. This formation absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and even gathered the spiritual energy on the sacred beast mountain. Wasting a minute was wasting a minute of spiritual energy. Naturally, He wanted to let the disciples enter the formation as soon as possible. However, Taoist Heaven Sword knew that this matter was of great importance and could not be careless or anxious. Seeing that the disciples were excited, he did not say anything more. Instead, he warned the elders present, "You all know that this matter is of great importance. I think you all know what to do." "Sect Master, rest assured we understand." Several elders, including Li Sword, Tian Yuan, and Hidden Sword, respectfully cupped their hands to Taoist Heaven Sword. Then, without waiting for Taoist Heaven Sword to speak again, one by one, they scattered and arrived in front of the hundreds of disciples. "Sect Sword Mountain Range disciples, form a line," Elder Tianyuan shouted in front of the disciples. The hundreds of disciples were stunned for a moment before they came to their senses and lined up. "Hong Sword Mountain Range's disciples, line up with the Li Sword Mountain Range's disciples." The elder of the departing Sword Mountain Range called out. "Disciples of the Dao Sword Mountain Range and Broad Sword Mountain Range, line up." Now that Dao Jianluan was teaching, Elder Dao Jian also gave a slight shout. Even so, the others were all grouped into one pair. When Reverend Heaven Sword saw that the three groups had been formed, he said, "All of you, divide yourselves into three groups and enter the formation. You will be led by three true disciples." Just as Taoist Heavenly Sword finished speaking, three silhouettes suddenly appeared. One was clad in white, one was clad in red, and one was clad in violet. They were all different from each other, but all three of them exuded the same aura of coldness and arrogance. These three were none other than the three core disciples, Xiang Tianba, Lin Hualu, and Qin Hao. Xiang Tianba will be leading Elder Tianyuan's group. Reverend Heaven Sword glanced at the three of them and slowly said, "Disciple receives the order." Xiang Tianba clasped his hands and bowed. Then he leaped toward the Sect Sword Mountain Ranges group. Immediately, an excited shout sounded from the crowd. Although they did not know why the sect would make such an arrangement, to be able to form a group with the number one disciple of the sect was naturally enough to make them excited. Next was Lin Hualu. The group she was leading was the group of Hong Sword Mountain Range and Li Sword Mountain Range. When her graceful body landed on the ground, the crowd cheered and screamed at the same time. Even the people from the other groups were looking at her with longing gazes. Although Lin Hualo's strength was not mentioned, her beautiful and alluring face was enough to make her the number one beauty of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Who wouldn't be happy to be in the same group as a beauty? After that, it was Qin Hao's turn. He was leading the remaining group. After the two exclamations and screams from earlier, Qin Hao's group appeared to be much calmer. However, Qin Hao did not mind. After dividing the groups, Reverend Heaven Sword said again, "Three personal disciples, listen up. The three of you will each lead a group and train in the formation. You are not allowed to fight with each other, understand?" Disciple receives the order. The three personal disciples said in succession. Then, they led the crowd into the formation. When the disciples entered the formation, Reverend Heaven Sword did not remain idle. With a leap, he appeared on top of a mountain range in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although the mountain range did not have the dense spiritual energy of the immortal Sword Peak, and was even denser than the mountains in the outer court, the vegetation on the mountain range had all withered. Not a single tree was left alive. The mountain range was completely empty. There were many iron chains set up on top of the boulder. The black iron chains were attached to the boulder. Under the illumination of the scorching sun, they would occasionally emit a sound. The sound spread throughout the entire mountain range. The creaking sound emitted a deep terror in this vast and empty land. If one were to take a closer look, one would definitely discover that in the middle of the mountain range, there was an iron chain as thick as the mouth of a bowl that was slowly moving. It was pulling on a huge boulder beside it. That huge boulder trembled slightly. Beside it stood a plump figure. Looking at the trembling boulder, his eyes narrowed. Right at this moment, Reverend Heaven Sword landed. Looking at the plump figure, he said, "Senior brother, the Nine Heavens Heavenly Derivation Grand Formation has expanded. Should we open the passage to the Sword Well now?" Hearing Reverend Heaven Sword's words, Lu Hong did not immediately reply. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the trembling boulder. After a long time, he slowly said, "Go and gather Tong Jian and the others." "Yes, senior brother." Reverend Heaven Sword nodded his head respectfully. Without moving, he stood on top of the mountain range and closed his eyes. Then a thought instantly spread out. Within a breath's time, a few figures descended. The few of them were dressed differently and had different facial features. Each of them gave off a different imposing aura. As the three of them descended, it was as though the entire mountain range was trembling. When Reverend Heaven Sword saw the few of them descending, he spoke up slowly. "This time around, we're going to shift the entrance of the sword well. This is a huge matter for the sect. I hope that all of you will not hold anything back and contribute your efforts to shift the entrance of the sword well to the Saint Beast Mountain within a month's time. Let's begin." Before Reverend Heaven Sword could finish his words, one of them, an elderly man in green robes whose left and right eyes were far apart, interrupted Reverend Heaven Sword with an indifferent voice. This person had such a unique pair of eyes. He was none other than Elder Tong Jian. Within the hidden sword tomb, there might not be many people who could interrupt Reverend Heaven Sword in such a domineering manner other than him. Reverend Heaven Sword did not mind at all. Even though he was the sect master, this was not a matter of the sect that could be decided by him alone. Within the sect, there were many elders who were stronger than him. Therefore, there was no change in his expression. However, the moment Elder Tong Jian's words came out, he was the first to spread out and landed on a boulder that was restrained by a metal chain. At the same time, the others spread out one after another and landed on a boulder that was restrained by a metal chain. The few elders landed on their respective spots. Lu Hong was the only one who did not move at all in the middle. No one bothered about him either. After the few elders got into their respective spots, they sat down cross-legged. Instantly, spirit chi gushed out. In a single breath, the entire mountain was caged within it, emitting a bright screen of light. That screen of light expanded in all directions and soared up into the sky, giving off a feeling as though it was competing with the blazing sun. The sun and moon alternated. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Unknowingly, Su Yen had been cultivating within the formation for an entire month as well. For this entire month, Su Yen had not taken a single step away from it. He had been absorbing the surrounding spirit chi with all his might, converting it into the power he needed to break through his life spirit. However, after another month, Su Yen could feel that his life spirit was right before his eyes. However, he could not break through it no matter what. Is this the bottleneck? Su Yen slowly opened his eyes and licked his lips. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. In this 1 month, Su Yen had already lost all hope. During this month, he had not taken a single step away. He was unwilling to give up on the rich spirit chi around him. However, after working hard for a month, he was still stuck at the peak of the 9th layer of spirit realm. How could he be willing to accept this? However, there was nothing he could do about it. Cultivation is about fate. Fate is about luck. When fate arrives, luck is the way. While Su Yen was unwilling to accept this, the words that Mu Zijian had once taught him appeared in his mind. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down a lot. However, when he thought of the sword well again, he felt a bit more anticipation. It's been a month since I've been in the inner sect. I wonder when the sword well will open. Su Yen muttered to himself. He looked around and was immediately shocked. When he entered that day, he had observed his surroundings. This array was only a few hundred feet wide. However, he could not see the horizon. It was as if the entire sacred beast mountain was contained within it. Su Yen naturally did not know that this array contained the entire sacred beast mountain. However, Su Yen did not know and thought that he was the only one in this array. Coincidentally, there were hundreds of inner sect disciples who entered this time, but not a single one stepped into this place. However, it was understandable. After all, this array was the same everywhere. When the disciples entered, they would definitely be anxious to cultivate. Who would be willing to look around? Although this array is mysterious, I have reached a bottleneck. I can't absorb any spirit chi. I don't know how to get out. Su Yen muttered to himself. He jumped up and walked around. He hoped to find the exit. However, before he could take a step, Hong Long, suddenly, A loud sound came from the horizon. Suddenly, a strong suction force came. This is... Su Yan's heart panicked. He quickly activated his cultivation technique and forced spirit qi out of his body. He wanted to use it to resist, but no matter how he controlled it. Chapter 56. When the black hole appeared, the sky immediately changed color. Countless rays of black light blossomed. The black fog was so dense that it swept over like a gale. Although Su Yan blocked it with his qi, his body was unable to move as he wished. His body fell backward and was engulfed by the black hole. Su Yan was not the only one who fell into the black hole. Everyone in the sacred Beast Mountain's 9 heavens heavenly derivation grand formation suffered the same calamity. All the disciples who participated in the trial of the 9 heavens heavenly derivation grand formation were terrified upon encountering the black hole. Some of the more cowardly ones howled like wolves and ghosts. Their howls resounded throughout the entire 9 heavens heavenly derivation grand formation. It was truly a disgrace to the reputation of the number 1 sect in the hidden sword tomb. There were also some bold ones. Although they did not howl, they were still panicking. Apart from those people, in the sacred Beast Mountain's 9 heavens heavenly derivation grand formation, the 3 personal disciples did not show the slightest bit of fear. When the black hole appeared, a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. It's finally here. The 3 of them stood at different locations of the sacred Beast Mountain. Facing the black hole, they all licked their lips. Bright rays of anticipation shot out from their eyes. At the moment when everyone from the sacred Beast Mountain entered the black hole, on a nameless forbidden area's sword peak in the hidden sword tomb, there was also a dense black fog. The black fog slapped against the huge rocks on the sword peak. Immediately, there was a loud rumble. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Oh no, the restriction of the sacred Beast Mountain has been destroyed ahead of time. The people on the sword peak were all peak experts of the hidden sword tomb. Thus, they were naturally much calmer than the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. However, when they saw the situation before them, even though they had experienced a lot of things, they still had a terrified expression on their faces. What is going on? Lu Hong, who had been standing motionlessly the entire time, also had a twitching expression on his face. He shouted to Reverend Heaven Sword, "Exactly what is going on? Wasn't it already set?" "I also do not know why this is happening." Reverend Heaven Sword looked at the flying sand and rocks before him with a confused expression. Naturally, the black fog was unable to harm them in the slightest. However, they knew what the black fog represented. It was a seal placed by the sacred Beast Mountain's powerful experts in the early hidden sword tomb. The purpose was to prevent the ancient demonic beast from leaving the sacred Beast Mountain and harming the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. But now, with such a black fog spreading out and demonic winds stirring up, it was clear that the sacred Beast Mountain's restrictions had been loosened. Loosening was fine. After all, they had already expected this. He knew that if the entrance to the sword well was forcefully changed to the sacred Beast Mountain, it would definitely trigger the restriction and cause those ancient beasts to appear. Since the ancestor of the hidden sword tomb was able to seal the ancient demonic beast of the sacred Beast Mountain, the elders of the hidden sword tomb were present. They naturally had a way to restrain the ancient demonic beast. However, how could the might of the ancient era's monstrous beasts be so simple to seal? One must spend a lot of effort to set up a restraining formation in order to restrain them. However, this time, the restrictions of the sacred Beast Mountain had loosened in advance, making them completely unprepared. Thus, their expressions were so ugly. Although Lu Hong did not move the entrance of the sword well, he had been staying here all this time. He knew that no one made any mistakes during the migration. It's quite strange now. I'm afraid someone did it on purpose. Lu Hong looked at the light of the 9 heavens evolution formation on the sacred Beast Mountain that had been drowned out by the black fog. A pair of small eyes on that fat face suddenly shot out a sinister light. Even though his eyes were as small as a mosquito's, the light shot out directly. The golden light flashed as if everything would be penetrated. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar burst out from the sacred Beast Mountain. The huge sound wave spread throughout the sacred Beast Mountain and even the entire hidden sword tomb. Suddenly, It was as if the earth was shaking. The entire sacred beast mountain and the entire hidden sword tomb trembled. Even though the people on this mountain peak were all supreme experts of the hidden sword tomb, when they heard the sound waves coming from this place, their faces were filled with shock. When the sound wave reached the bottom of the hidden sword tomb, it shook the ears of the inner and outer disciples who had not entered the 9 heavens evolution formation in the hidden sword tomb. They felt dizzy and saw stars flashing in front of their eyes. The sound wave lasted for 5 to 6 breaths before it subsided. Enlightened Heaven Sword realized the seriousness of the matter and glanced at Lu Hong. When he saw that Lu Hong was not looking at him, he sighed slightly in his heart. However, he quickly rushed up and floated in the void. He shouted, "Disciples of the hidden sword tomb, listen up. This is a great evil tribulation of the hidden sword tomb. All disciples and elders, prepare to face the enemy." His voice was filled with spiritual energy and instantly spread throughout the mountains of the hidden sword tomb. Many disciples who were not in the 9 heavens evolution formation immediately panicked when they heard it. Fortunately, there were elders in the sect who came out to suppress it, so it did not cause panic. With a thought, Enlightened Heaven Sword leaped towards where he was in the hidden sword tomb. His face was gloomy and there were no fluctuations in his expression. There was a strong sense of dignity between his brows and he had the demeanor of a sect master of the hidden sword tomb. After Enlightened Heaven Sword left, the elders who were there followed behind him. All of them had serious expressions on their faces. After the few of them left, only Lu Hong and the Sword Master Elder were left on the mountain. Lu Hong and the Sword Master Elder stood on the mountain together. No matter how much sand and stones were blown around them, they still did not move at all. However, it was quite strange. The sand and pebbles that were flying toward the two of them suddenly changed directions and didn't touch them in the slightest. The two of them just stood there. Time passed and they did not move at all for several days. After several days, the people who were swallowed by the black hole finally landed on the ground. Where is this? Su Yen was not in the same place as the others in the hidden sword tomb. He was also the first to be swallowed by the black hole. After several days, Su Yen opened his eyes with difficulty. Looking at the unfamiliar scene before him, he immediately frowned. Thinking back to when he encountered the black hole, he was even more alarmed. He hurriedly circulated his qi to guard against it. However, just as he circulated his cultivation method, Su Yen was immediately alarmed. What's going on? Su Yen circulated his cultivation method again and circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Unfortunately, after several attempts, there was no spiritual energy at all. Su Yan's expression turned even uglier. As a cultivator, the spiritual energy in his body was the most important factor. However, it was equivalent to being a piece of trash, a mortal, or even worse than a mortal. After all, the body was usually tempered with spiritual energy. His body had long been used to it. Now that there was no spiritual energy, his body would immediately be in a state of exhaustion. Moreover, he used his spiritual energy every day. Now that there was no spiritual energy, how could he not panic? Impossible. Could it be that my spirit qi was swallowed by the black hole just now? Su Yen muttered to himself in a panic. He was still unable to accept this reality. After observing his surroundings and seeing that there were no dangerous things around, he simply sat down cross-legged and circulated his cultivation method again, trying to circulate the spiritual energy in his body. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yen tested, the spiritual energy that would appear when he circulated his cultivation method seemed to have dried up. There was no spiritual energy at all. How could this be? No, impossible. Why is my spiritual energy gone? I've become a piece of trash. At this moment, a shrill cry suddenly drifted over. Su Yen frowned when he heard such a desperate cry. A black line appeared on his brow, but his mind was clear and he quickly reacted. There is not only one person here. Su Yen thought and stood up. He took out the shocking celestial sword and held it in his hand. Although there was no spiritual energy in his body, walking in the darkness made people panic. However, with the sword in his hand, he became bolder. Listening to the sound that never stopped, he no longer hesitated and strode forward. Everyone, don't panic, don't panic. Just as Su Yan took a few steps forward, he heard a familiar voice. This person's voice was very unique. It was like a duck's voice, extremely unpleasant to hear. It was very easy to recognize that it was Lu Fei. In this darkness, in the midst of the panic, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Su Yan's mood immediately improved a lot. He shouted, "Fatty." Xian. Lu Fei heard Su Yan's voice and immediately responded. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he could hear his joy from his voice. The two of them walked closer and saw each other clearly. In the past, Lu Fei was the one who hugged Su Yan. But this time, Su Yan was the one who gave Lu Fei a big hug. "You damn fatty, why are you here?" Su Yan asked happily. Just now, when he landed here, his body was surrounded by darkness and his spiritual energy couldn't surge. This really scared Su Yan. Now that he saw an old friend, his heart was naturally comforted. Junior brother Su. At this moment, before Lu Fei could reply to Su Yan's question, another voice rang out from the side. This voice was cold and arrogant, but there was also a hint of joy in it. This person was Su Yan, who was schemed by Lu Hong for spirit stones, Ouyang Tianqing. "Senior brother Ouyang, you are here too?" Su Yan saw another acquaintance and the surprise on his face was self-evident. "What?" When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly laughed. "Su Yan, you don't know, but almost all of us inner court disciples are here." As he spoke till here, Lu Fei's fat face twitched in dissatisfaction as he continued, "You're always so mysterious and I don't know where you went. I even thought that you missed the trial of the 9 heavens heaven evolution formation." When Su Yan heard this, he smiled but did not answer. Instead, he turned to Ouyang Tianqing and asked, "Senior brother Ouyang, what exactly is going on?" Xian. Before Ouyang Tianqing could answer, another voice sounded. This voice was extremely gentle and beautiful. It was only 2 words, but when it stopped in everyone's ears, it was as pleasant as the most gentle and beautiful music. When Su Yan heard this voice, he couldn't help but be startled. Looking back, although it was dark, he could still see a red-clothed girl standing in front of him. Chapter 57. Even in the darkness, Lin Hualo's alluring figure and delicate face could still be faintly felt the seductive aura coming from her body. If it was a normal day, Lin Hualu would wear a red robe and emit her cold and elegant spirit aura, giving off a sense of aloofness. However, in this dark place, Lin Hualu could not use the spirit aura in her body. Without the pressure of the spirit aura, it added a bit of charm. Su Yan did not feel anything when he saw her in the past. He only felt respect for the strong. However, when he saw her now, his heart could not help but ripple. However, this ripple was quickly suppressed by Su Yan. In addition, the surroundings were dark, so no one saw the change in Su Yan's expression. Lin Hualu did not see it either. When she heard Su Yan call her, she nodded slightly and explained the 9 mysterious heavens derivation formation to Su Yan. Su Yan was still doubting why there were so many people here today. Now that he heard Lin Hualo's explanation, he understood. "Senior sister Lin, then where are we now? Why is there no spirit aura in our bodies?" Su Yan's doubts were solved. However, the doubts of the crowd followed. One by one they shouted, "That's right, Senior Sister Lin. Where exactly is this place? Senior Sister Lin, why can't I use the spirit aura in my body?" Lin Hualu had always liked peace and quiet. Now that everyone was making a ruckus, he could not help but feel a little annoyed. Just as she was about to use her spirit aura to intimidate the crowd, Lin Hualu realized that in this place, even if she was a true disciple, she was only an ordinary person like the rest. Hearing the noise getting louder and louder, she frowned and did not know what to do. "Everyone, stop arguing, stop arguing." At this moment, Lu Fei's fat body rushed forward and stood in front of the crowd. He laughed and shouted, "I know the reason, I know the reason. If you know, who would believe you?" That's right, that's right." As soon as Lu Fei said this, a disdainful voice immediately erupted from the crowd. Lu Fei was born and bred in the Hidden Sword Tomb. Coupled with his unique physique, very few people in the Hidden Sword Tomb did not recognize him. Everyone was naturally clear about Lu Fei's strength. Originally, Everyone had doubts as to why Lu Fei was able to participate in the 9 Profound Heavens Derivation Grand Formation trial this time. Now, how could they believe that Lu Fei would know the answer to the question that everyone did not understand? Why wouldn't I know? Lu Fei had a fiery temper to begin with. When he heard the disdainful voices of the crowd, he was instantly displeased and shouted coldly. If it were any other day, Lu Fei's roar would have been like a stone sinking into the sea in the ears of the many inner sect disciples who were all experts in the life-soul realm. It would not have caused a ripple. However, the spirit qi in everyone's body seemed to have dried up, and they were like mortals. Lu Fei was a boorish man. His loud roar was filled with energy. It reverberated in the darkness, causing the noisy crowd to shut their mouths. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Lu Fei smiled proudly and continued, "Brothers, have you heard of the Well of Swords?" The Well of Swords. When everyone heard this name, their bodies suddenly shrank, and their pupils immediately flashed. Everyone present was an inner sect disciple, so they naturally knew what the Well of Swords was. In the hidden sword tomb, there was a saying, "There is a hidden sword well in Jingzhou, and the Well of Swords hides divine swords." Moreover, the hidden sword tomb was still circulating. Within the hidden sword tomb, the mighty figures who shocked the entire Jingzhou city and even the entire Qian realm all obtained the profound meaning from the Well of Swords and became famous in one fell swoop. How could the inner sect disciples not know the mystery of the Well of Swords? Not to mention, there was a legend of divine swords under the Well of Swords. In the hidden sword tomb, there were many sword cultivators who had an incomparable obsession with swords. All the inner sect disciples hoped to enter the Well of Swords to obtain divine swords and become famous in one fell swoop. Therefore, when Lu Fei mentioned the Well of Swords, everyone became excited. Among them, the most excited was Su Yan. As soon as he heard the name of the Well of Swords, all the pores on Su Yan's body suddenly opened, and his pupils instantly constricted, projecting a thought-provoking light. There was anticipation, desire, and excitement in this light. He had been waiting for the Well of Swords for a long time. "Fatty Lu, you say that this is the Well of Swords. What evidence do you have?" "That's right, Fatty Lu. The entrance to the Well of Swords is in the forbidden area. How can you say that this is the Well of Swords?" After a brief moment of excitement, someone quickly raised a question. Su Yan's mind buzzed, and he instantly woke up. He had been thinking about the Well of Swords every day and night, so how could he not know where the entrance was? This time, everyone was sucked into the black hole from the sacred Beast Mountain. Obviously, this was not the Well of Swords. Su Yan thought and felt a little disappointed. The light in his eyes also dimmed. If I say this is the Well of Swords, then it is. Lu Fei didn't know how to answer everyone's questions, but he stubbornly said that this was the Well of Swords. "Why do you say so?" "That's right, where's the evidence?" The people below began to clamor again. Lu Fei faced dozens of people alone and instantly became noisy. The noise spread throughout the darkness. Not only did the others not believe it, but Su Yan also didn't believe it. Seeing Lu Fei's face turn red, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a gentle voice that sounded like a symphony. "This is indeed the Well of Swords." What? Although this voice was gentle and beautiful, like the music of the mortal world, it was like a muffled thunder that exploded in everyone's ears. If someone else said this, no one would believe it. However, from this voice that sounded like the music of the heavens, they could determine that the person who said this was none other than Lin Hualu. They might not believe the words of others, but Lin Hualu was a true disciple and a peerless beauty. Naturally, many people believed her. Everyone looked at Lin Hualu with a blank expression. Su Yan was also shocked. Lu Fei said that this was the Well of Swords. It was fine if they didn't believe it, but why would Lin Hualu say the same thing? Could it be that this is really the Well of Swords? Su Yan's pupils shrank again, and the blood in his body started to boil. He looked at Lin Hualu carefully, afraid that he would miss Lin Hualu's next words and miss the Well of Swords. Although Lin Hualu couldn't see everyone's expressions, she naturally knew their expressions at this moment. She didn't keep them in suspense. After a while, she opened her red lips and said, Although this is the Well of Swords, it can also be said that it isn't because this is only the outer Well of Swords and not the real Well of Swords. Outer Well of Swords? Everyone exclaimed again, and the surprise on their faces was even more than before. That's right. Lin Hualu lowered her head slightly and explained the situation of the Well of Swords to everyone again. If I'm not wrong, this place is the Outer Well of Swords. In this Outer Well of Swords, no matter what cultivation one has, one can't use spirit energy. And to enter the real Well of Swords, one must pass through the Outer Well of Swords to reach the Inner Well of Swords. Senior Sister Lin, is there any danger in the Outer Well of Swords? As Lin Hualu spoke, someone immediately interrupted. Danger. Lin Hualu squinted her eyes and smiled. The biggest danger is people. What? Hearing Lin Hualu's words, they were shocked again. Moreover, they were all inner disciples of the Sword Collection Tomb, and they were all selected to enter the Sword Collection Tomb through various trials and tribulations. They also went through the cleansing of the outer sect before joining the inner sect. How many of them were stupid? Hearing Lin Hualu's words, they naturally understood the deep meaning behind it. However, before waiting for everyone to recover, they heard Lin Hualu say again, but this time, since the sect master asked me to lead all of you into this place, he definitely won't let you fight. Although Lin Hualu's voice was still like heavenly music, it was sonorous and powerful this time, containing an irresistible majesty. In addition to the power of the Sword Collection Tomb for many years, when she said these words, it still made everyone feel a chill. Just a moment ago, there were still people discussing some matters softly. Hearing Lin Hualu's words, they all shut their mouths and did not dare to say a word. Seeing this, Lin Hualu continued to explain some of the things that existed in the Outer Well of Swords. Everyone listened carefully, except for one person who stood there in a daze. His eyes were constantly flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. That person was Su Yan. Although he had always wanted to enter the Well of Swords, he knew nothing about it. He originally thought that he would step into this place with a heart full of anticipation. However, who would have thought that he would mysteriously come to the place of his dreams? Various emotions intertwined in his heart, but after thinking carefully, they all turned into doubts. The Well of Swords was divided into the Outer Well of Swords and the Inner Well of Swords. Then, where is the place that my father was talking about? Also, Mu Zijian, where is the obsession that senior brother Mu left behind? Countless questions bloomed in Su Yan's heart. Bang! It was only until a loud sound resounded that Su Yan's thoughts were interrupted. The loud sound was like a thunderclap, causing everyone to panic. However, after all, everyone here was the pride of the Sword Collection Tomb. Lin Hualu was the first to react and shouted, "Everyone, don't panic, calm down. Wait for this dark curtain to pass, then make a plan." Dark curtain? When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he was stunned and looked at Lin Hualu in confusion. When Lin Hualu saw Su Yan's expression, she was obviously unhappy and asked, "Didn't you listen to my explanation just now?" Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. Although he heard what Lin Hualu said just now, he had been thinking about some things in the Well of Swords, so he did not hear what Lin Hualu said. When the Well of Swords opens, it will welcome the dark curtain of chaos. Lin Hualu said and turned to walk in another direction. Chapter 58. Why should I tell you? Why don't you listen to my goddess? Lu Fei impolitely rolled his eyes at Su Yan. He did not tell Su Yan about the black curtain of primal chaos and directly walked in the direction of Lin Hualu. Ouyang Tianqing, who was at the side, slowly opened his mouth and said, "When the primal chaos first opened, all living things awakened. Naturally, it was the black curtain of primal chaos." Su Yan was slightly taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. When the primal chaos first opened, all living things awakened. Naturally, it was the black curtain of primal chaos. The meaning of these words was that this Well of Swords was a sealed space. When it opened, it was waiting for all living things to awaken. Naturally, it would be dark during this period. I wonder how long this black curtain of primal chaos will last. Su Yan snorted and shook his head. Although he was excited and longed for it, he still calmed down when he saw the heavy darkness. Even if he was impatient and had a mortal body, what could he do? What could he do other than calm his heart? The situation of the rest of the people was similar to Su Yan's. However, they were either in groups or chatting happily. Su Yan did not chat with ordinary people on a daily basis. Now that he was concerned about the Well of Swords, he was not in the mood to chat. He found an empty space and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the black curtain of primal chaos to dissipate. This black curtain of primal chaos did not last long. After one cycle, light gradually entered and tore through the black curtain of primal chaos. It's lit up! It's lit up! The crowd immediately burst out with joyous cries. Su Yan also stood up. As the light rose, the place where everyone was gradually imprinted in front of everyone's eyes. Just at this moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from the crowd. This cry was extremely sharp. It was a woman's voice. It was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone turned around and saw a female disciple shouting. There were corpses and skeletons around her. When they looked at other places, there were also corpses and skeletons everywhere. Everyone panicked in their hearts. The corpses and skeletons all over the place gave off a sinister aura, causing fear in people's hearts. Some of the more cowardly people could not imagine that they had been here for one cycle and kept screaming. "What are you shouting for?" At this moment, Lin Hualu shouted in a low voice. Only then did the scene quiet down. However, there were still people who could not stop trembling. When Lin Hualu saw those people, he shouted coldly, "Everyone here is an elite of the sect. If you can't even accept this scene, how can you step into the sword well?" Lin Hualu's words agitated the crowd. Their panicked hearts calmed down a little. Even those who were timid pretended to be calm. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Lin Hualu continued, "Although the outer sword well is not as dangerous as the inner sword well, it's still a dangerous place because we can't use spirit energy. Everyone be careful when you leave." Although Lin Hualu's voice was gentle, it did not lose its majesty. Her red robes fluttered in the wind. Even without the support of spiritual energy, she still exuded a cold and arrogant aura. Coupled with the fact that the chaotic black veil had already dissipated, everyone was able to see her appearance. As they looked at her delicate, pretty, and cold face, regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all moved. Yesterday, I've already explained some things to take note of in the sword well. There's no need for me to say anything more. When Lin Hualu said this, his eyes glanced at Su Yan. That cold gaze caused Su Yan's entire body to involuntarily tremble. It was as if she was warning Su Yan that he did not listen to her explanation yesterday. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled embarrassedly and did not dare to look her in the eye. When Lin Hualu saw this, he continued, "Ordinary people can enter the outer sword well, but the inner sword well requires fortuitous encounters. This time, there are nearly 100 of us, but we might not be able to enter the inner sword well. However, it's fine if you don't enter the inner sword well. After all, there are peerless treasures in the outer sword well. Those who obtain the treasures can also increase their cultivation. Therefore, no matter if you have fortuitous encounters or not, you can't snatch the things of others." When Lin Hualu finished speaking, he deliberately increased the volume of his voice. The might of the disciples who had been in the sword repository tomb all year round was completely released at this moment. All the disciples were respectful. Following that, Lin Hualu gave a few more words of warning. Most of it was his responsibility this time, which was that the people in this place were not to kill at will. In the end, Lin Hualu asked the disciples to separate into their own teams and search for treasures on their own. Although Su Yan wanted to ask Lin Hualu how to enter the inner sword well, he saw her cold and arrogant expression. In addition, he had been snubbed by her the day before, so he did not ask for trouble. He turned around and left the group to search. Yesterday, Su Yan had already thought it through. If the sword well was divided into the inner and outer sword wells, then Mu Zijian's obsession and his father's last words might appear in the inner sword well. After all, there were corpses everywhere, which was enough to prove that there must be something mysterious about this place that left so many corpses behind. At this time, Su Yan also saw the entire layout of the outer sword well clearly. It was like an ancient tomb's secret passageway, surrounded by stone walls everywhere. However, Su Yan was able to determine that this place was definitely as big as the heavenly cycle. After all, everyone had gathered together just now, and now that they had dispersed, they could no longer see anyone. If this place wasn't big, there would be hundreds of people here, and they would definitely meet from time to time. It's going to be difficult to find Senior Brother Mu's obsession in such a big place. Su Yan frowned slightly. He had only thought about finding Mu Zijian's remnant will and did not think about his own father. After all, his father had only left behind a sentence for him to enter the sword well and did not say what it was about. Since he had already arrived at the sword well, he was naturally not in a hurry. No matter what, let's find it first. Su Yan said to himself. He did not think too much about it and began to search in a direction. After all, he did not understand the layout of the sword well and could only search casually. Junior Brother Su, Junior Brother Su. Su Yan frowned slightly. Soon, a stout figure appeared in front of him. Su Yan looked at the figure with a deep frown on his face. Junior Brother Su, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Lu Fei panted heavily and complained to Su Yan. What's the matter? Su Yan looked around and asked. Hee, of course there's something good. Lu Fei still had that expression as if he was the best in the world. However, at this moment, no one had the support of spirit qi. With Lu Fei's fat body he might not lose. Hee. Lu Fei was not in a hurry. He kept smiling at Su Yan. His fat body kept twitching. No matter how one looked at it, it was very treacherous. Just as Su Yan was about to punch him, Lu Fei pulled out from his embrace at the right time and shouted, clang, clang, clang. Junior Brother Su, look at what this is. What? Su Yan frowned and directly snatched a thick piece of paper from Lu Fei's hand. When he opened it, Su Yan's body suddenly shook. Sword well layout? Su Yan was worried that the sword well was so big and he was not familiar with it, so it would be inconvenient to find it. Now that he had a map, it was naturally much more convenient. Fatty, where did you get this map? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei with a face of surprise. Heh, Junior Brother Su, look at what you're saying. This senior brother naturally has a way. Lu Fei narrowed his small eyes and smiled with a proud appearance. Su Yan rolled his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Moreover, he understood how Lu Fei got this map. After all, Lu Fei had a good father. Lu Fei was only at the 5th layer of the spirit realm, but he had the qualifications to enter the inner sect and enter the sword well. How difficult would it be to get a map of the sword well? Su Yan naturally did not know that there were only a few maps of the sword well in the entire hidden sword tomb. Of course, not only did Su Yan not know, even Lu Fei did not know. Otherwise, with his personality, he would not have bragged in front of Su Yan for half a day. With the map, it was naturally much more convenient. Su Yan was no longer numb. He found a place without any bones to sit down and open the map. This map was very detailed. From the place where Su Yan landed, there were clear markings. Every path was clearly marked. After looking at the map, Su Yan once again felt that this was the sword well. According to the map, this place was probably several times larger than the hidden sword tomb. How could such a place be hidden under the hidden sword tomb? Su Yan really did not understand. However, in the boundless world, there were all sorts of strange things. Su Yan did not think too much about it. Instead, he spent more time studying the map. From the map, Su Yan quickly found the important place outside the sword well. It was not that Su Yan had an extraordinary understanding of the map, but that there were clear markings on the map. Su Yan quickly settled on the target he was looking for. He was happy. He stood up and patted Lu Fei on the shoulder. Fatty, you really did a good job this time. Of course. Don't you know who your senior brother is? Lu Fei narrowed his small eyes. En patted his plump chest anxiously. Seeing this, Su Yan did not want to talk to him anymore. He rolled his eyes and ignored him. He looked at the map again and searched. There was no sign of the entrance to the inner sword well. Is it only the map of the outer sword well? Su Yan secretly said in his heart. Although he felt that it was a pity, at least he did not have to search here numbly. He put away the map and put it into his storage bag without hesitation. He immediately walked towards the place marked on the map. Lu Fei naturally followed. Not only that, he kept nagging at the side. "Junior brother Su, why are you walking so fast? There are treasures everywhere in the sword well. If you walk so fast, how can you pick up any treasures?" Su Yan naturally ignored him. With his knowledge of treasures, if there were treasures, they would be accompanied by danger. He did not think that he would be able to pick up any treasures just by casually walking on the path. Soon, the two of them arrived at the dragon sword tomb marked on the map. This was a stone room. As soon as Su Yan and Lu Fei stepped in, a sword intent immediately pressed down on them. This sword intent was pressing down on their hearts. Chapter 59. Although the dragon sword tomb was filled with corpses like the tunnels from before, there were countless spiritual swords stabbed into the corpses. Long swords, short swords, wide swords, broadswords. Among the countless spiritual swords, a powerful sword chi came straight at them, cutting into their skin like sharp blades. Su Yan's and Lu Fei's faces darkened as they were unable to use spirit chi to protect their bodies. Fortunately, even though the two of them did not have spirit chi, they were still sword cultivators. Under the temporary pressure of the sword intent, they were able to stabilize their bodies. So many swords! Lu Fei endured the pressure of the sword intent. Looking at the countless spiritual swords in the dragon sword tomb, his mouth opened wide. Su Yan was also slightly stunned. At this moment, he truly understood why this place was called the Sword Well. Just this stone room had so many spiritual swords. It could be seen that there were countless swords hidden in the Sword Well. However, the spiritual swords were the spiritual swords. Su Yan did not have the intention to take the swords. Although he did not deliberately study the sword in this life, he was a sword master in his previous life. His knowledge of the sword was not an exaggeration compared to any sword cultivator. Although there were countless spiritual swords buried in this place, Su Yan knew with a glance that although the swords here were rich in spiritual energy, none of them were good swords. Not to mention the Buddha sword in his storage bag, even the celestial shocking sword might not be able to compare. Since it could not even compare to his own sword, Su Yan naturally had no interest. "Let's go!" Since he did not have the intention to take the swords and did not find anything else here, Su Yan called out to Lu Fei and prepared to leave. After all, Su Yan still had important things to do. It was unknown how many days it would be before the sword well opened. Su Yan did not want to waste time here to take useless swords. "Junior brother Su, why are you leaving? There are so many spiritual swords. Aren't you going to take one?" When Lu Fei heard that Su Yan was leaving, his small eyes immediately emitted a strange light. "Junior brother Su, the swords here are much stronger than our sect's sword pavilion. How can I be willing to leave without taking one?" Lu Fei said again. Obviously, he was unwilling to leave without taking a sword. Su Yan wanted to say something, but he remembered that the broadsword Lu Fei used was indeed inferior to the swords here. The sword was a sword cultivator's lifelong pursuit. Every sword cultivator longed for a divine sword. Since Lu Fei's sword was inferior, he naturally wanted to take one. Thinking of this, Su Yan was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he walked further in and carefully looked at the essence of each sword. Since he wanted to pick a sword for Lu Fei, he naturally had to take the best one here. Lu Fei and Lu Fei's, Lu Fei and Lu Fei, Lu and Lu Fei, Lu and Lu, Lu and Lu, Lu and Lu and Lu. In a few breaths, Lu Fei had picked a long sword and Lu Fei shouted excitedly, good sword, Junior brother Su, I got a divine sword." Su Yan was startled by Lu Fei's sudden shout. He immediately calmed himself down and looked back. Seeing the sword Lu Fei was holding, Su Yan could not help but frown. "Oh, junior brother Su, how is it? My sword is not bad, right?" Lu Fei looked at Su Yan's expression. His fat jiggled and he had a smug expression. "It's only good in appearance." Su Yan chuckled and did not explain anything. He picked up a long sword from the ground and suddenly attacked the sword in Lu Fei's hand. Although he did not have the support of spiritual qi, Su Yan's speed was not slow at all. His body charged forward like a ferocious beast. The speed of his sword was so fast that a sword cry could be heard as it slashed through the air. Clang! A clear and melodious sound rang out. Before Lu Fei could react, the sword in his hand had already been broken into two. Lu Fei was stunned. Just now, he was excited that he had obtained a peerless sword. Who knew that it would break with just one attack? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei's stunned expression and smiled slightly. A good sword is not judged by its color and radiance, but by its patterns. The patterns are delicate and contain sword intent. It is a good sword. The patterns are loose and have no sword intent. It's only good in appearance. Su Yan continued to talk, telling Lu Fei about the basics of distinguishing between good and bad swords. Seeing that Lu Fei was still in a daze, he shook his head helplessly. All right, you might not be able to move even if I tell you all this. Continue. After saying that, Su Yan immediately threw the dark long sword in his hand to Lu Fei. Lu Fei hurriedly caught the sword that Su Yan threw over. Seeing that it was dark and formless, without any brilliance of a divine sword, his fat forehead slightly wrinkled. This is also a good sword? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Su Yan smiled slightly and explained more. After all, if one wanted to see whether a sword was good or bad, it was not something that could be learned in a day. At this time, Su Yan did not want to waste any more time. Let's go. This sword is the best sword in this dragon sword tomb. Su Yan saw that Lu Fei was still in a daze and went up to greet him. Then he left the stone room first. Is it really good? Lu Fei was still worried as he touched the long sword that Su Yan had chosen for him. After looking at it for a while, he still could not figure out anything. Seeing that Su Yan had already walked far away, and seeing that there were corpses everywhere, his body slightly trembled as he hurriedly shouted, "Junior Su, wait for me." Just as Lu Fei took a step forward, he suddenly heard a whoosh. A ray of light shot out from the center of the stone room. Lu Fei was originally afraid when he saw the corpses all over the ground, but when he saw the flash of light, he immediately cried out in fear. What's wrong? When Su Yan heard his cries, he hurriedly rushed back. Just as he entered the stone room, he was attracted by the light that surged out from the center. Junior Su, there's a ghost, there's a ghost. When Lu Fei saw that Su Yan had returned, he pointed at the place where the sound came from and shouted in shock. Then he hugged Su Yan. A few black lines immediately appeared on Su Yan's forehead. He hurriedly dodged and shouted, "Ghost your head, it's a treasure." What a treasure! When Lu Fei heard Su Yan's words, the fat on his body immediately trembled. In an instant, a ray of light surged out from his small eyes. He no longer had the slightest bit of fear as he shouted excitedly, "Treasure, where is it? Where is it?" When Su Yan saw his appearance, he could not help but be stunned. He thought to himself, this change is too fast. But fortunately, Su Yan did not know Lu Fei for the first time. He knew his character and did not say much. He pointed at the place where the light flashed and said, "There. Treasure." When Lu Fei saw the light flash, countless rays of light surged out from his eyes again. He approached the light. Su Yan followed closely behind. It was not that he was afraid that the treasure would be taken away by Lu Fei, but he also wanted to see what was here. Is there a treasure? Before the two of them even got close to the light, they heard laughter coming from outside. Then, a few figures surrounded them. These people were about the same age as Su Yan and Lu Fei. They also wore the standard red robes of the hidden sword tomb. However, the words embroidered on the front of the red robes were, "Sect Sword Mountain." Although Su Yan and Lu Fei were both in the inner sect, they were not from the same mountain peak. Therefore, when Su Yan looked at them, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. When Lu Fei saw these people, he suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Fang Jin, what are you doing here?" In this sealed space, no one was allowed to use spirit energy. Lu Fei's shout was quite majestic in this sealed space. However, the person called Fang Jin was not weak. He was 7 feet tall and sturdy. Although he was not as fat as Lu Fei, he was more refined. Behind him, there were more than 10 people of the same height and width. They stood there with their own imposing manner. "What am I doing here?" Fang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered, "Fatty Lu, why do you think I am here?" "Naturally, I am here for the treasure." The treasure was found by me and Su Yan first. Naturally, it is ours. Lu Fei said with his eyes wide open. His body was still standing in the direction of the light. It was obvious that he wanted to take the treasure for himself. Fang Jin was not anxious when he saw this. He smiled and asked, "Fatty Lu, do you know how this place is filled with so many skeletons?" Although Lu Fei was not a smart person, he was not stupid. Naturally, he listened to Fang Jin's words and sneered, "Fang Jin, you want to fight with me?" "No, if you two know what's good for you, I won't fight," Fang Jin said arrogantly. He looked at Su Yan and Lu Fei with disdain. He did not put them in his eyes at all. "What if I say no?" Lu Fei's fat jiggled. He was also proud and fearless. "Then you can only accompany these corpses," Fang Jin sneered. He suddenly attacked and slapped Lu Fei's body with his palm. Although he did not use spiritual qi, the palm was still very fast. It arrived before Lu Fei in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Fei sneered. He did not dodge. His fat body stood still and allowed Fang Jin to slap him. But the palm landed on Lu Fei's shoulder. There was a muffled sound. However, Lu Fei's body did not move. He did not even seem to be in pain. What? Fang Jin could not help but be stunned. Although he was not very strong in the inner sect, he had the strength of a mid-stage life soul realm cultivator, even though he could not use his spiritual qi. Although he did not use spiritual qi, his body was forged by the life soul realm's spiritual qi. Naturally, his body was not something ordinary people could compare to. Although the palm did not have spiritual qi, Fang Jin was confident that it weighed over 100 pounds. However, it could not move Lu Fei. Lu Fei looked at Fang Jin's surprised expression and suddenly laughed. "Ha, Fang Jin, let me tell you. This is my spring. You want to hit me? You are looking for death." As Lu Fei spoke, he stuck out his stomach and threw his body forward. Although Fang Jin's body was burly, how could he withstand the weight of the fattest person in the sword collection tomb? With a scream, his body was directly pressed under Lu Fei's stomach. Senior Fang. The rest of the people who came with Fang Jin were stunned. They came back to their senses and hurried forward to pull Lu Fei. Unfortunately, they could not use spiritual qi. The 5 or 6 of them pulled Lu Fei and did not move at all. When the others saw this, they hurried forward to help. Chapter 60. When Su Yan saw the disciple holding the sword, his eyes suddenly turned cold and a murderous intent burst out. Fang Jin's words just now did not anger Su Yan. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. This was a matter of course. Fang Jin wanting this treasure was also human nature. And Fang Jin also did not have the intention to kill, so Su Yan only watched from the side. After all, Su Yan knew that Lu Fei knew more people in the sect. Who knew how he would deal with it? And just as Lu Fei said just now, this place was really a fat man's paradise. Su Yan also wanted to see how useful Lu Fei's body would be, so he stood to the side and did not make a move. However, this disciple took out his sword and obviously wanted to kill Lu Fei. Of course, Su Yan couldn't bear to watch any longer. When the disciple took out his sword, he slapped his bag of holding and the awakening celestial sword appeared in his hand. He rushed forward and pointed the awakening celestial sword at the disciple. Although it was not supported by spirit qi, its speed was not the slightest bit. The shocking celestial sword attacked like a violent storm, rolling over. A crisp sound rang out and the disciple holding the sword directly knocked the sword out of his hand. Su Yan. Just now, the few people did not pay attention to Su Yan. Now that Su Yan made a move, everyone's eyes were naturally focused on him. Although Su Yan had only entered the inner sect for a few days, Su Yan could be said to be in the limelight. Naturally, everyone was not unfamiliar with him. And among the few people, there were also old friends of Hao Feng, the person Su Yan crippled at the Sacred Beast Mountain that day. They were also familiar with Su Yan and also knew how powerful Su Yan was. At this moment, his eyes turned dark and sunken as he looked at Su Yan. I was scared to death. At this time, Lu Fei also turned over and stood up. His face was pale, obviously frightened by the person who took out his sword and was about to stab him. Although his body was plump, he was able to withstand Fang Jin's palm strike. However, it might not be able to block the attack of the sword. Once the sword descended, it would truly take one's life. However, when he stood up and saw Su Yan holding a sword, he quickly regained his composure. He looked at those people and roared, "F***ck your mother, don't you see who this is? This is my brother, Su Yan." "Su Yan, do you know? My junior brother, are you courting death by touching me?" Lu Fei said excitedly. He even patted Su Yan's chest. His face was cold and arrogant. No matter how one looked at his fat face, he looked like he was asking for a beating. Even Su Yan had the urge to slap him when he saw him like this, let alone the others. And that was indeed the case. When Lu Fei said that, those people were immediately enraged, especially Fang Jin, who had also stood up. He rubbed his joints that were in pain from the pressure and shouted, "Fatty Lu, you brat, you are courting death. Brothers, kill him for me." Crush. With a loud sound, everyone unsheathed the swords on their backs. F***, Lu Fei cursed and immediately hid behind Su Yan in fear. Su Yan didn't care about him. He was already used to it. He tightened his grip on the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Fang Jin saw Su Yan's appearance and coldly laughed. "Su Yan, today's matter is between me and this fatty Lu. If you leave, I won't make things difficult for you." Su Yan didn't answer. He looked at those people without any light in his eyes. Fang Jin saw that he was being ignored and a faint anger rose in his heart. He shouted, "Su Yan, I know you are strong, but you have to understand that you can't use spirit energy here. You are not a piece of trash. I have a dozen people here and you are only in the 9th layer of the spirit realm. Your body can't compare to ours. If you know what's good for you, get out of here." Spirit realm, life spirit, saint bloodline. Every time one's strength increased, their body would also be strengthened. Even if they couldn't use spirit energy, under normal circumstances, a life spirit realm cultivator's body would be superior to a spirit realm cultivator's body. Of course, this excluded Lu Fei, the #1 fatty in the sect. Fang Jin's people were inner sect disciples and were clearly in the life spirit realm. Their bodies were naturally stronger than Su Yan's. Moreover, they had more people on their side. If Fang Jin didn't want to kill Lu Fei, he probably wouldn't have put Su Yan in his eyes. However, seeing that Su Yan had no intention of backing down, Fang Jin finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He coldly laughed and said, "Su Yan, since you don't want to back down, then don't blame me for not considering our relationship as fellow disciples. Go kill these two." Fang Jin said as he waved his hand to the rest of the people. Those people immediately pulled out their swords and attacked Su Yan. "Damn it, you're bullying us because we have fewer people." Lu Fei was a loyal person. Although he had just hidden behind Su Yan, he still made a move. He quickly stood out, holding the long sword that Su Yan had chosen for him in his hand. Su Yan didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on this group of people rushing forward. His body didn't move at all, and he just watched quietly. When they came closer, his eyes suddenly shrank. In an instant, those people's speed seemed to slow down a bit. Su Yan immediately made his move. His sword shot out, the sword's will was sharp, and it suddenly turned into a long rainbow, attacking directly. Although he couldn't use spirit chi here, what mattered was speed, body, and sword moves. Su Yan had entered the inner sect and had been through a lot. Although he was only in the 9th layer of the spirit realm, he had received an invincible golden body in the Su family's ancestral pagoda. After entering the pagoda, he had received the Sky Cloud Beast and the support of the Beast Core. How can a mere life soul cultivator like you compare to his physique? Not only that, Su Yan, who had been a top swordsman in his previous life, was most proud of his speed. Although he didn't use spirit chi, his speed didn't decrease at all. The sword shot out. The sound of the sword was like thunder in spring. Before the person at the front could react, the sword in his hand had already been knocked out of his hand. That's right, Su Yan didn't kill him. After all, they were from the same sect, and Su Yan had entered the pagoda sect. He knew that saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Since that was the case, he naturally didn't want to hurt people. Although he only knocked out the sword in the disciple's hand, It was more shocking than taking his life. Killing people was easy, but taking their weapons was not. Just one move. Fang Jin and the others were all stunned. So fast. Fang Jin and the others looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Lu Fei originally wanted to make a move, but when he saw Su Yan's quick move, he was shocked. However, he quickly reacted. He cheered and shouted, "Junior brother Su, you're awesome." This shout made Fang Jin and the others come to their senses. Fang Jin gritted his teeth and waved his hand, shouting, "Surround him. No matter how fast, let's attack together. Let's see how he can resist." As he spoke, Fang Jin took the lead and walked to a position. The others spread out and surrounded Su Yan and Lu Fei. At the same time, Fang Jin shouted, "Go." More than 10 people, more than 10 swords, attacked Su Yan from different directions. Overconfident. Su Yan smiled coldly. His pupils shrank again, and the awakening celestial sword in his hand suddenly vibrated and roared. The sword roared and the long sword was unsheathed. Su Yan's body moved with it. Sword dance of the fish dragon. Su Yan held the awakening celestial sword tightly and swept it away. It was like a dancing fire snake, and a gust of wind swept past. Before those people could get close, they were forced back by the sword force. The sword force was like a storm. They suddenly fell to the ground. They couldn't get close at all. Su Yan didn't stop because of this. His body leaped out, and the awakening celestial sword turned and went straight for Fang Jin. The sword force was very fast, and the sword light flashed. Fang Jin was so frightened that he screamed. His heart trembled with fear. Dead, dead. Unknowingly, a stream of yellow liquid flowed out from his crotch. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and stopped his actions. He grinned and retracted his sword force. Fang Jin fell to the ground. When the others saw this, they all looked at Su Yan in fear. They didn't dare to do anything else. He peed his pants, he peed his pants. While everyone was in a daze, only Lu Fei, who was standing beside Su Yan, laughed loudly as he looked at Fang Jin. Fang Jin was embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything. He looked at Lu Fei bitterly and left with his people. Seeing him leave, he couldn't help but be mocked by Lu Fei. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the center, looked at the light that was emitting and reached out to grab it. A jade-like stone landed in Su Yan's hand. "What kind of treasure is it?" Lu Fei asked as he leaned over. "For you." Su Yan studied it for a while, but he couldn't find anything. He just threw it to Lu Fei. "What is this?" Lu Fei looked at it for a while, but he couldn't find anything. He threw it back to Su Yan. "I don't want useless things. I'll keep it for you." Su Yan didn't say anything and threw it into his storage bag. He wasn't disappointed. After all, Su Yan came to the sword well mainly for Mu Zijian's obsession and the words left behind by his father. As for other treasures, it would be good if he could have them, but it didn't matter if he didn't. On the other hand, Lu Fei kept cursing along the way, saying that there were many treasures in the sword well, but he didn't see anything after walking for so long. After leaving the dragon sword tomb, Su Yan followed the map and found a few corresponding places, but he didn't find anything important. In this sword well, there was no difference between day and night. Along the way, he didn't know how long he had been searching, but he had walked through almost all the places on the map. He didn't find anything useful. This is the last place left. Su Yan looked at the last marked place on the map and muttered to himself. He turned around and said to Lu Fei, "Let's go." "Sigh, I'm not looking anymore. I'm not looking anymore. There's nothing useful." Along the way, Lu Fei was looking forward to obtaining a great treasure. Unfortunately, he came with excitement, but returned with disappointment every time. Normally, if Lu Fei didn't follow him, he wouldn't have followed him. However, thinking of the danger here, Su Yan still couldn't let him go. He looked at the bones on the ground and said, "Fatty, if you don't want to leave, stay here and accompany these bones." Sure enough, once these words were spoken, it was immediately effective. Originally, after a few days, he had already gotten used to the corpses on the ground, but after hearing Su Yan's words, Lu Fei immediately jumped up and followed Su Yan. "Ha ha! Before Su Yan and Lu Fei got close to the last place he went, they heard a noise. P.S. Students who don't have a group yet, add me in the group. I'm also in the group. Students who want to be extras can also join the group. Chapter 61. Be careful. When Su Yan heard the commotion, he hurriedly pulled back Lu Fei, who was still nagging. Although they did not encounter any danger in the sword well, it was just as Lin Hualu had said. The greatest danger in this place was people. After all, more than half of the inner disciples had come to the sword well this time. Inside the sword well, there were many treasures and divine artifacts, so how could they not be envious? Listening to the commotion, it was obvious that there were many people inside. Although Su Yan was not afraid of others, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could run rampant in the world, so he was cautious. Unfortunately, Lu Fei was not. Hearing the noise inside, he became excited instead. He jumped up and shouted, "There must be treasures inside." Before Su Yan could react, Lu Fei had already pushed open the stone door and jumped in. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from inside the stone room. This is... Before Su Yan could blame Lu Fei, he was stunned by the light. He was even more certain that there was something strange going on inside the stone room. Afraid that Lu Fei would be at a disadvantage, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent and followed him into the stone room. Just as he stepped into the stone room, Su Yan did not have time to look at the stone room's appearance. His eyes fell on a stone platform in the stone room and his brows furrowed. He clenched his fists and his entire body tensed up. His eyes became sharp. There was a person sitting on the stone platform. This person was wearing a white robe and was tall and sturdy. Even in this place where spiritual energy was not allowed, one could still feel a trace of majesty exuding from him. In the hidden sword tomb, the only person who could arouse Su Yan's anger was the number 1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Xianxia. When Su Yan and Lu Fei entered the stone room, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Yan. A sneer immediately rose from the corner of his mouth and his eyes were filled with contempt, like a giant dragon looking down at an ant. There were many red-clothed disciples surrounding him. Obviously, they were some of Xianxia's trusted followers in the sect. Those red-clothed disciples surrounded Xianxia, adding to Xianxia's prestige. Su Yan, long time no see. Xianxia looked at the angry expression on Su Yan's face and smiled slightly. It's been a long time. Su Yan smiled back. Although he did not have Xianxia's innate majesty, when facing Xianxia, his eyes were like torches. He looked at Xianxia with a condensed light and a firm determination. I have important things to do today and have no time to accompany you. Get out of here quickly and I'll spare your life. Xianxia saw Su Yan's neither arrogant nor humble expression. Thinking of the day when Su Yan snatched his beast core, his face faintly surged with anger. Spare my life? Su Yan couldn't help but smile slightly and say, Brother Xiang, in this place you can't use spiritual energy, so how can you say such words? Although Su Yan called Xianxia and Brother Xiang, his words were extremely sharp and clearly had a sarcastic meaning. If he had met Xianxia in the past, Su Yan knew that his strength was not enough and might have avoided him. However, in this place, no one could use spiritual energy, so Su Yan was naturally not afraid of Xianxia. Su Yan. Xianxia saw that Su Yan had no intention of leaving and his eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, a wave of majesty came over. This was an innate majesty. This was the majesty that Xianxia emitted when he was in the realm of experts. Although there were only fluctuations of spiritual energy in his body, with just a glare, the stone room instantly felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave, causing people to tremble. What a powerful aura! Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he saw Lu Fei standing beside him. Facing Xianxia's aura, Lu Fei didn't move at all. Even his expression didn't change. Xianxia, even I can't handle such an aura. How can Lu Fei not move? Su Yan looked at Lu Fei in confusion. However, thinking about how Lu Fei usually liked to put on airs, it wasn't surprising, so he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked at Xianxia again. He thought about how Xianxia seemed to be in a hurry to leave. Otherwise, with Xiang Tianba's personality, if they met here, he would have already attacked him. Why didn't he attack now and only ordered him to leave? Su Yan looked at the other disciples surrounding him. It seemed to be some kind of formation. Could it be that Xiang Tianba is waiting for something here? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A treasure that could move Xiang Tianba was naturally not ordinary. In that case, he naturally couldn't miss it. Looking at the disciples surrounding Xiang Tianba, although Su Yan didn't recognize them, he knew that these people should be inner sect experts. If he were to attack, he might not necessarily gain any benefits. He simply ignored them and turned to Lu Fei, who was beside him, and said, "Fatty, you must be tired from walking all the way. Let's sit down and rest." But Lu Fei clapped his hands and smiled. Before Su Yan sat down, he found a good place to sit cross-legged. Su Yan also found a place to sit down. He didn't look at Xiang Tianba. Instead, he looked at the stone room called Sky Sword Tomb. Just now, Su Yan was only focused on Xiang Tianba and didn't look at the stone room. Now that he looked, Su Yan was shocked. This stone room was huge. There were hundreds of stone rooms that he had walked into just now. At a glance, he couldn't see the beginning and end of it. "Su Yan, are you really not leaving?" When Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan sit down, his face twitched. He looked at Su Yan and shouted coldly, "I'm tired from walking." The more Su Yan saw that Xiang Tianba was angry, the happier he was. Moreover, he was even more sure that Xiang Tianba was plotting something here. That day, when Xiang Tianba made his meridians suffer from the erosion of spirit qi, Su Yan remembered that pain and hatred. Now, if Xiang Tianba wanted to plot something, how could Su Yan let him do as he wished? "Fine, fine, Su Yan, you forced me to do this." Xiang Tianba shouted coldly and immediately jumped up from the stone platform. Although he knew that it would be a little troublesome to kill Su Yan at this moment. However, if Su Yan were to stay here, he would definitely spoil his plans. He might as well finish him off before the treasure appeared. Since Xiang Tianba wanted to kill him, he didn't hesitate. He slapped his bag of holding and a long sword suddenly appeared. The moment the sword appeared, it immediately let out a mournful howl. It sounded like a ghost, a demon, and a beast. When the howl entered people's ears, they couldn't help but be shocked. It was clearly a good sword named Ghost Howl. Xiang Tianba was a disciple. Although he couldn't use spirit qi, his body was still outstanding. He stepped forward as if he was flying, and the long sword directly slashed down. Cries rang out as the sword flashed. Su Yan and Su Yan were separated by more than 100 meters, but Su Yan was already in front of them in an instant. Su Yan was shocked, but he reacted quickly. He slapped his bag of holding and the pagoda sword suddenly appeared. If it was a normal battle, Su Yan definitely wouldn't use the pagoda sword. However, Xiang Tianba had already taken out his spiritual sword. The moment the sword appeared, it let out a howl and emitted a gloomy black fog. It was an extraordinary sword, so Su Yan couldn't use the celestial shocking sword to fight against it. Su Yan hadn't used the pagoda sword since he obtained it in the pagoda. Now that it appeared from the bag of holding, it didn't have Xiang Tianba's ghost howl. However, as soon as it appeared, a golden light flashed and shone in all directions. It merged with the black fog emitted by the ghost howl. The two didn't face each other, but the two swords were already competing. The golden light and the black fog formed a line and tore at each other in midair. After a few breaths, the pagoda sword's sword light was still slightly superior. When Xiang Tianba saw this, he became even more furious. He coldly shouted and moved his feet. His sword went straight for the space between Su Yan's eyebrows. This move was extremely fast. It seemed simple, but it was extremely complicated. Wherever the sword passed, it would sway from time to time like a ghost. It dazzled the eyes of those who saw it. Su Yan frowned, but he wasn't slow. His eyes suddenly shrank and the speed of Xiang Tianba's attack decreased. However, Su Yan didn't slow down. He directly raised the pagoda sword. Xiang Tianba's sword was like a ghost, while Su Yan's sword was like a divine dragon. Although it didn't take the form of a ghost, it flashed with a golden light and shot forward. There was no false momentum. It was like a giant dragon coming out of the sea and going over the mountains. Clang! The two swords suddenly collided in midair. Although they didn't use any spiritual power, a thick white fog appeared. This was the white fog created by the collision of pure strength. The surrounding people couldn't help but be shocked. While the two of them were fighting, other inner court disciples had already walked over. Although the outer sword well was very big, there were many people who came down this time, so it wasn't strange for them to bump into each other from time to time. Before Su Yan and Lu Fei came here, many people had come here, but they were all beaten back by Xiang Tianba. Now that Xiang Tianba and Su Yan were fighting, they didn't pay attention to the people who had gathered here. Perhaps it was because the sound of the two fighting had spread out, but for a moment, more and more people gathered in the heavenly sword tomb. Fortunately, the stone room was big enough. Even if everyone came here, it wouldn't be crowded. With so many people, there would naturally be more people talking. When the people below saw this scene, they all revealed looks of astonishment. Look, isn't that Su Yan and Brother Xiang? That's right, how could Su Yan dare to fight with Brother Xiang? Isn't that courting death? When the crowd saw Su Yan and Xiang Tianba fight, they were even more suspicious. Within the hidden sword tomb, how many people would dare to fight with Xiang Tianba? Even without the support of spiritual energy, everyone could feel their bodies tremble when Xiang Tianba glared at them. How could they dare to fight with Xiang Tianba? When they saw Xiang Tianba's ghost howl from time to time, their hearts were filled with fear. Every move was even harder to block. This Su Yan really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks that just because he has a bit of experience, he dares to fight with Brother Xiang. Isn't that courting death? That's right, Xiang Tianba is in the Saint Vein realm, and Su Yan is only in the 9th layer of spirit realm. Even if he can't use spiritual energy here, Brother Xiang's physique isn't something that Su Yan, who is in the spirit realm, can resist. Chapter 62. The strength of a 9th layer spirit realm cultivator against a saint bloodline cultivator. Even if he couldn't use spirit energy, the two of them were not equal in terms of physique. In terms of strength alone, a spirit realm cultivator was not a match for a saint bloodline cultivator. Xiang Tianba was a saint bloodline cultivator. Every time he swung his sword, it would create a storm. The power of his sword was indescribable, and his speed was even more shocking. Every flash of his sword was filled with killing intent. Clang! Once again, the two swords clashed. Su Yan suddenly felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. He slightly frowned. The number 1 disciple of the sect is indeed extraordinary. Su Yan was shocked, but at the same time he also realized how powerful Xiang Tianba was. However, he did not intend to give up. His eyes focused and his body rushed out once again. His steps were as fast as flying, and he was not slower than Xiang Tianba in the slightest. How can this Su Yan have such speed? That's right. He is only at the 9th layer of spirit realm, and he doesn't have any spirit energy to support him. How can he be so fast? Once Su Yan displayed his ghost-like speed, a wave of astonished voices immediately sounded from below. Of course, most of them were disdainful. So what if he has speed? With his physique, he can't hurt Xiang Tianba in the slightest. He's just overestimating himself. Everyone below had different opinions. On the side, there were 2 people who had been watching the two of them without saying a word. However, when Su Yan made his move, their faces lit up. These 2 people were Lin Hualu and Qin Hao. They were both core disciples, so their observation skills were naturally more unique than the other disciples. When Su Yan made his move, Qin Hao opened his mouth and said, "This child has only been in the sect for a year, but he has made such great progress." Qin Hao could still clearly remember the time when he was watching Su Yan compete in Sky Twin City. Although Su Yan's performance was shocking, it was not as fast as today's. After all, he did not have any spirit energy supporting him. To be able to display such speed, it was naturally shocking. When Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan, her eyes were filled with approval. However, when she looked at Xiang Tianba, her cold and elegant face could not help but sink as she secretly said, "Xiang Tianba is a legacy disciple, why is he finding trouble with a mere inner sect disciple?" Lin Hualu naturally didn't know that Su Yan had snatched Xiang Tianba's beast core. Those inner sect disciples looked at Su Yan. Seeing that Su Yan dared to attack Xiang Tianba, some of them looked at him with disdain. Of course, there were also some who looked at Su Yan differently. For example, the leader of the troubles that Su Yan encountered in the outer sect, the number 1 inner sect disciple, Jing. This person was already shocked when he saw Su Yan's performance on the 5-colored boulder that day, but that was just shock. He did not necessarily admire Su Yan, nor did he feel that Su Yan's talent was amazing. Now that he saw Su Yan's speed, he couldn't help but to nod his head in praise. This Su Yan really does not let me down. I think he can surpass him. Thinking about that person, an indescribable sadness flashed across Jing Yi's cold and arrogant face. Look, this time Su Yan is dead for sure. Right at this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Everyone's gaze simultaneously condensed on Su Yan and Xiang Tianba. They saw Xiang Tianba's sword move. That ghost howl, the sword flashed like a ghost. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. In an instant, it was already in front of Su Yan's eyes. As the ghost howl flashed, Xiang Tianba suddenly took a step forward. His body turned abruptly and jumped up. He quickly raised the ghost howl and slashed down at Su Yan. This transformation only happened in half a breath's time, and its speed was like that of a ghost. Su Yan didn't notice Xiang Tianba's sudden change in move. He just raised his sword and blocked in front of him. Now that Xiang Tianba was so fast, it was obviously too late for Su Yan to change his move. So in the crowd, there were all kinds of shouts. Qin Hao saw this and his eyes narrowed. He sighed, "Brother Xiang, as expected of the number 1 person in our sect. With such a sword move, I can't block it. This time Su Yan's life is over." Lin Hualu was also shocked when she saw this. She wanted to save him, but she knew that if she had spiritual energy in her body, she would be able to make it in time. Without spiritual energy, no matter how fast she was, it would be useless. Jing Yi saw this and his heart tightened. He thought, how can this be? Could it be that all geniuses will die because of this? He couldn't help but feel pity. At this time, usually in the sect, the few people who were on good terms with Su Yan were all here. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. When Ouyang Tiancheng saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He had a long sword in his hand. He wanted to save him, but he was powerless. There was also Qiao Linglong and Pu Tiandao. Although these 2 people didn't interact with Su Yan, the 2 of them knew that Su Yan had appeared at the last moment during the test and killed that monster. Letting them avoid trouble could be considered a favor. Especially Qiao Linglong. Su Yan had saved her several times. Seeing that Su Yan was in danger, she was naturally anxious. Apart from these people in the sect, the one who was on the best terms with Su Yan was Lu Fei. Lu Fei was the number 1 fatty in the sect. When he saw that Su Yan was in danger, he didn't calculate whether he could make it in time. He pulled out his sword and rushed over. At the same time, Su Yan saw that Xiang Tianba suddenly changed moves. He was startled. Without saying anything, he looked at Xiang Tianba's figure. His pupils suddenly shrank. Xiang Tianba's speed slowed down a bit. He's dead. This Su Yan is overestimating himself. Su Yan moved quickly. His body moved back quickly. At the same time, he stabbed out with the Buddha sword. This sword didn't stab toward Xiang Tianba, but toward the ground. At the same time, Su Yan's body slid back. At this time, Xiang Tianba's sword fell on the ground, right under Su Yan's shoes. How is this possible? How did he do it? Everyone was in an uproar. Just now, everyone thought that Su Yan was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Su Yan would be able to avoid it? That thrill, that speed, how calm did he have to be? How fast did he have to react? How brave did he have to be to avoid this move? Xiang Tianba was also stunned. How is this possible? How did he avoid it? Xiang Tianba had calculated that this move would definitely take Su Yan's life. How could he have thought that Su Yan would be able to avoid it? Look, quickly! Right at this moment, someone shouted again. Everyone's eyes focused on him again. After dodging, Su Yan leaped forward. Without any hesitation, he raised the Buddha sword and leaped. In an instant, the long sword swept wildly. The sword light flashed. In an instant, it struck out like a long snake. It was so fast that it tore through the void. Suddenly, a shrill sound rang out. The sword intent went straight for Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly jumped up. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give him the chance. His pupils suddenly shrank. With a swing of his sword, he sealed Xianxia's throat. No, impossible. How is this possible? Impossible. Everyone below was shocked to see this scene. Su Yan had sealed Xianxia's throat. If he took another step forward, Xianxia would be killed by Su Yan. What kind of person was Xianxia in the sect? He was a god in the hearts of all the disciples. He was the highest existence among all the disciples. How did Su Yan defeat Xianxia? Xianxia looked at the Buddha sword that sealed his throat and was stunned. He looked at Su Yan in disbelief and fear. If this sword came down, he would lose his life here. However, Su Yan did not attack again. He looked at Xianxia and raised his eyebrows. If I could use spirit energy, I would definitely lose to you. Although I won, it was an unfair victory. If I, Su Yan, want to defeat you, then I will defeat you fair and square in the future. Su Yan said calmly. Although this was the case, his words caused ripples in the hearts of countless people. Some people even thought that Su Yan's head had been kicked by a donkey. When he went out in the future, Xianxia would have recovered his strength. How could a ninth-layer spirit realm cultivator defeat someone at the peak of the saint bloodline? Wasn't this courting death? However, Su Yan did not care about this and smiled. Seeing Lu Fei arrive, he smiled and said, "Fatty, let's go." Yes, good. Lu Fei saw that Su Yan had defeated Xianxia and was very happy for him. But Xianxia looked at Su Yan's departing figure and let out a roar. He clenched his fists and let his nails dig into his flesh. His heart was about to bleed. He, Xianxia, was a heaven's pride. Su Yan was only an ant. How could he lose to an ant? Su Yan, the humiliation you brought me today, I will return it 100 times, 100 times. Xianxia kept roaring in his heart, and the murderous intent on his face became thicker. The light in his eyes was actually anger, which then condensed into endless killing intent. However, Su Yan did not care. He could have killed Xianxia just now, but that was not enough. If he killed Xianxia today, how could he make up for the humiliation he suffered that day? If he wanted to defeat Xianxia, he would have to defeat him fair and square. Saint Bloodline Realm? One day, he would be able to make him surrender at his feet. He would let him know that he, Su Yan, was not someone that Xianxia could casually bully. Everyone was stunned in place, unable to believe this fact. Su Yan had defeated Xianxia. An inner disciple had actually defeated a true disciple. How could this be possible? How could they believe it? Just as Su Yan was about to leave, Xianxia was angry, and everyone was stunned. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Chapter 63. Brother Xiang, it's about to appear. Amidst the shouts of several inner disciples, bang! Another loud sound rang out, and a ray of light shot out from the stone platform where Xianxia had been sitting. The moment this ray of light appeared, a wave of spiritual energy rippled out. One had to know that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in this place. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy appeared, causing everyone to be shocked. Xianxia also reacted one after another. His gaze was gloomy as he looked at the place where the golden light had shot out. He felt a little comforted in his heart. Su Yan humiliated me today. In the future, I will definitely return it 100 times over. The moment I leave the sword well is the moment he dies. I'm at the peak of the saint bloodline. Now is the time for me to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm. Only by leaping into the celestial phenomenon realm can one be considered a strong cultivator. That Su Yan is just a life spirit cultivator. The most important thing now is to take down this demon spirit. Xianxia comforted himself. Seeing that there were so many people surrounding him, he shouted, "Those who have nothing to do with this, leave quickly." Although he had lost to Su Yan, his status as the #1 disciple of the sect was still unshakable in the hearts of the crowd. At his shout, the surrounding disciples were startled and hurriedly moved out of the way. Very few disciples stayed behind. Lin Hualu, Qin Hao, Jing Yi, Xiao Linglong, and Pu Tiandao were naturally not afraid of Xiang Tianba and did not leave. Su Yan and Lu Fei also did not leave. When Xiang Tianba saw these people, he couldn't help but frown, but he didn't care. He didn't believe that they had the strength to snatch the demon spirit. This demon spirit could only be obtained by him. Driving those people away was just because he didn't want them to see it. Since these people didn't leave, then he would just let them stay. Actually, this is also Xiang Tianba's helpless action. After all, among them, Lin Hualu and Qin Hao were both direct disciples. As for Jing Yi, Xiao Linglong, and Pu Tiandao, although he doesn't know who they are, it's inconvenient for him to argue with them. There was no need to mention Su Yan and Lu Fei. He had just been defeated by Su Yan, so how could he drive him away? Thump! The moment those disciples left, another trembling sound rang out. This time, the sound was even more powerful than the previous two. It caused the entire stone room to tremble. That light leaped up, and in an instant, a golden object surged out from under that light. Demon spirit. When Lin Hualu and Qin Hao saw the appearance of the golden object, their hearts trembled. Su Yan and the others didn't recognize this object, so they weren't surprised. However, when they saw the object and the spiritual energy it emitted, they couldn't help but be startled. Junior sister Lin, junior brother Qin, since the two of you recognize this object, you should know how powerful it is, right? When Xiang Tianba saw that Lin Hualu and Qin Hao recognized this object, he couldn't help but smile. That smile was filled with a sense of madness and confidence. Xiang Tianba clenched his fist. This demon spirit, he must obtain it. The two of you can watch the show, but you can't snatch it. Lin Hualu and Qin Hao were both smart people. Naturally, they understood Xiang Tianba's intention. Qin Hao smiled and said, "Brother Xiang, looking at your formation, I know that you have made sufficient preparations. How can I ruin your plans?" Lin Hualu followed and said, "Brother Xiang, this object is useless to me. You can rest assured." When Xiang Tianba heard their words, he nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at Su Yan. His eyes suddenly turned cold, but he didn't say a word. To him, even if Su Yan wanted to obtain the demon spirit, he would have to break through his own preparations first. Su Yan didn't pay attention to him. He only carefully looked at the object that looked like a worm, a ghost, and a snake. He didn't know what it was. However, from Xiang Tianba's nervous expression, he could tell that this object wasn't an ordinary object. He just didn't know what it was used for. Lu Fei, who was beside him, explained, "Demon spirits are born from the resentment of spirits. They are formed by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They are extremely powerful against the human body. If you can refine the demon spirit, you can obtain the demon spirit's possession and condense the power of your saint bloodline to form the heavenly phase." Looks like Xiang Tianba wants to refine the demon spirit here and form the heavenly phase. No wonder he's afraid of Lin Hualu and Qin Hao, but not us. Although Lin Hualu and Qin Hao haven't reached the pinnacle of the saint bloodline realm, if they can refine the demon spirit, they can at least condense a saint bloodline. It'll take them 10 years less. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he couldn't help being stunned. He wasn't surprised that Lu Fei knew so much. After all, Lu Fei was born and raised in the Hidden Sword Tomb and had a good father. It was normal for him to know so much. Instead, he was surprised that the demon spirit object had such a great use. Su Yan had been in the Hidden Sword Well for a few days and hadn't found any treasures. This demon spirit was definitely a great treasure. Of course, Su Yan didn't think that the others didn't obtain any treasures. Treasures were all about fate. When fate arrived, it would naturally be obtained. Since he had encountered the demon spirit, it meant that he had fate with it. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the demon spirit with greed in his eyes. If others wanted to refine the demon spirit, Su Yan wouldn't mind. But if Xiang Tianba wanted to refine it, he naturally couldn't let him succeed. "Fatty, what's the use of refining this demon spirit?" Su Yan asked Lu Fei in a low voice. He already had an idea about the demon spirit. Lu Fei was stunned. He then shook his head and smiled. Junior brother Su, you don't have the strength to refine the demon spirit. You don't have a saint bloodline in your body. When the demon spirit enters your body, it will form a saint bloodline. Since you haven't reached the saint bloodline realm, you will definitely be devoured by the demon spirit. So not only is it useless for you, it's also harmful. It's useless? Su Yan frowned and was rather disappointed. Just at this moment, Lu Fei suddenly said, but if you really want to obtain the demon spirit, it's not useless. You can inject it into a spiritual artifact to strengthen it. Unfortunately, you and I don't have a spiritual artifact, so it's useless. Spiritual artifact. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei mention the spirit weapon, he immediately thought of the baleful celestial ancient jade that Mu Zijin had given him in the Buddha Pagoda because he had not been able to subdue the baleful celestial that day. So much so that Su Yan almost forgot about its existence. Now that Lu Fei mentioned it, he immediately remembered it. Thinking about the fiend immortal and looking at the demon spirit, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He looked at Xiang Tianba and coldly smiled. He turned his head and asked Lu Fei, Fatty, how do I refine the demon spirit? I don't know. Lu Fei was often treated as a know-it-all by Su Yan. However, at this moment, he shook his head and said, this method of refining the demon spirit is extremely strange. I really don't know. You don't know? Su Yan's brows furrowed again. From the appearance of the demon spirit, Su Yan knew that refining it wouldn't be easy. Not to mention, Xiang Tianba was also here. Looking at Xiang Tianba's attitude, it seemed that he was determined to obtain the demon spirit. It was impossible for him to refine it. However, could he just watch as the demon spirit was refined by Xiang Tianba? No, he definitely couldn't allow that. Even if he couldn't refine it, he had to stop Xiang Tianba from refining it. Su Yan looked at the demon spirit and his gaze deepened. He had also made up his mind. The moment the demon spirit appeared, it immediately started to run around. Unfortunately, for some reason, it couldn't escape from the encirclement of the inner court disciples. Those inner court disciples had been sitting there without moving. It was obvious that they were setting up some kind of array to trap the demon spirit. When Xiang Tianba saw that the others had no intention of interfering, he looked at the demon spirit and smiled evilly. He patted his interspatial pouch and swallowed an elixir. The moment he swallowed the elixir, Xiang Tianba's body suddenly turned into a rainbow and charged towards the demon spirit. His long sword struck out. It directly passed through the demon spirit. The demon spirit seemed to have sensed Xiang Tianba's arrival. It emitted a bright light and charged forward. As it leaped, the spiritual energy trembled. It was quite oppressive. Su Yan, who was standing far away, could feel an aura coming towards him. Although the spiritual energy wasn't as strong as the aura emitted by the elders, it wasn't weak. Furthermore, he couldn't use his spiritual energy. Under the pressure of the spiritual energy, Su Yan suddenly felt his body tremble. Looking at the others, including Lin Hualu and Qin Hao, they weren't any better off. Surrounded by several people, Xiang Tianba was completely fine. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. When he thought of the elixir that Xiang Tianba swallowed when he attacked, he guessed that it was the effect of the elixir. When he looked again, Xiang Tianba patted his interspatial pouch and swallowed another elixir. Su Yan also understood that this demon spirit wasn't something that could be easily obtained. Taking another step forward, he felt that every step was difficult. Am I going to give up? Su Yan muttered to himself. Looking at the demon spirit, his heart was filled with unwillingness. Collect. Just at this moment, Xiang Tianba coldly shouted. An unknown treasure flew out from his interspatial pouch. With a wave of his hand, the demon spirit was covered within it. The spiritual aura pressure from before also disappeared. When the magic treasure appeared, one could faintly feel a wave of spiritual aura fluctuation. Su Yan couldn't help feeling envious. It seems that being a core disciple isn't just a rumor. A treasure of this level isn't something that I can possess. When Xiang Tianba was collecting the demon spirit, he instantly waved his treasure again and put it back into his interspatial pouch. the demon spirit appeared again. However, this time, the demon spirit wasn't moving. Instead, it was more gentle. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy pressure was still there, making Su Yan unable to walk. At this moment, Xiang Tianba jumped up and sat in the air. Su Yan was shocked. He couldn't use his spiritual energy, so how could Xiang Tianba sit in the air? Su Yan naturally didn't know that this was the demon spirit's spiritual energy. Xiang Tianba was only borrowing the demon spirit's spiritual energy. Chapter 64. As his body floated, the spirit energy above the demon spirit continuously surged into Xiang Tianba's body, and the smile on Xiang Tianba's face became wider and wider. Especially when he looked at Su Yan, there was a glint in his eyes that was constantly surging out. This is bad. When Lu Fei saw this scene, he suddenly thought of something and said in panic, "This sword well cannot be entered by the celestial phenomenon realm. If one were to enter, they would definitely be killed by the restrictions of the sword well. As for the spirit energy that cannot be used within the sword well, it can only be used against those below the celestial phenomenon realm. If one is able to jump into the celestial phenomenon realm within the sword well, then not only can you use your strength, the celestial phenomenon that you condense is also stronger than the celestial phenomenon realm that you condense outside." When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he was also shocked in his heart. "Fatty, you mean to say that Xiang Tianba is currently stepping into the celestial phenomenon realm?" "That's right." Lu Fei's small eyes immediately congealed as he nodded cautiously. If Xiang Tianba were to condense a celestial phenomenon, he would be able to use his spirit energy. At that moment, we won't be able to use our spirit energy, so how could we be his match? Celestial phenomenon realm. Su Yan was secretly shocked as he thought about it. Not to mention that Xiang Tianba had stepped into the celestial phenomenon realm. Even if Xiang Tianba was able to use his spirit energy, 10 of him would not be his match. "No, I have to stop him myself," Su Yan secretly thought in his heart. Unfortunately, it was difficult to even take a step forward under the pressure of the demon spirit's powerful spirit energy. How could he stop it? Once the celestial phenomenon realm was formed, Xiang Tianba would definitely take his life first. Escaping was also impossible. Then what should I do? Su Yan kept thinking of a way in his heart as he watched the spirit energy of the demon spirit continuously pour into Xiang Tianba's body. Su Yan's eyes constantly emitted a bright light, which was filled with determination. Step by step, he walked towards Xiang Tianba. Although it was slow, it was steady. It's useless. Su Yan, just wait for your death." When Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan approaching, he suddenly laughed and said, "Su Yan, even if you can walk, you still can't destroy my formation. I, Xiang Tianba, am destined to be a heavenly dragon, and you, Su Yan, are merely an ant. Su Yan, submit to me, and perhaps I will spare your life." Xiang Tianba's arrogant voice echoed in the stone chamber. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to him and walked forward step by step. When Qin Hao saw this, he frowned and said, "What is this child trying to do?" "He wants to stop Xiang Tianba from forming the heavenly image," Lin Hualu said with an expressionless face. As she gazed at Su Yan's firm and determined footsteps, a look of approval appeared in her eyes. Looking at Xiang Tianba's arrogant appearance, she suddenly waved her hand, and a pill shot towards Su Yan's direction. "Su Yan, this pill is called the Spirit Avoidance Pill. Swallow it, and it will reduce the pressure of the spiritual energy on you." "Thank you, Senior Sister Lin." When Su Yan heard Lin Hualo's words, he cupped his hands towards her gratefully. Then, he hurriedly took the Spirit Avoidance Pill and swallowed it. Now that he was grateful, he didn't say much and walked towards Xiang Tianba. Although his body was still under the pressure of the spiritual energy, it was much better than before. He was even more grateful towards Lin Hualu. Just like her, when he saw her beautiful body, her beautiful face, and her red dress, his heart couldn't help but be moved. However, it was only for a moment. He quickly put away the thought in his heart and walked towards Xiang Tianba. When Xiang Tianba saw the scene, his face couldn't help but be filled with anger. He shouted, "Junior Sister Lin, why are you helping this person?" Lin Hualu smiled but didn't say anything. She also didn't know why she wanted to help Su Yan. Maybe it was because she felt that Su Yan was interesting on that day in Tianshuang City. When Xiang Tianba saw that Lin Hualu didn't reply, the anger on his face became even more intense. He coldly shouted, "Good, good. Lin Hualu, you have always known my feelings for you. This time, you let me down because of an ant from the inner court." When Lin Hualu heard Xiang Tianba talk about love, she couldn't not reply. She glanced at Xiang Tianba and expressionlessly said, "Brother Xiang, of course I know your feelings for me. However, this is your wishful thinking. How can I let you down?" Good, good, good. Xiang Tianba also didn't want to talk about love. He said, "Good," 3 times in a row. His face was trembling. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. When he saw Su Yan walking towards him with difficulty, he sneered and said, "Today, I will form the heavenly form. I want to see how you are going to stop it. Once I enter the heavenly form, this place will be under my control. When that time comes, I will see who dares not to listen to me. Lin Hualu, you will never be able to escape from my palm in this lifetime. You will never be able to escape." When Lin Hualu heard Xiang Tianba's words, she frowned. However, she didn't say anything. She knew that Xiang Tianba's words were the truth. His barrier was already formed. At this moment, he could borrow the demonic spiritual energy. However, none of them could condense spiritual energy. They couldn't stop him at all. "Su Yan, don't make any more useless struggles. Just wait for your death." Xiang Tianba continued to absorb the demonic spiritual energy above his head. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Su Yan's movements became more and more difficult. However, Su Yan didn't give up in the slightest. Step by step, he walked towards him. When he finally arrived in front of Su Yan, he struck out with his sword. However, it was a pity that there was nothing in the surrounding area. The moment his long sword struck out, it lit up like a screen of light. In an instant, it blocked Su Yan's sword strike. What? Su Yan was shocked. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's astonished expression and laughed arrogantly. "Su Yan, it's useless. I've been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, why would I let you guys watch me form the heavenly form?" "Ha, Su Yan, I want to see how you form the heavenly form and how you walk towards your death. Not only that, Su Yan, I'll tell you another secret. Not only do I form the heavenly form, but there are also divine artifacts in the inner sword well. These are all mine, Xiang Tianba's. I, Xiang Tianba, have amazing talent, and you are destined to die at my feet." Listening to Xiang Tianba's arrogant voice, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. However, his gaze didn't waver in the slightest. He only secretly said, "Is there really no other way?" "Impossible, I can definitely stop it. Definitely." Su Yan gritted his teeth and once again stabbed out with his sword. And, at the moment the sword stabbed out, several inner disciples surrounded the area. In an instant, a light screen popped up and bounced Su Yan back. Puchi, in an instant, a stream of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. Xian, Ouyang Tianqing, Lu Fei and the others became anxious, afraid that something would happen to Su Yan. Seeing this scene, Lin Hualu frowned and said gently, "Su Yan, Xiang Tianba's enchantment has already been completed. Without the support of spiritual energy, you won't be able to break it. Give up." Give up? How could Su Yan give up? He laughed bitterly in his heart. "Even if I die, I won't give up." Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan's persistent appearance and said, "Su Yan, there's still a long way to go. At this moment, you can't break Xiang Tianba's enchantment. Give up and follow me out of the sword well. Xiang Tianba naturally can't hurt you." "Leave the sword well?" When Xiang Tianba heard Lin Hualu's words, he was shocked. His pupils constricted as he shouted, "The sword well has opened, you actually have a way to get out." "I have my ways." Lin Hualu's eyes turned cold, and continued to shout at Su Yan, "Su Yan, follow me out, there's no need to tangle with me anymore." Although Su Yan was also surprised that Lin Hualu actually had a way to get out of the sword well, it was still unable to shake Su Yan's heart. For the sword well, Su Yan had been preparing for many days. Now that he had come down to the sword well, how could he leave without doing anything? "No, even if I die, I can't go out myself." Su Yen clenched his teeth, turned around and cupped his hands towards Lin Hualu. Senior Sister Lin, Su Yen, appreciate your good intentions, but I will definitely not go out. When Lin Hualu heard Su Yan's words, she sighed slightly and did not try to persuade him any further. She turned and left the stone room. Xiang Tianba had already said those words just now. If Xiang Tianba were to become a celestial being, he would naturally be able to use his spirit energy. At that time, she would not be able to use her strength, so she would naturally not be able to compare to him. Lin Hualu would be in danger here. When Xiang Tianba saw Lin Hualu leave, his brows furrowed, but he quickly regained his arrogance and laughed. Lin Hualu, even if you have a way to get out of the sword well, you can forget about escaping from my palm. Clang. At this moment, Su Yen attacked again, but it was clearly another useless attack. However, Xiang Tianba became even more complacent. Su Yen, just wait for your death, just wait for your death. As Xiang Tianba spoke, the spirit energy on the demon spirit continued to pour in, and his body also continued to surge with spirit energy. That spirit energy continued to condense around Xiang Tianba's body. Spirit energy was the foundation of cultivation. Life spirit was the path of condensing cultivation. The Saint Meridian was the unfinished meridian, formed from 1 meridian, formed from 9 meridian, and formed from the celestial being. Only then could one roam the heavens. The celestial being was the symbol of true strength. The celestial being was the symbol of a true expert. Every single elder in the hidden sword tomb was above the celestial being realm. As Xiang Tianba absorbed the spirit energy, the demon spirit transformed, and the Saint Meridians in his body slowly appeared. Those 9 meridians quickly condensed and sank under his dantian, performing the Tao of the celestial being. Clearly, Xiang Tianba's celestial being was slowly showing its embryonic form. Su Yen struggle. Xiang Tianba felt the changes in his body. Seeing that Su Yen was still working hard, the smile on his face became even more brilliant. As long as he formed the celestial being, killing Su Yen would be as easy as blowing off dust. Su Yen naturally understood this logic, but he couldn't break this array, so he couldn't stop Xiang Tianba from forming the celestial being. Could it be that he was really going to wait for death like Xiang Tianba said? As Su Yen thought about it, his face suddenly became miserable. He didn't expect that he, Su Yen, would lose his life here after working so hard to enter the swordwell. As Su Yen thought about it, he felt a burst of unwillingness in his heart. Ouyang Tianqing, Lu Fei, and the others looked at Su Yan's appearance and felt uncomfortable in their hearts. However, they were powerless to help. Su Yen, submit. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's expression and shouted arrogantly again. Submit. Su Yen sneered and bit his lips. His eyes were like torches. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he was unwilling to give up. Chapter 65. Xiang Tianba floated in the air, his whole body glowing like a Buddha, with his own majesty. The spiritual energy on his body was getting thicker and thicker. In this place where spiritual energy could not be used, it emitted a wave of pressure. Qin Hao, Jing Yi, Ouyang Tianqing, Lu Fei, and the others could not help but frown, and their figures could not help but retreat a bit. Needless to say, Su Yen was the closest. Although he had swallowed the spirit avoidance pill, as the spirit qi became denser, the effect became weaker. His body was twisted together because of the majesty of the spiritual energy. Only his eyes were still blooming with a strange light. Looking at Xiang Tianba's body, he was unwilling to give up. Could it be that I have to surrender like this? No, absolutely not. I've worked so hard for the sword well for so long, and now that I've come here, how can I give up? Su Yen thought, and his whole body shook. He suddenly let out a low roar, slapped his storage bag, and in an instant, a spirit concentration pill fell into his hand. Raising his head, Su Yen swallowed it. Although he knew that it might not be useful, he was unwilling, and his eyes continued to shine brightly. I must stop it, I must stop it. Su Yen shouted again, withstanding the powerful spiritual energy pressure, and attacked again. Clang. Obviously, it was blocked by the light curtain again. It's useless, Su Yen, Accept your death obediently. Xiang Tianba looked at Su Yan's struggle, and the smile on his face became even more brilliant. For him, Su Yan must die this time. He was a high and mighty god, and Su Yan was just an ant. An ant not only stole his beast core, but also humiliated him in front of all the disciples. This ant's blasphemy to the gods was enough to kill him 1,000 times. Thinking of his carefully planned beast core, but it was swallowed by Su Yan. Thinking of the humiliation Su Yan brought to himself, Xiang Tianba's eyes suddenly flowed with a murderous aura, shooting straight at Su Yan. Ordinary people would not be able to use spiritual energy, but Xiang Tianba had swallowed a demon spirit to form his form. What he borrowed was the power of the demon spirit, so it was naturally different from ordinary people. This time, as his eyes squirmed, a majestic aura spread out. This huge aura, not to mention that Su Yan could not use his spiritual energy, even if he could, he might not be able to resist it. In an instant, Su Yan felt his body churn. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan, give up. Yes, give up. Ouyang Tiancheng, Lu Fei, and the others couldn't bear to see Su Yan in such a sorry state and reminded him repeatedly. But Su Yan only gritted his teeth and smiled. Let him give up, unless he died. Clenching his teeth, Su Yan once again drew his sword. Although it was of no use, his tenacious and unyielding heart moved everyone present. Only Xiang Tianba's smile was brighter, and the more Su Yan struggled, the happier he was. Daring to steal his things, he must let him suffer humiliation and die. I don't believe it. Su Yan had entered a crazy state under the pressure of the layers of spiritual energy. His eyes were red, and there was only the array in front of him. The items in his storage bag were all sacrificed. Ha! Struggle, struggle. Xiang Tianba saw Su Yan's appearance and laughed wildly. The more Su Yan was like this, the more he enjoyed it. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan took out something from his storage bag and threw it into the array. In the next moment, a loud sound rang out. Xiang Tianba, who was floating in the air, couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Su Yan had already lost his mind under the pressure of spiritual energy. The only reason he could hold on until now was because of the belief in his body. However, this loud sound caused Su Yan to wake up. Looking at the array that was blasted open, his pupils shrank. This is the Fiend Immortal. It's the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. When the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade was thrown out, it directly hit the demon spirit. At this moment, most of the spiritual energy in the demon spirit was absorbed by Xiang Tianba. But not all of it was absorbed. When the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade was thrown out, it instantly released a ray of light. The light enveloped the demon spirit and Xiang Tianba. In just a breath's time, Xiang Tianba felt as if his entire body was being sucked out. He let out a low roar, and all the spiritual energy he had absorbed was spat out and poured into the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. Such a change was too fast, to the point that everyone was stunned. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. But when they saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment, not understanding the meaning behind it. On the other hand, Lu Fei narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at the Fiend Immortal Ancient Jade. His eyes suddenly widened as he excitedly said, I understand. This strange jade is a spiritual weapon. When it meets a demon spirit, it will automatically absorb the spiritual weapon. Hearing Lu Fei's words, everyone came to their senses. They all thought that the spiritual weapon and demon spirit had resonated and absorbed the spiritual energy of the demon spirit, destroying Xiang Tianba's formation. Naturally, they didn't know that Lu Fei was only half right. Even if a normal spiritual weapon could be forged with a demon spirit, how could it automatically absorb a demon spirit without an owner to crown it? Not only could it not do so, it might even be controlled by the demon spirit. Of course, everyone didn't understand, so they naturally agreed with Lu Fei's words. Xiang Tianba, let's see how you're going to form your formation now. When Su Yan heard Lu Fei's words, he tacitly agreed. Looking at Xiang Tianba's increasingly ugly expression, he returned all the humiliation that Xiang Tianba had given him. Xiang Tianba, beg for mercy. Perhaps I'll let you go if you beg for mercy. Su Yan! When Xiang Tianba heard Su Yan's words, he was instantly enraged. However, there was nothing he could do. Earlier, he was still able to borrow a trace of spiritual energy from the demon spirit, but now his entire body was stiff. Not to mention using spiritual energy, he couldn't even circulate the cultivation technique in his body. The spiritual energy in his body was constantly being sucked out, causing his entire body to tremble. Boom, just at this moment, there was another loud sound. The fiend immortal ancient jade suddenly leapt up and began to spin in the air. Its small body rapidly spun in the air. It let out a series of whooshing sounds as if it was mocking. Why? At this moment, Xiang Tianba's body slowly fell down. His hair was scattered, and the majestic aura he had earlier was long gone. But he fell to the ground, and his face was unrecognizable. He was in an extremely sorry state. Xiang Tianba reacted quickly. The moment he fell to the ground, his hands shook the ground, and he flipped himself up. Even so, his white robe was reduced to dust. Coupled with his pale face and disheveled hair, he no longer had the majesty of the number one disciple of the sect. Impossible! For this, I have worked hard for several years to form the heavenly form in this sword well. How can I fail? How is this possible? Xiang Tianba muttered to himself, and the words he spoke were practically roared out. It turned out that if Xiang Tianba wanted to form the heavenly form, he could have done so in the sect. However, he wasn't willing to form the heavenly form just like that. The heavenly form was divided into the sun, moon, and stars. Ordinary people would form the heavenly form by forming the heavenly form. The sun form was a legendary existence. Other than the heavenly form, there was only the moon form. However, there was no way to form the moon form. There wasn't a single person in the entire Jingzhou city who knew how to form the moon form. However, Xiang Tianba inadvertently learned that in the sword well, one had to disperse all the spiritual energy and absorb the demonic spiritual energy to form the moon form. As early as 3 years ago, Xiang Tianba was able to form the heavenly form. It was because of this that he didn't form the heavenly form for a long time. He wanted to form the moon form. 3 years ago, he had been planning all of this. Killing demonic beasts, obtaining beast cores, refining spirit avoidance pills, and forging his body so that his body and the demonic spirit could work together. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the spiritual energy in the sword well and subdue the demonic spirit. For this, Tianba had spent an entire 3 years. Not only had he tempered his own body, but he had also spent a lot of time and effort to refine a body that could withstand demon spirits for the inner sect disciples who had helped him earlier. However, at this moment, at that time, the Heavenly Cloud Beast Core was one of the things he could use today. It was fine that it was snatched by Su Yan. After all, he was a divine dragon. Even if he snatched the Beast Core, he still had the ability to obtain it. Just now, he was defeated by Su Yan. He could accept it because he was destined to one day soar into the 9 heavens, while Su Yan was still just an ant. But now, everything was ruined. Everything was destroyed by Su Yan. Why? Xiang Tianba raised his head and let out a low roar. That roar was mournful, but it was also mixed with anger. Su Yan. Xiang Tianba came back to his senses. Suddenly, the ghost howl was already in his hand. He pointed the sword at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I will not rest until I kill you." As he spoke, Xiang Tianba had already raised his sword and attacked. It was swift and ferocious, streaking through the air. In an instant, a thunderous boom rang out. That sword was illusory, like a ghost, illusory yet real at the same time, dazzling everyone who saw it. Su Yan saw that Xiang Tianba had failed to form the heavenly image. Now, he was just a mortal like him. In addition, he had already defeated Xiang Tianba once. Naturally, he was not afraid. Good timing. In an instant, Su Yan also took out the pagoda sword and met the blade. The speed of the pagoda sword's golden light was not inferior to Xiang Tianba's ghost howl. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, his killing intent was fierce. Just now, Su Yan had already regretted sparing Xiang Tianba once. Now that he had this opportunity, he would not be polite. Although he and Xiang Tianba were from the same sect, they had also formed a deep grudge. In the future, they would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he give it up? The two collided, and their attacks were fierce. Although there was no spiritual energy, sword light flashed at the same time, and whistling sounds rang out. Although Su Yan had defeated Xiang Tianba once, he did not underestimate Su Yan. Xiang Tianba was the #1 disciple of the sect, so his strength was naturally extraordinary. In his anger, his sword was even sharper, and every move was soul-stirring. Su Yan was naturally not weaker than Xiang Tianba. His eyes flickered from time to time, and sword light expanded in all directions. He was not inferior to Xiang Tianba at all. Chapter 66. In the past, I wasn't able to get rid of this kid, leaving this scourge behind. I hate it. As Xiang Tianba and Su Yan fought, the longer they fought, the more resentment they felt. Filled with regret, they didn't care about their usual pressure and shouted, "You guys, attack together and kill this person. Today, I will not rest until one of us is dead." There were more than 10 people guarding the formation. When they saw Xiang Tianba and Su Yan fighting, they already had the intention to help. However, Xiang Tianba was the #1 disciple of the sect and had pride in his heart. Naturally, they didn't dare to help. Now that they heard Xiang Tianba's words, they no longer had any misgivings and all drew their swords. Although there weren't as many inner sect disciples as outer sect disciples. However, the hidden sword tomb was still the #1 sect of Jingzhou City. Naturally, there were many inner sect disciples, at least a few hundred people. Right now, there were only 10 or so people. Since they were chosen by Xiang Tianba, who had always been proud and arrogant, they naturally had their own strengths. Once the long sword was drawn, although there was no spiritual energy, the sword chi was sharp and the sword intent was threatening. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. If he fought Xiang Tianba alone, he might not even win. If these people joined in, he would definitely lose today. Arrogant person, are you bullying us because we don't have anyone? At this time, a fierce shout suddenly sounded. This voice was like a duck's, but it was full of energy and didn't lose its dignity. Within the hidden sword sect, the only person who could speak up for Su Yan like this was Lu Fei. Lu Fei was only at the 5th level of the spirit realm. Because of his father, he was able to enter the inner sect and have the chance to enter the sword well. However, because he couldn't use spiritual energy in the sword well and because of his fat body, he had a lot of advantages. With a fierce shout, the sword he took out was the black sword that Su Yan had chosen for him in the dragon sword tomb. Although this sword was not as powerful as the Buddha's sword in Su Yan's hand or the ghost's howl in Xiang Tianba's hand, it was still an extraordinary weapon. At the same time, Qiao Ling Long, Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Jing Yi also took out their swords and pointed them at Xiang Tianba. Although Ouyang Tiancheng, Pu Tiandao, and Qiao Ling Long were newly promoted to the inner sect, the three of them were already famous in the outer sect. Ouyang Tiancheng was the #1 person in the outer sect, so his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Although Pu Tiandao and Qiao Linglong were not well known in the outer sect, their strength was not weak. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the inner sect in less than a year after entering the outer sect. Except those 3 people, there's also Jing Yi. As the #1 disciple of the inner sect, his strength was self-evident. Now that they had joined, although they didn't have as many people as Xiang Tianba's side, they didn't lose out in terms of strength. Inside the stone room, more than 10 people were divided into 2 groups, facing each other with swords. As for Lin Hua Lu and Qin Hao, when they saw that it was hopeless to stop Xiang Tianba, they had already left. No one knew whether they had left the sword well or not. You guys dare to oppose me? Good. When Xiang Tianba saw that Jing Yi and the others dared to oppose him, his face turned ferocious and his anger was obvious. Today I'll kill this renegade first, then I'll kill you guys. Under Xiang Tianba's anger, he didn't say anything. He shouted angrily, and the ghost's howl attacked again. The ghost's howl continued to be heard, and it was powerful. Su Yan knew that today would be a fight to the death, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He nodded at Lu Fei and the others to express his gratitude. In an instant, his pupils shrank and his body rushed out. The Buddha sword swept across, and golden light shone in all directions, immediately suppressing the ghost's howl. The sword intent won a bit. Of course, just like that, it wasn't enough to determine the winner. Although it was a treasured sword, it still needed to be complemented by profound sword moves. Xiang Tianba relied on his physical advantage, while Su Yan relied on his previous life's lightning speed. The two of them were evenly matched, and after 10 moves, there was no clear winner. At the same time, Jing Yi led the others to fight with Xiang Tianba and the other inner sect disciples. One side had the advantage of numbers, the other side had the advantage of strength. Similarly, there was no clear winner. After the battle, several hours had passed, but both sides were still fighting bitterly. No one showed any signs of exhaustion, so there was no clear winner. Bang! Right at that moment, a loud boom resounded through the air, and the entire stone chamber began to shake along with the tremors. This is... Everyone was aghast, and they didn't know why. At this time, a golden light suddenly shrouded them. In an instant, everyone's body stiffened, and they couldn't move. Everyone was shocked. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was also shocked, but he didn't know why. However, just as he was puzzled, his vision suddenly turned black, and he fainted. The other people's experiences weren't far from his, and they were all the same. When Su Yan opened his eyes again, a day had already passed. What the hell is going on? Su Yan slowly opened his eyes, and the scene of the battle with Xiang Tianba continued to appear in his mind. However, after carefully looking around, although he was still in the stone room, there was no one around. Xiang Tianba, Lu Fei, and the others were nowhere to be seen. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? After being shocked, Su Yan looked at the bottom of the stone room and realized that although the place he was in was also a stone room, it was different from where he was a day ago. Where is this? Su Yan narrowed his eyes, thinking about the scene that day. He was puzzled, and after hesitating for a long time, his eyes suddenly narrowed. As if he had thought of something, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Could this be the inner sword well? Su Yan licked his lips, not daring to believe that this was true. However, when he recalled that day in the Wanton Black Curtain in Lin Huatu, it was said that only those who were fated could enter the inner sword well. In the outer sword well, Su Yan had the map given to him by Lu Fei, so he naturally knew the outer sword well like the back of his hand. In order to find the place where Mu Zijian had left his obsession, he had searched all over the outer sword well. However, he did not find a way to enter the inner sword well. Thinking again, when he was fighting with Xiang Tianba, the strange light fell, and he felt weak all over, unable to move. The next moment, he had fainted, and when he woke up, he was already here. Is it really the inner sword well? Although Su Yan suspected that this was the inner sword well, he had been looking forward to it for a long time, but he did not dare to believe it casually. He was afraid that it was not, and in the end, he would be happy for nothing. Bang! Just as Su Yan was puzzled, his body suddenly shook, and a familiar force suddenly surged, causing Su Yan's body and mind to tremble, but soon Su Yan came back to his senses, and the corner of his mouth revealed an excited expression. Spiritual Qi, it's spiritual Qi, I can use spiritual Qi here. Su Yan's cultivation method changed, and the spiritual Qi that had been accompanying him since he started cultivating instantly erupted all over his body. The feeling of the Qi connecting his meridians was very comfortable. Although it was reasonable that one could not use spiritual Qi in the outer sword well under the celestial phenomenon realm, at this moment, when the spiritual Qi returned to his body, Su Yan still had a feeling of regaining what he had lost. However, under his joy, Su Yan immediately frowned. In the sword well, those above the celestial phenomenon realm cannot enter. Those who have not formed the celestial phenomenon realm cannot use spiritual Qi. And this time I can use spiritual Qi, and I am only at the 9th level of the spirit channeling realm. Then, is this not the sword well? Then where am I? Could it be that I had no fate to enter the inner sword well, and was pushed out by the beam of golden light from the outer sword well? The more Su Yan thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the more he thought about it, the more his heart turned cold. Before entering the hidden sword tomb, he had received his father's wish to enter the sword well. After entering the hidden sword sect and receiving the guidance of Mu Zijin in the pagoda, his heart to enter the sword well was even stronger. His heart had always yearned to enter the sword well, but this place was not the sword well. How could Su Yan not feel cold in his heart? Naturally, Su Yan did not know about the changes in the hidden sword tomb. Thus, the changes in the hidden sword tomb would spread to this place. Su Yan naturally would not feel so cold. Although the sword well was Su Yan's goal, it was a place that Su Yan had to reach. Now, this was not the sword well. Su Yan immediately felt his heart empty. He did not know where to go. The path of life and the path of soul in his body were overturned at this moment, becoming what he needed. The path that he had comprehended was completely lost. There was a saying that before entering the life-soul stage, one must first comprehend the path. The spirit channeling realm was divided into the 1st to 9th levels of the spirit channeling realm. The 1st to 8th levels of the spirit channeling realm were to cultivate the chi spirit and temper the body. The 9th level of the spirit channeling realm was to comprehend the path of life and the path of soul, laying the foundation for entering the life-soul stage in the future. However, Su Yan was in the path of life and had lost the path of soul. Obviously, he could not enter the life-soul stage again. Of course, Su Yan did not have the mood to think about this. What he wanted to know was, why was the sword well not fated to be with him even though he wanted to? Father, I am sorry. Thinking back to the time when he was in the Su family, the celestial spirit Pearl transmitted the will of his physical body's father. Su Yan was physically and mentally exhausted as he shouted to the sky. However, because of the fusion of memories, this call of father was filled with deep emotion and sadness. It was not pretentious at all. Senior Mu, I am sorry. I am useless. Su Yan once again raised his head to the sky and sighed. That day in the Buddha pagoda, he swore that he would complete the wish in Mu Zijin's heart. However, at this moment, the sword well was not fated to be with him. What else was there to talk about? Su Yan stood in the same place in a daze. For a moment, he did not know where to go. He did not move his finger or even blink his eyes. He was like a rock. He did not know how much time had passed. The meridians in Su Yan's body suddenly moved. The blood in his veins stirred as well. A suction force tilted towards Su Yan, as if there was a force summoning him. What's going on? Under the summoning of this force, Su Yan's lifeless eyes finally flashed. The compassion in his heart was also suppressed. Following the summoning force, he slowly stepped forward and walked forward. Chapter 67. The Well of Swords was where Su Yan wanted to be. Su Yan was certain that this was not the Well of Swords, and with a chill in his heart, he entered the 9th layer of spirit drawing. His newly formed Tao of Life and Tao of Soul were broken because of this. His Tao of Life and Tao of Soul were both broken because of this. What could possibly pique Su Yan's interest? If not for the guidance of the bloodline in his body, Su Yan would not even be in the mood to walk. After walking for another 2 hours, the bloodline in Su Yan's body began to stir. This was a situation that had never happened before, and Su Yan did not know why, but he could only follow the guidance. The more he walked, the more intense the bloodline in his body became. Suddenly, Su Yan raised his head and saw a huge stone tablet. On the tablet, there were large and colorful words, Sword Tomb of the Godly Tomb. The large words were bright red, and when he looked at them, Su Yan felt dizzy. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly used his qi to block it. Only then did he catch his breath. When he looked again, although there was no violent impact like before, his blood was still boiling, and a wave of spiritual energy was pressing towards him. Mysterious, mysterious. Su Yan exclaimed, not daring to look again. If one look was already like this, then if he looked a few more times, his qi would flow backwards. Su Yan turned his head and no longer looked at the stone tablet, but looked behind him. Only then did he realize that this was a dark place, and there was a faint black fog under the giant stone tablet. Around it were strange rocks, like tombs. There were many corpses around it, and it was unknown how long they had been rotting. At this moment, They were white, making people feel frightened. However, Su Yen had already seen the corpses outside the Well of Swords. Now that he had nothing to ask for, he was not surprised. The sword tomb of the godly tomb, although it is mysterious, it is not what I want. Su Yen muttered. Seeing that there was no other strange phenomenon besides the strange phenomenon caused by the stone tablet, he sighed and turned around to leave. Bang! Just as Su Yen was about to turn around and leave, a loud sound suddenly came from behind him. This loud sound was like the sudden muffled thunder between heaven and earth. It suddenly exploded, causing Su Yan's ears to ring. Although Su Yen had nothing to say in his heart, it did not mean that he had the intention to speak softly. At this moment, a loud sound rang out. Su Yen immediately activated the glazed sun sword manual in his body to protect his heart meridian and turned around to look. The moment he turned around, Su Yan's pupils suddenly constricted. The grave that had been made of strange stones had actually exploded at this moment. This is... Although Su Yen did not know what that strange stone tomb was, from its appearance, Su Yen naturally knew how hard it was. However, why did it suddenly explode? When he looked again, Su Yan's gaze shifted again and landed on one of the tombs that had exploded. Looking at the faint red light, there was actually an invisible pressure of spiritual qi that came from it. Although this pressure of spirit energy was swift and violent, in front of Su Yen felt a sense of déjà vu. This is... Su Yen frowned and immediately did not hesitate to walk forward and pick up the golden object. This object was about a few inches long, and it was square in shape and emitted a faint red light. On it was engraved the 4 golden words, Red Flame Sword Box. Red Flame Sword Box, Su Yen said silently. He did not know what it meant, nor did he know how to use it. However, judging from the spirit energy that came from this object, it should not be an ordinary object. Su Yen did not think too much about it. With a wave of his hand, he threw it into the storage bag. Just before the red flame sword box entered the storage bag, a ray of light suddenly surged out from the red flame sword box and shot straight into Su Yan's mind. A divine sense was transmitted over. Yen, you finally come to the sword well. Although the voice was not loud, it contained a trace of gentleness. It was obvious that it was gratified. Swordwell, this is the sword well? Su Yen was stunned for a long time. Only after a long time did he regain his senses, and a look of joy slowly surfaced on his face. The gaze that had dimmed earlier was instantly ignited, condensing into a resplendent light. This place is actually the sword well, and I actually didn't know about it. How laughable! After calming down the excitement in his heart, Su Yen thought about how dejected he was just now, and felt both angry and amused. If this is the inner sword well, then it means that the light that caused people to be unable to move in the outer sword well was the light emitted by this sword well. Then how many people are fated to enter this sword well? Xianxia, did he also come in? Su Yan's heart knot was untied, and his mind naturally became active. He thought about many things, but he forgot about his life Dao and soul Dao. Yen, the sword well is the number 1 sword tomb in the heaven territory. There is a heaven-punishing, divine sword here. You must obtain it, you must obtain it. Just as Su Yen was puzzled, another divine sense was transmitted into Su Yan's mind from the red flame sword box. Su Yen naturally recognized this voice. It was the figure of his physical body's father. Heaven-punishing sword, could it be that father told me to come to the sword well because of this heaven-punishing sword? Su Yen muttered to himself. Although he did not know what it was, but just by hearing its name, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary item. Moreover, his father said so there must be a deep meaning. But as he thought about it, Su Yen felt that the last words of his physical body's father contained some unwillingness. Could it be that father has been here before? Or is there something else to father's matter? Su Yen thought to himself, his heart filled with countless doubts. Looking at the red flame sword box in his hand, Su Yen hoped to hear the other instructions left behind by his father. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not hear another sentence, so he was rather disappointed. However, when he touched the red flame sword box again, he could feel a trace of spiritual energy coming from it, penetrating his heart, and making him feel very comfortable. It seems that this red flame sword box was left to me by father. Su Yan thought about the guiding force that had led him here to obtain the scarlet parting sword sheath, and understood in his heart. However, when he thought of his parents that he had never met, he felt a bit sad. The mystery of my parents, I must find out. Su Yan thought to himself. Unknowingly, there was another obsession in his heart, and he was no longer in a trance. Since his father said that he wanted him to obtain the heaven-destroying sword, there must be a deeper meaning. Naturally, he had to obtain it. I just don't know where the heaven-destroying sword is. Su Yan looked into the distance and put the scarlet parting sword case into his storage pouch. Although he did not know what use the scarlet parting sword case had, he still did not know. However, knowing that it was a relic left behind by his parents, he was naturally much more careful, afraid that he would scratch it. After putting away the red flame sword box, he stopped for a moment before walking forward. As he walked, Su Yan found out why this place was called the Sword Tomb. Along the way, there were tombs everywhere. Black fog lingered around the tombs, colorful corpses, and there were also many spirit swords standing on top of the tombs. Although those swords were all extraordinary swords, it was obvious that they were far inferior to the heaven-destroying sword that his father had mentioned. Even his own pagoda sword could not compare. Su Yan did not linger any longer as he walked deeper into the tomb. While searching for the heaven-destroying sword that his father had mentioned, he was also searching for the obsession that Mu Zijin had left behind. Since Mu Zijin left behind an obsession here, he naturally lost his life here. It's just that I don't know where he died. Su Yan muttered to himself, as he really missed the map of the outer sword well. The area inside the sword well was obviously much more vast than the area outside the sword well. Furthermore, there were many tombs here. Finding Mu Zijin's corpse here was like finding a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, they still had to find the heaven-destroying sword. Thinking about the map, Su Yan didn't know that Lu Fei's figure appeared in his mind. I wonder if this fatty is fated to enter this sword well. Su Yan narrowed his eyes. Thinking about the fatty's fat body, he really hoped that he would be able to enter. Although he might not be able to obtain anything, just based on the fact that spiritual swords were everywhere, it was definitely possible to find a good sword. Just as Su Yan was in a daze, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise coming from the front. Fatty! Although it was only a cry of surprise, it was a special male duck's voice. Su Yan immediately recognized that the owner of the voice was Lu Fei. Hearing the voice, it was extremely terrified. It was obvious that he had encountered some kind of danger. One had to know that one could use spiritual qi within the sword well, and Lu Fei was only at the 5th level of spirit realm. His fat body had lost its effect. Su Yan immediately rushed towards the source of the cry. As it concerned Lu Fei's life, Su Yan naturally did not dare to slow down in the slightest. He rode the sword dragon at full speed. Although the shout just now was far away, Su Yan's speed was like an arrow that had left the bow. He moved forward at a godly speed and arrived in an instant. However, before Su Yan could see the fatty's figure, he saw a huge monster. This thing was several feet tall, its limbs were like stone pillars, and its entire body was covered in scales. On its snake-like head, there were 2 eyes that were like large lanterns, emitting a red light. Snake-scaled beast. Su Yan immediately recognized the monster and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was a rank 5 demonic beast, its strength comparable to the sky realm. Such a demonic beast, not to mention fighting against it, could even take the life of Su Yan, who was only at the 9th level of spirit realm. Lu Fei also noticed Su Yan, and before he could rejoice, he shouted loudly. Su Yan suddenly realized that facing such a monster, other than running, he had no other choice. In a panic, he pulled Lu Fei's hand and shouted, "Fatty, come up." Lu Fei did not hold back. He nodded and borrowed Su Yan's strength to jump onto the sword dragon. Because of Lu Fei's fat body, the sword dragon suddenly trembled, and the 2 of them almost fell down. Fortunately, Su Yan clenched his teeth and used his qi to resist the sword dragon. The sword dragon instantly expanded more than 10 times before stabilizing the 2 of them. Chapter 67, Battle. Chapter 68. The sword dragon's sudden increase in size was out of Su Yan's expectations. When Su Yan obtained the sword dragon, he also thought that it was a flying divine artifact, but he didn't expect it to be able to become bigger. I wonder how big it will be. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the snake-scaled beast behind him. It was not convenient for him to think too much about it, so he hurriedly activated his qi and rushed forward. Because of the sword dragon, even if he brought along Lu Fei, his speed would not slow down in the slightest. It was far better than those so-called 1,000-mile horses. When Lu Fei heard this, he was amazed. This is truly a divine artifact. Junior brother Su, why haven't I seen you use it before? Lu Fei was a typical example of forgetting the pain after healing the scars. His words were filled with praise and excitement, and there was no trace of the panic he had just now. Of course you haven't seen it before. Lu Fei acted as if nothing had happened, but Su Yan was constantly urging the spirit energy to move the sword dragon to fly. It was not convenient for him to explain too much to Lu Fei, so he simply said this. In fact, other than inside the pagoda, Su Yan had once used the sword dragon to fly in the inner sect training grounds. However, at that time, Lu Fei was knocked unconscious by the hidden sword elder, so he did not see it. He also thought that he had a good relationship with Su Yan, and felt that he knew all of Su Yan's treasures like the back of his hand. Now that he saw the sword dragon, he was naturally surprised. However, how could he know that there were many treasures that he did not know about Su Yan's? The reason why the snake-scaled beast was called the snake-scaled beast was because its head was extremely similar to a snake's head and its entire body was covered in scales. The most difficult part of the snake-scaled beast was naturally its scales. It was as hard as a boulder, and was not something that ordinary weapons could break through. Not only that, when it swung its head, its breath carried a powerful force. It was naturally a pressure, which was why it had the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage. However, even though the snake-scale beast had such strong offensive and defensive power, it was a pity that although its 4 legs were like those of an elephant, they were extremely short. Thus, when it ran, its speed was naturally not fast. Of course, this slow speed was only because Su Yan was riding on the sword dragon. If Lu Fei's body was facing it, he would probably be torn apart in a short moment. Su Yan was wary of the snake-scaled beast's might and was not familiar with the sword well. He could only control the sword dragon and fly numbly. Occasionally, he would travel more than 100 miles. Seeing that the snake-scaled beast was nowhere to be seen, he finally stopped and rested. Junior brother Su, why did you stop? Fly a little longer. When Lu Fei saw that Su Yan was about to put away the sword dragon, he opened his eyes wide and said. Clearly, he still wanted to continue with the flight just now. Su Yan rolled his eyes and didn't answer him. After all, he was already used to Lu Fei. After flying for a while, they were already 100 miles away. Almost a few hours had passed. Even though the sword dragon didn't require a lot of spiritual energy, how could Su Yan endure such a long flight? As soon as he landed on the ground, he slapped his storage bag and took out a qi condensation pill. He swallowed it and began to regulate his breathing. This place was shrouded in black fog and was extremely gloomy. Naturally, it wouldn't be a peaceful place. Just now, he had encountered such a huge monster like the snake-scaled beast. If he encountered some demons and ghosts, his spiritual energy would be depleted and he would be waiting for death. When Lu Fei saw that Su Yan was regulating his breathing, he closed his mouth and said with an embarrassed smile, Junior brother Su, I just didn't have enough fun. Hee, don't take offense. Su Yan naturally wouldn't take offense. Lu Fei was a person who couldn't stay still. Otherwise, he wouldn't often cause trouble in the sect. When he saw that Su Yan was regulating his breathing and had nothing to do, he began to look around. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he looked, he was shocked and panicked. His fat trembled and he let out a scream. What's wrong? Su Yan was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly jumped up. At the same time, the pagoda sword followed. Look. Lu Fei pointed in front of him. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't close it for a long time. Su Yan looked in the direction Lu Fei pointed and was instantly dumbfounded. Just now, because they were avoiding the snake-scaled beast's attack, they flew all the way and didn't look carefully at the things on the way. After all, the two of them were still young and their cultivation path was not enough. They didn't look around and just rested here. Now that they saw the surrounding scenery, their hearts trembled. There was a lake in front of them. Outside the lake, there were countless skeletons. Many of them were human bones. It was unknown how long they had been here. Apart from the gloominess, there seemed to be an additional smell of blood. That's right. If this lake was an ordinary lake, it wouldn't have shocked the two of them. It was because this lake was a blood lake. The thick blood water bubbled from time to time. When it boiled, it was even more terrifying. Quick, let's go. Su Yan had never seen such a scene before. He hurriedly pulled Lu Fei up and said, "Quick, let's leave this place." Lu Fei's face was already pale. His body trembled as he looked at the blood lake. For a moment, he couldn't even take a step forward. Seeing this, Su Yan patted his shoulder and shouted, "Fatty, let's go." With this shout, Lu Fei came to his senses. "Arg!" He screamed and turned to leave. Roar! At this moment, a ferocious cry suddenly drifted over. His strange cry was extremely sharp. As he cried out, it was like thunder beside their ears, shaking Su Yan's and Lu Fei's hearts to tremble. Su Yan hurriedly circulated his qi to block it. Hearing the strange cry, the snake-scaled beast had already caught up. He thought to himself, it came so quickly. In the blink of an eye. The enormous body of the snake-scaled beast blocked the path of the two of them. Its lantern-like eyes emitted a dazzling red light as it stared at Su Yan and Lu Fei. There was even a trace of saliva flowing out from the corner of its mouth, sticking to the snake's mouth. It was extremely disgusting and smelled even more disgusting. What? Lu Fei was the first to be unable to withstand it. He actually vomited loudly. However, the effect was surprisingly good. It made him temporarily forget his fear. He covered his nose and shouted, "What? So smelly, so smelly." Although Su Yan also felt the stench, he was more agile than Lu Fei. He had already used his qi to block his nose and did not breathe in the air. Seeing that the road ahead was blocked and the blood lake behind, there was no way to retreat. There was really a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There was no way out. Could it be that we are going to die here today? Su Yan frowned. He also understood why there were corpses everywhere in the sword well. It was so dangerous. How many people could withstand it? Although the sword well was a treasure ground, it was also a dangerous place. Outside the sword well, he did not feel any danger. Now, Su Yan truly understood. This was really a place of great danger. Junior brother Su, what should we do now? After Lu Fei finished vomiting, he turned around and asked Su Yan. "Kill." Su Yan coldly said. His eyes narrowed as he watched this scene. His body did not move. Although he knew that he might not be the snake-scaled beast's opponent, it was impossible for him to just give up like this. Although he said so, Su Yan did not dare to act rashly. His eyes closely stared at the snake-scaled beast. After Lu Fei finished vomiting, he looked at the ugly appearance of the snake-scaled beast. His face paled and he did not dare to move. However, his courage was commendable. Just like that, he was already tightly holding the sword he obtained in the dragon sword tomb. The snake-scaled beast also looked at Su Yan and Lu Fei. Apart from the saliva that continuously flowed out from the corner of its mouth, it did not take a step forward. From time to time, it would turn its head to look at the blood lake and let out a strange cry. Its lantern-like huge eyes revealed a sense of resentment. However, it did not take a step forward, as if it was afraid of something. "Junior Su, this monster seems to be afraid of something." Lu Fei discovered this strange phenomenon and turned his head to say to Su Yan. Su Yan naturally also discovered this situation. He looked at the blood lake behind him. Although it was frightening, there was nothing strange. What was this snake-scaled beast afraid of? Could it be that there was something under the blood lake that caused the snake-scaled beast to be so afraid? After thinking for a long time, he still could not figure it out. Just like that, 2 people and 1 beast were in a deadlock. After a few hours, they still did not move. Lu Fei was an impatient person and could not stay still. After a few hours of not moving, he had already become impatient. He looked at the snake-scaled beast and said to Su Yan, "Junior Su, I think this monster is afraid of the blood water in the blood lake. How about I go get some and splash it on the snake-scaled beast? What do you think?" No matter how good Su Yan's mind was, he also became impatient after staying still for a few hours. When he heard Lu Fei's words, he felt that it was reasonable. He nodded and said, "That's fine. However, you stay here. I'll go get some blood water." Lu Fei did not try to be brave with Su Yan. After all, the blood water was an unknown thing and he did not know what dangers it had. If he went, he would not be able to avoid any danger. Su Yan's strength was stronger and he was someone Lu Fei worshipped. Naturally, he had confidence in Su Yan. Su Yan did not hesitate and patted his storage bag. Suddenly, a water container appeared in his hand. Ever since Ouyang Tiancheng gave him the storage bag, Su Yan had put all his belongings in it. It was not strange that this water container had always been there. Because of the fear of the blood lake, Su Yan did not dare to take it. He carried the water container, summoned the sword dragon, and jumped up. With the sword dragon, even if a monster suddenly came out of the blood lake, Su Yan was confident that he could avoid it. After making sufficient preparations, Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the blood lake. Just as Su Yan flew out, the snake-scaled beast that had been standing still suddenly cried out. "Phew, phew." It took a step forward and rushed towards Su Yan. Its huge body rushed out, and suddenly, it had the power to overturn mountains and seas. Its strength was so great that it could even stir up a gust of wind. If it hit Su Yan's body, even if it didn't die, it would still injure his muscles and bones. "Junior brother Su, be careful." Lu Fei hurriedly dodged, but he did not forget to remind Su Yan. The snake-scaled beast's movements naturally alarmed Su Yan. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. In a fluster, he stepped on his sword and dodged the snake-scale beast's attack. As he dodged, the distance between him and the blood lake increased. Seeing this, the snake-scaled beast stopped attacking Su Yan. Chapter 69. Although Su Yan suspected that the snake-scaled beast was afraid of the blood lake's water, he did not dare to rashly move forward after the snake-scaled beast's sudden attack. The only reason he was able to dodge the snake-scaled beast's attack was because of the sword dragon. If it happened again with the snake-scaled beast's attack speed, Su Yan did not think that he would be that lucky again. Seeing that Su Yan did not move, the snake-scaled beast also did not move. It only stared at Su Yan and Lu Fei with its big eyes, the corner of its mouth still spitting out stinky saliva. Behind us is the blood lake, and in front of us is the snake-scaled beast blocking the way. Su Yan's eyes slightly moved. He looked around but still could not think of a way out. The two people and the beast were once again in a deadlock. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. This time, Lu Fei finally could not take it anymore. He suddenly shouted, "Junior brother Su, don't care. Seeing that this beast has no intention of leaving, let's fight it to the death." "You can't." Su Yan's heart was suddenly shocked. He wanted to stop Lu Fei, but he was a step too late. He only saw Lu Fei's fat body rushing forward. Although there were many inconveniences with his fat body, Lu Fei did not have such inconveniences. He was as swift as flying and possessed a might of his own. When he took a step forward, the earth faintly trembled. Unfortunately, no matter what, Lu Fei was only at the 5th layer of the spirit realm. How could he be the snake-scaled beast's opponent? Lu Fei had not even reached the snake-scaled beast. The snake-scaled beast let out a low roar. It breathed out from its nose and a strong hurricane attacked. Like a tsunami, the wind swept away the clouds. Lu Fei's fat body was directly sent flying. Behind him was the blood lake. Lu Fei was sent flying and fell into the blood lake, creating a wave of blood. "Fatty!" Su Yan's heart was shocked. He hurriedly jumped over, wanting to pick up Lu Fei. However, the moment Lu Fei fell into the lake, he was already submerged. The blood lake was still bubbling with blood, emitting a strong smell of blood. Coincidentally, a mosquito appeared out of nowhere and fell into the blood lake. It was instantly swallowed by the blood and evaporated. Su Yan had wanted to go into the water to save Lu Fei, but when he saw this scene he was greatly alarmed and did not dare to go into the water rashly. From the looks of the mosquitoes and flies, Lu Fei was most likely doomed. Fatty. Su Yan felt a sharp pain in his heart, and his long hair instantly exploded. Lu Fei was Su Yan's first friend in the Gone realm. Although they didn't interact much, and sometimes Su Yan even annoyed him, the two had already established a relationship. Now that he saw his good friend die here, how could Su Yan not be sad? Of course, other than being sad, he was also angry. Bastard, if I don't kill you today, how can I face my brothers? Su Yan looked at the snake-scaled beast and gnashed his teeth. His eyes constantly emitted a red light. He was already extremely angry. Although he knew that he might not be a match for the snake-scale beast, he no longer had any misgivings. Prepare to die. Su Yan coldly shouted. Stepping on the sword dragon, his body flew straight up. He tightly gripped the Buddha sword in his hand and slashed out. The sword light flickered and the sword cry shook the world. Su Yan had already used all his strength to stab out with his sword. This sword strike was not fancy at all, but it was fierce and fast. When the sword was unsheathed, it was like a dragon coming out of the sea, sweeping up a violent storm. Roar! When the snake-scaled beast saw Su Yan's attack, it let out another roar. As it exhaled, another cloud of white mist burst out from its nose. That white mist was like a tornado that swept across the area. Just now, Lu Fei was sent flying by this white fog. How could Su Yan be hurt by it again? When the white fog attacked, his feet moved slightly and his body rose a few feet. Of course, as he rose, Su Yan's body did not stop at all. His pupils suddenly shrank and his body once again rushed forward. At the same time, the Buddha sword pressed forward and pointed directly at the snake-scaled beast's giant eyes. Although Su Yan was angry, he did not lose his mind. The snake-scaled beast had the power of the realm of heaven, and he was only at the 9th layer of spirit realm. If he wanted to defeat the snake-scaled beast, he would have to use some strange moves. During the confrontation just now, Su Yan had already observed the snake-scaled beast clearly. This beast's body was covered in scales. If he wanted to break through its body, it would be impossible. Only its giant eyes belonged to a place without scales. Only by blinding its eyes could he win. And Su Yan also understood the snake-scaled beast's attack just now. Although this beast had the power of the realm of heaven, it did not have the cultivation speed of the realm of heaven. It was just that its skin was thick and its flesh was thick. Since that was the case, Su Yan could use his own speed to deal with it. Under this anger, he used all his strength to attack. Stepping on the sword dragon, his speed was naturally at its peak. Die! Su Yan saw that the snake-scaled beast did not move. Seeing that he was about to stab its eyes, he was overjoyed and increased his speed. The sword pierced the snake-scaled beast's eyes. Keng! At this time, a loud sound was heard. What? Su Yan was shocked and frowned. Looking at the place where his sword pierced, he was even more shocked. He finally understood why the snake-scaled beast did not move after seeing his attack. It turned out that it already had a plan. When Su Yan's sword pierced, it only closed its eyes. Those ugly eyelids blocked its eyes, and even the eyelids were covered with scales. Not only was Su Yan unable to pierce through, when the snake-scaled beast's eyelids opened, Su Yan did not have time to withdraw his sword. The eyelids moved the long sword, and in an instant, a huge force rushed towards him. Su Yan was actually bounced back. Luckily, Su Yan's reaction was fast. When he was bounced back, he hurriedly activated his cultivation technique and covered his whole body. Only then did he stabilize his body and not fall. It's really powerful. When he looked at the snake-scaled beast again, Su Yan could not help but be secretly shocked. The confidence he had just now disappeared, and only the place where its eyes were condensed still bloomed with the light of anger. Although this beast is powerful, I don't believe that I can't break it. Su Yan gritted his teeth and attacked again. This time, the snake-scaled beast did not wait for Su Yan to attack. With a swing of its head, it suddenly attacked like a windmill. Its speed was fast and violent, much faster than the previous attack. Even though Su Yan was riding on the sword dragon, he could not avoid it. The snake head directly hit Su Yan's body. Invincible golden body. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Su Yan hurriedly circulated his qi all over his body. Golden light flashed. It was the invincible golden body that he obtained in the Su family's ancestral pagoda. This invincible golden body was even stronger than before because Venerable Buddha had forged it for him that day. Although the snake-scaled beast's attack was as powerful as 10 dragons and 10 elephants, it could not break Su Yan's invincible golden body. However, Su Yan's body was blasted several feet away and fell directly into the blood lake. This, Su Yan was shocked. He withdrew his invincible golden body and swung his long sword. The sword hit the ground, and his body leaned forward and fell to the side of the lake. Only then did he not fall into the blood lake. Although Su Yan did not know why there was such a blood lake in this sword well, judging from the evaporation of the mosquitoes and flies just now, this blood lake must be able to corrode everything. If he fell into the blood lake, there was no need to talk about revenge for Lu Fei, as he would follow him. That was close. Su Yan sighed secretly. Before he could relax, he saw darkness in front of him. The snake-scaled beast's giant head came again. Invincible golden body. Su Yan hurriedly used his qi to resist again, but this time, the spirit qi dissipated and there was no effect like before. Although the invincible golden body was personally forged by Venerable Buddha, it was naturally impregnable. However, it was precisely because of this that the invincible golden body required more spirit qi than before. Just now, Su Yan had used it once. Now that he used it again, his body was suddenly empty, and he could not move at all. This. Su Yan was shocked. He could only watch the huge snakehead fall, but he could not do anything. He could only sit and wait for death. In the end, I can't beat it. Since he knew that he could not resist, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not feel sad and quietly waited for death to come. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from behind Su Yan. In the blood lake, a huge wave that was dozens of feet high suddenly attacked the snake-scaled beast like a water column. The huge body of the snake-scaled beast was submerged in an instant. This is... Su Yan had already prepared himself for death, so he was not too shocked by the shocking scene below. However, when he saw the thing in front of him, his body could not help but tremble. In front of him was a giant dragon that was even bigger than the snake-scaled beast. Yes, it was a dragon, not any other monster beast. Dragon. Su Yan looked at the majestic aura emanating from its body, and his lips trembled slightly. Why would this mythical beast that only existed in legends appear here? The giant dragon was hundreds of feet long. It meandered here and there, and its body was actually everywhere. When the giant dragon swallowed the snake-scaled beast, it did not even look at Su Yan. It directly opened its bloody mouth and bit at Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked at first and hurriedly raised the Buddha sword to resist. However, when he thought about it, he could not even resist the snake-scaled beast. How could he resist this giant dragon? Fine. I was going to die at the hands of the snake-scaled beast. Now that I'm going to die in the mouth of this giant dragon, I have some dignity left. Su Yan comforted himself and understood. He did not struggle pointlessly and put down the Buddha sword in his hand. However, when the giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and saw the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, its entire head was stunned. After a while, it suddenly let out a dragon's roar. The dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, deafening Su Yan and causing the meridians in his body to tremble. Boom! However, Su Yan had already prepared himself for death, but the giant dragon did not open its mouth to attack Su Yan. The dragon jumped into the blood lake, and immediately, another wave of blood erupted. It splattered all over Su Yan's body. The clothes that covered his body were instantly corroded away. However, when it reached his body, it did not corrode. Chapter 70. This pain was even worse than the corrosion of Xianxia spiritual energy that Su Yan had suffered the other day. Even with Su Yan's astonishing willpower, he couldn't help but let out a low growl to vent the pain. As the splashing blood seeped into Su Yan's body, the pain gradually subsided. Why didn't the blood devour me? Su Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and raised his arm to look at himself. His eyes were filled with confusion. Plop! At this moment, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the blood lake. All the blood in the lake surged up, forming a huge wave of blood that rushed towards Su Yan. Su Yan still had some lingering fear in his heart from the pain he had just experienced. Just now, it was only a few drops of blood that caused such pain. If the entire wave of blood surged forth, how could he endure it? Su Yan instinctively wanted to dodge, but the wave of blood was too fierce. Before Su Yan could react, his entire body was enveloped by the wave of blood. A strong smell of blood assailed his nostrils, followed by intense pain from every part of his body. Su Yan's face contorted as he let out a blood-curdling scream. His forehead was drenched in sweat, but the pain didn't disappear because of this. Instead, it intensified. Stupa sect disciple, if you can't even endure this pain, how can you become a disciple of the Stupa sect? Under the torment of intense pain, Su Yan tried several times to end his life. Just as he was about to sever his own heart meridian, a lingering thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Among the lingering thoughts, there was clearly a dragon's roar. Su Yan was stunned. Then, a bright light condensed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain. If I can't even endure this kind of pain, how can I stand above the 9 heavens? The more he gritted his teeth, the more his muscles trembled from the intense pain. However, Su Yan didn't make a sound, nor did he have any thoughts of suicide. There was a lot of blood in the blood lake, and it continuously drilled into Su Yan's body, emitting a sizzling sound. It was as if his flesh was being cut off one by one, or as if all his bones were being broken at this moment. How could an ordinary person endure this? However, Su Yan endured it. After several hours, the blood finally flowed completely into Su Yan's body. The pain also disappeared. Su Yan's tightly clenched teeth relaxed. His entire body collapsed to the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. This pain is worse than death. After enduring it, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh softly. However, before he could recover, suddenly, a bright light flashed, and the huge dragon that had appeared just now suddenly appeared again. Su Yan was shocked. He had been suspicious about the dragon's departure, so why did it appear here again? If Su Yan had seen the dragon earlier, he definitely wouldn't have had any thoughts of resisting. However, after suffering the intense pain of being eroded by the blood, Su Yan's heart was like a boulder. How could he have any thoughts of suicide? So what if it was a dragon? Even if I can't defeat it, I still have to fight it. Su Yan gritted his teeth and stood up. He gripped the Buddha sword and pointed it straight at the dragon. His eyes were focused and there was no fear. The dragon was still arrogant. It didn't even look at Su Yan. Suddenly, the dragon split into two and flew into Su Yan's eyes. This is... Su Yan was shocked. He wanted to raise his sword to block, but how could he block the dragon's speed with his current cultivation? The two dragons directly entered Su Yan's eyes. Once again, there was an intense pain. This time, the pain was even more intense than before. Su Yan's face was twisted, and his entire body trembled. However, he didn't let out a howl, and the Buddha's sword never left his hand. However, the pain this time wasn't as long as the blood. In just a few breaths, the two dragons had completely entered Su Yan's eyes. Su Yan was puzzled. Why was this happening? Disciple of the Stupa sect. The two dragons were originally the sacred beasts of the Stupa sect. Unexpectedly, I was lost here 100 years ago. I left behind this remnant soul to find a disciple of the Stupa sect. Since you have the Buddha sword, you are a disciple of the Stupa sect. Now, my remnant soul will enter your eyes and create the blood dragon pupil for you. I hope you will practice more in the future and restore the glory of the Stupa sect. After this remnant soul fell, there was no more sound. Blood dragon pupil. Su Yan was confused. He didn't know what was going on, but he understood why the giant dragon didn't devour him. It was because it saw the Buddha sword in his hand that it didn't devour him. It even used his remnant soul to create the blood dragon pupil for him. What is this stupa sect? Why is it that since I stepped into the sect, everything seems to be related to the stupa sect? Although Su Yen was a disciple of the stupa sect, he didn't know anything about the stupa sect. When he met the venerable stupa in the stupa pagoda, Su Yen knew that the stupa sect was naturally a powerful sect. However, just how powerful was it? Su Yen didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about the words left behind by the giant dragon, he was shocked. The stupa sect. Even the giant dragon's sacred beast is the sacred beast of the sect. How big is that sect? Su Yen couldn't help but yearn for the stupa sect. Now that the snake-scaled beast was devoured by the giant dragon's remnant soul and the blood lake disappeared, the crisis was resolved. However, Su Yen couldn't feel happy. Looking at the empty blood lake, he felt sad. He cupped his hands and bowed to the blood lake. Fatty, the snake-scaled beast is dead. Although it wasn't by my hand, your revenge has been avenged. Rest in peace. After he finished speaking, Su Yen didn't linger on this place. After all, this was the place where Lu Fei died. Staying for a moment longer would only increase his sadness. He also wasted a lot of time here. He didn't know how long it would be before the Well of Swords opened. The most important thing now was to find Mu Zijian's grave and his obsession. As for the heaven-destroying divine sword, he would get it if he was fated. Because of this, Su Yen didn't just experience the separation of life and death. He also suffered the torture of the blood lake and the two dragons entering his eyes. His mentality changed a lot. Faintly, the path of life and path of soul in his body seemed to tremble a little. It was very different from the path that he had comprehended previously. However, he had lost the path of life and path of soul after all. Although he had comprehended it now, he didn't condense it again. Su Yen didn't notice it. He only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't think too much about it and walked away. Boom! At this moment, there was another loud bang behind him, accompanied by a wave of earth shaking. After encountering the snake-scaled beast and the giant dragon storm, Su Yen naturally knew that the sword well was definitely not a peaceful place, and that strange situations were endless. When he heard the loud bang, he was no longer afraid. Instead, he activated his cultivation technique and looked back with his sword in hand. When he saw the situation in front of him, he suddenly trembled again. Even though he knew that there were endless strange situations in this place and that it was possible to encounter anything. However, the situation now was really frightening. At the place where the blood lake had disappeared, a huge grave had condensed. This huge grave was made of black stone and there was a faint black fog lingering around it. Beside the grave, there were countless white bones, giving off a gloomy feeling. There was no tombstone in front of the grave, so it was impossible to see whose grave it was. The Well of Swords is indeed an uneven place. Su Yen stared at it for a long time and didn't see anything strange. He muttered and heaved a sigh of relief. It was just that he felt strange about the grave that appeared after a breakthrough. However, when he thought about the strange situations in the Well of Swords, he understood. Although he didn't know what was hidden in the grave, Su Yen didn't plan to dig it up. Not to mention that he didn't know what was in the grave, even if there were treasures. Su Yen would definitely not do such a lowly thing and disturb the owner of the grave. At this point, Su Yen planned to leave. Thinking about how the two of them came here and now he was the only one out, he couldn't let go of Lu Fei's worry. His eyes revealed a trace of sadness. He turned back to look at the huge grave and his eyes suddenly condensed into a ray of light. The fatty was swallowed by the blood and didn't leave anything behind. Now that this strange grave has appeared, why don't I use this grave to erect a tombstone? If there is a chance in the future, or if someone comes here, it can be considered a memorial to the fatty. Su Yen thought and no longer hesitated. He took out the Buddha sword and used his qi to cut off a stone from the side of the stone room. He then used his qi to cut off a stone and used the Buddha sword to carve it into the shape of a tombstone. He carved the words, "Grave of Inner Disciple Lu Fei." Although the Buddha sword was sharp and had the power to cut through iron like mud, Su Yen was still weak. It took him 2 hours to finish this. However, Su Yen didn't feel that it was a waste. After looking at it carefully, he felt that it was a little lacking. After thinking for a while, He added a few small words under the tombstone, erected by junior brother Su Yen. Only then was the work done. Returning to the grave, he used his sword to cut a hole in front of the grave. Only then did he take out the tombstone. He used his chi to insert it and looked at it carefully. He also took out some dry rations from his storage bag and placed them in front of the tombstone. Just as he was about to start praying, the tombstone suddenly exploded. Su Yan's pupils shrank and a red light shot out of his eyes. A wave of anger surged out of his body. He had spent a lot of time and effort to complete this tombstone. Now that it had exploded, how could Su Yan not be angry? What is it? Hurry up and come out. Su Yan roared. He knew that there must be something evil here. Otherwise, why would his tombstone explode as soon as it was erected? Damn it, it hurts, it hurts. At that moment, a shout suddenly rang out. A red shadow floated out of the hole that Su Yan had dug. Fatty! Su Yan saw the red shadow clearly and was both shocked and relieved. That's right, this person was Lu Fei who had fallen into the blood lake. Seeing that he was still alive, how could Su Yan not be happy? Fatty, are you all right? Su Yan asked again. Unfortunately, the red shadow ignored Su Yan and continued to shout, It hurts, it hurts.